cause dang. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back your heart. Savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in the rain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up. But don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, got. but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah.
The battle continues at the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Group Stage for Season 5. Some teams have qualified to the Challenge Finals, but others are still finding their path to glory. Who will ascend to greatness and who will fall in the process? This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. This is the Challenge Group Stage Season 5, day number 3. My name is Husky, and alongside me, I have the usual Gideon Q to bring you guys the action for the day.
Look, it's good to be back once again to see the next set of games here at the SPS. And honestly, you know, yesterday we had a couple of shocking performances. I'm hoping to see a couple of repeats of that today.
Yeah, and for those who didn't, catch up with yesterday's game, CFU was the highlights, right? They took over the entire broadcast by storm, 2-0ing Liquid Philippines. But today, we also have to introduce Group D into the competition, and of course, one series, I believe, in Group C, where we will find out who is the next team to make it to the next stage.
This one will be interesting. At the very least, we're going to be able to at least witness a couple of our open final qualification slots, but more importantly, at least for the challenge finals, some teams, they're so close. Just one more best of 3 to achieve that.
And the teams that didn't make it, if they're still in the lower bracket, at least there is a last chance for them, right? So not too big of a deal. If you're a Liquid Philippines fan, don't worry. They still have one more chance. I believe they'll be playing their games next week, so plenty of time to prepare. But like you said, open finals teams today, we're bringing some of them onto the stage. Monster Vicious, Bigetron Beta, the Troopers are about to take on what we have to offer.
Let's not forget about Smart Omega and Rebellion Esports as well. Both of them, again, teams from the MPL themselves, didn't have to play through the Open Finals, but at the very least will put up a good challenge as maybe gatekeepers to some of these teams from the Open Finals.
Yeah, and last but not least, Bigetron Alpha, right? The team that dominated the regular season for MPL Indonesia, but fell short in the playoffs. Let's see how they bounce back in SPS. But for now, let's take a look at the teams for Group D, the 4 Titans that will be taking on each other. We have, of course, starting off with Monster Vicious against Rebellion Esports, and then afterwards is Bigetron Beta against Smart Omega.
Yeah, this one is going to be an interesting one because so far, based on MV's performance in the MPL MYA itself, regular season didn't go too well for them, right? I would say the same can be said about Rebellion as well. But during the SPS MV, we've seen a lot more games from them through the Open Finals, and they were looking strong.
They had a clean sweep, right? They 2-0 every single series for the only Malaysian team to make it to the challenge season, and now they're facing off against Rebellion Esports. And coincidentally, these two teams are they field a full local roster.
Yes, a full local roster, and it's something. Honestly, it's kind of strange seeing, and it's kind of strange hearing from, especially from a region who has so many imports already. It's a rare sight to see. Hopefully, they go far.
And let's take a look at the Group C GSL bracket. We progressed a little bit yesterday with Bigetron Beta taking down RSG Malaysia and CFU 2-0ing Liquid Philippines, so they will be facing off against each other. But in the lower brackets, RSG Malaysia will have one last shot, but they gotta take down Liquid Philippines.
Yep, I mean, Liquid Philippines already took a surprising loss against CFU, so we're excited to see Bigetron Beta and CFU. But more importantly, for TLPH, right, qualifying to the last chance qualifiers doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be safe afterwards. They still have games to play during the LCQ.
Yeah, and there's just so many hurdles for teams in the lower brackets to go through,
many.
but as always, hope we just wish the team all the best. But we also have some highlight moments from yesterday. We asked you guys to vote, and Born Z wins by a landslide. His highlight play, 56.1% of the votes went to him.
56.1% of the votes went to Born Z. Man, I don't know, because CFU yesterday was having a wild time, and I honestly think those two plays made by CFU were pretty good, but I'll give it up to Born Z. Looks like the public agrees.
Yeah, as long as the public is happy, that we're happy, right? Facebook, well, not just Facebook, social media has been exploding recently. You know, a lot of people huffing the copium. But don't worry, if your team is out, you can always support another team, or buy the tickets to Jakarta, right? Very affordable.
Very, very affordable indeed. Hopefully for you guys out there, I don't know, has the opinion changed about these tier 2 teams coming in, especially against some of the lower, well, it's hard to say lower tiers, but the lower performers during the MPL regular seasons across Southeast Asia.
And I can say that some fans, not that easy to please, right? You know, YRG, they made it to challenge finals, but still a lot of criticisms, right? Didn't clean sweep RQ Hoshi, Chung Ergo Lane showed up, so we'll see if challenge finals will make any difference. But most important is they have made it to the safe zone. For the rest of the teams, they still have to continue that bracket run.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be just as smooth for some of these teams. But let's have a bit of a recap of yesterday, right? Here are a couple of highlights that actually show you the type of action we're talking about and why there's so many, you know, shocking factors in those games.
Special shout out to LaFell's boy Izanami for setting it up with the yin yang reaction. But of course, Born Z takes the win. You know, again, the majority of the public voted that as the best play of yesterday. So hopefully today we get even more highlights.
Hopefully we get even more highlights, right? Considering the teams that are going to be playing, like Bigetron Alpha especially, I think, you know, a lot of the MPL ID teams who didn't make it or qualify for MSC come into the SPS a lot hungrier. Same can be said, you know, for teams like RGPH, similar situation.
Yeah, I think even for RGPH, right, also fell short. There's been this entire storyline of all the RG teams just getting all so close but not close enough. So this is their redemption arc. Let's take a look at today's schedule to get a good idea of what matches we have today. All of them will be best of 3, starting with Monster Vicious against Rebellion Esports, followed by Bigetron Alpha against Smart Omega, and ending with Bigetron Beta against CFU Gaming.
Now, obviously, the first and third games are going to be by far the most exciting ones, but I do want to see whether Bigetron Alpha is still struggling with their current issue. The patch has been pretty brutal to early game teams, and I think even for Smart Omega, all this time, I'm assuming that they've been scrimming, working hard for the SPS to take them on.
Yeah, and I think this is also a good time for Bigetron Alpha to kind of make that redemption, right? Because in the playoffs, they got absolutely slaughtered by Geek Fams, and then Evo's Glory doesn't look too good. But if they can overcome Smart Omega, at least they put themselves one step closer to the challenge finals.
Yep, and after that, Bigetron Beta will have to take on CFU game, and another match where you just got to keep your eyes specifically on CFU, right? We don't know whether that was a fluke, whether it was a one-time thing, or whether Bigetron Beta have the counterplay.
Yeah, Bigetron Beta also has very interesting playstyle, right? Double healer meta seems to be the one that works the best for them. But let's come back to the first series of today. Monster Vicious against Rebellion Esports, the two local teams for today. It's good to start with some local rivalry.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? I do want to see whether Rebellion has improved over their time of the regular season of the MPL ID. Same can be said about MV, right? Both placing roughly about the same spot, but in this particular case, we're hoping that they've at least developed a bit more towards where the meta is asking for, mid to late game, team fight centric.
Now, there's only one way to find out, but before that, we're gonna head for a short break. Get these teams ready for the upcoming best of 3. When we come back, Rebellion Zion against Monster Vicious.
Here we go!
Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you.
Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good. Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk.
Control ng parang esports yung mapa, pero hindi rin titigil ang parating ng Philippines dito. Top play! Dahil nga, nandun yung panligtas. Oh, Gine with the flicker. Hindi na na-better moves, pero lumabas pa rin yung up.
Bisa juga ada tapi lot pada kali ini berjaya dalam kalimat dia masih tepat pada waktunya. Masih ada mangsa pada kali ini Presiden Korea Zhang mangsa tapi kali ini baru masa dapat ditumbangkannya dan juga surga pada begini tapi di bagian bawah. Lot lagi sempat untuk dijatuhkan.
And Juno being very greedy, trying to get that last cannon. And tinamaan pa siya ng spear. Lina, look at this. Oh, apat na hatak! Mula rin sa Paramis Ruby DD. Wait a minute.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It is the best, well, the first best of 3 coming right up. Monster Vicious against Rebellion Esports.
Let's get the show on the road here because I've been waiting to see what everybody's been talking about with MV. Unfortunately, on the English broadcast during the Open Finals, we didn't get to actually see that match actually happen itself, but at the very least, we heard from our counterparts that shocking, surprising maybe, that MV has been taking a lot of 2-0 sweeps.
Yeah, the 2-0 sweeps came from they took down Team Flash, Homeboy Syndicate, took out AI Esports, AI Gaming, and eventually I think the last one was Bigetron Beta. They 2-0 Bigetron Beta in the 4-0 series. So it is going to be exciting, right? Because I believe these two teams are in the same group, so there is a chance that they meet again. We have to double check that. But
they should be with the same one. Sorry, no, that's Bigetron Alpha.
Bigetron Alpha, all right. So I mean, either way, for MV, they're the only Malaysian team that made it through, right? The first of the Malaysian teams in like what 4 seasons. So
yeah,
it is a proud moment for our local players.
Well, hopefully, I mean, we've already got a qualifier to the challenge finals as well. So at least all across the board, we're making it to the next stage.
Yeah, speaking about the next stage, the final stage is going to be happening in Jakarta, and you know how you're going to get there by spending just a measly 10,000 IDR or less than 3 ringgit. 3 ringgit is lower than the diesel price in Malaysia.
Oh boy, go right now to the URL esl.gg/MLBB ticks dash, and just so you know, we know that you came from the English broadcast specifically.
Yeah. I mean, if you pump diesel, you can afford the tickets. It's that simple, right?
Yep.
And we even have an early bird special for the first 1,000 daily. You can get exclusive free chest worth IDR 65,000.
Oh, wow, they work fast. Yesterday, I wasn't even promoting this, and now you guys have an opportunity for a free chest. Might as well start buying the tickets now.
Yeah, just head to Jakarta, book your flights, plan your dates. It will be an awesome experience. Considering you have already seen the rosters they will be playing, right? And there's more to it.
Hopefully, with these two rosters, I do think that Rebellion Esports, I'm not 100% sure. Recently, they played in a couple of tournaments, but even then, I'm not 100% whether they've kind of found their footing in the meta so far.
Yeah, but we know that one team has been feeling pretty comfortable throughout the Open Finals, and that's Monster Vicious. And even, talking about this team, right? Considering the fact that they've come so far, this is also a team made out of players who were constantly being loaned out to other teams locally, finally coming together, getting through the MPL qualifiers, finishing 7th and 8th place in the first season, and now facing off against an MPL team from a different region.
Yep, they've been growing for a very long time. Introducing Zeno, Uni, Fakes, Ruff, and as well as Nova as the main lineup. Hopefully things go well for these boys.
And let's take a look at their matchup history, because across the entire Open Finals, this is what we've been talking about, right? All 2-0s, feels like a YRG moment from the local scene. 8 games played, 100% win rate. Bigetron Beta, AI Esports, Homeboys, Singapore, and Flash, all 4.
Oh, so far, all of these matches have come from the Open Finals. Now here at the Challenge season, it's a whole new ball game. The only similar opponent that they may have an opportunity if, the brackets so happen to line up is Bigetron Beta, but even so, I think that MV at this point of time are looking good.
Yeah. Well, they have moved on from taking down the MDL squads. Now it's time to meet their opponents, which is from an actual MPL. It's MPL Indonesia, right? We have Rebellion Esports on the cards, and like you mentioned, we wonder if they have found their footing. This is the best time to prove it. Cars, Vincent, Suelo, Moai, and Audi TZ.
Now, these teams are definitely known in the scene. They are veterans in what they do. The real question is whether they've kind of worked out all the kinks throughout the regular season of the MPL ID and maybe have come up with a polished version of themselves for the SPS.
If I remember correctly, I believe this is the first time Rebellion Esports played in SPS.
Yep.
And I remember seeing like some of the players on different teams previously, but this is their debut. So same as Monster Vicious, a lot of similarities. Full local team, first debut, and what a way to start off the day, right? To have those two battle it out.
Got to keep it real authentic here. Hopefully this matchup is going to go well because the drafts have been quite crazy for these past 2 days.
Right, it's between Maggie and Indomie. Let's get it rolling. The draft has started. Loyi, Roger, Angela banned out by Monster Vicious. Harith, Moskov, Chip banned by Rebellion.
Okay, instantly it's going to be a first pick Valentina for Fakes. That's one of his signature picks. At the very least, we've been seeing that a lot of teams have been playing through the mid lane and then spilling their lead into the sides. We get Fredrin as the follow-up. The real question is whether or not both of these teams are dependent on their gold laners.
This could be a Natan angle, right? We've seen teams just first face the Natan if Moskov, Harith, and Roger are banned out the main tree. But it's also good to see that some teams are leaning more towards the Claude, right? A lot more Claudes have been popping up. This could be a mid lane pick. The Vexana pick has always been kind of an option if you have a Fredrin already.
Yes, it has been a pretty decent option, but the real question is whether or not they have a flex pick ready to go. I think that while you are on the red side, and this is your first 2 picks, you might as well look for the power picks, look for the lane dominant heroes.
So
Looks like they do find the Natan.
So it means that Arlette and Matilda are both let through. So still a lot of power picks on the table for Monster Vicious. I think the fact that having that Valentina first pick does become a slight deterrent for Rebellion to reveal that mid laner that early on.
Now the real question here is whether or not MV want to kind of give up on the tank, on a tank jungler, right? Because eventually Rebellion's at a point where they can actually pinch the draft. We'll see whether or not that's an option. Oh, it looks like MV they don't even go for their jungler this time. They make sure they get the carry to deal with the Fredrin and a Yuzong just to kind of set the tone for Rebellion Zion.
I think the idea is pretty clear so far, right? Have a dominant XP lane that can set the tempo, and this probably gives an idea to Rebellion Esports when we get to the second phase bans. You either target down the tank junglers or you get rid of roamers that can not only frontline but set up priority for the Valentina.
If that's the case, naturally I would like to lean into the Arlette taking Concussive Blast. At least then you have some options of throwing him into the EXP if you don't like it. Edith has also been a really popular pick these days as well. Is there anything else? I would say arguably Grok, but you already have to deal with the carry.
Wow, they take the Faramis instantly. So they feel like it's okay. I mean, they do have a draft that just wants to fight, right? If they have an extra life, Fredrin, Natan, they get to flourish. This is the second phase. I wonder if they will start clamping down on that jungle, because it would be Baraz and Baxia, the remaining 2 tanks.
Yeah, I think at this point, they might as well get rid of the Akai for certain. At the very least, it kind of like, because Akai naturally wants to kind of be anti-group, right? You want to group together, he splits you up, he kind of pushes you away from that Nether Realm and makes it so that he can look to pin somebody against the wall, maybe set up for the carry and give her some free space. Is there anything else that they have to worry about? Other than the Akai, I'm thinking whether there's any EXP lane matchups that would really threaten MV.
Let's see. Against the Yuzhong, probably not much, right? I think Yuzhong is pretty self-sufficient in the lane. They're getting rid of the team fight setters though, so Minotaur gets taken out. Probably Grok wouldn't be that.
I don't think Grok is that bad of an idea. I do think that the Edith might be a little bit of a problem for MV specifically, only because Edith is really good at peeling backwards, right? So Rebellion want to have kind of like a setup going on, Arla EXP, and then after that pick up the Edith as your roamer. I don't think it's a bad idea. Plenty of synergy naturally, lots of peel to create space for the Natan, and then you can basically just fall back to Natan as your anchor.
So this is the last ban. I mean, if they don't have to worry about any flex picks from MV, considering that they've reviewed the first 3 picks and they're on blue side.
Yep.
So this last ban is going to set the tone, so they do ban out the Barats. That means Baxia is the only remaining option if MV wants to go for tank jungler. But aside from that, you probably have to start tapping into the assassin pool.
Are they worried about the assassin pool? I think assassins are going to struggle in this matchup generally because of the farmist. I mean, you can technically force out, at the very least, force out the Netherrealm pretty early on if you do have a lead. But other than that, it just forces you to kind of go onto suboptimal targets.
Yeah, it's gonna be quite slightly rough for MV. They don't even have a Roger as a choice anymore because they did have that banned out. So Rebellion, here they probably could just keep that roamer for last, since they've already seen the Yuzhong right now. You just pick a good matchup into the Yuzhong It is a Ruby, so doesn't reveal too much, but
Yeah.
you can kind of make out that it's probably a Roma pick.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Arlet or maybe even Ruby. Both are pretty interchangeable at this point of time. And now MV forced to kind of finish off their composition at this point. Lots of sustain coming in from Rebellion. So I don't think the Boxia is a bad idea overall. The real question is how exactly do you force the Faramis to do something? So I'm guessing that they want a... actually, they can technically still go for the Arlet for themselves for Nova, Mr. Nova here. He can be quite aggressive with it.
Yeah, Nova Grog, well, not no, Arlet Grog. These tools are like his signature, right? We've seen him make like a lot of good plays on it. The jungle pick, I think, is what's going to concern them the most.
Yes, sure. I'm curious whether I was thinking whether or not they wanted to go for like a sustained time, whether it be, you know, Enchantress, Star Mages, or maybe even a Lolita, which kind of like breaks the barrier of the overlap.
Yeah. So this is kind of the pew that MV sort of is looking for, right? It's not ideal, but it's something, right? You have the Boxer, you don't frontlining, and then as long as you can protect President Ruff, then you will have a very good chance. Main problem would be going through that nether realm, because two layers of life for Rebellion is not going to be easy to kind of break through, and they still haven't fully revealed the draft. This Ruby could be anywhere, but if this is an XP laner, it could be an X-Borg, and I think that would be fine.
X-Borg is totally okay.
Terizla.
Terizla.
Oh, I say Matilda. Okay.
Yeah, they go for the Matilda. At least they're going to be a little bit more maneuverable. I think it's sustain, man. I'm looking at Rebellion's draft and it's just like, man, they can sustain 4 days here. The real question is whether or not their gold laner has what it takes to actually wipe a majority of the members from MV as the main damage dealer.
And at the same time, the fact that there is a Matilda, so MV, you want to play Pew, Matilda can easily allow his team to catch up, right? It just kind of solves the problem of dealing with a team that wants to keep falling back. So Rebellion, I'm liking that draft for game 1.
I do quite like this draft because at least it's pretty readable. They're very honest about the way they want to play the game. Hopefully, we're going to see, at least for the game plan, MV to play towards EXP and leave Ruff on an island for as long as possible.
Yeah, and I think Ruff so far has proven that it's pretty self-sufficient as a goal laner, right?
Yep.
Hasn't really had much chance to prove himself back then, but this is one of the few stages that we get to see if Ruff can thrive. Again, this is a full local matchup. I think it will set the tone for the rest of the day. We're just going to see how it plays out as we hop into game number 1. Just a bit, Monster Vicious taking on Rebellion.
Now, the real ways we're going to expect these teams to actually generate their leads is through their junglers, right? Keep your eyes on how the junglers are going to be moving across the map, especially when they have the help of the mid lane. So, if we see the junglers crossing through that mid lane, it's either to soak or to at least allow and unlock some of the members of their side, like Suelo, like Fakes.
And on MV's side, you are looking at Fakes to get as much help as he possibly can get from Nova, right? You want to break away from this Faramis as much as possible. Rebellion already making early moves thanks to having a Matilda. I believe is a level 1 guiding win with the distance that Suelo is covered. So again, priority gain for D. But this is what you talked about, bruv. Leave him on my island.
Yeah, but at least as of right now, Rebellion are just making it difficult, right? Creating small advantages for the side lanes. Getting that River Crab, right, is really the difference maker in these laning phase.
So Little Wanderer will go over to Monster Vicious. Not too much of a contest there, but Rebellion Zion has really good info. So you see Vincent instantly go for the invade to take that camp away.
Yep, and D actually going for immediate tier 2 boots here. He recognizes that this lane is going to be pretty dead unless Ruff makes a significant mistake. And until D actually gets his first 2 items, he will lose out these trades early on.
Good read by Fakes as well to fall back. Nova also barely out of range from the energy eruption, but Rebellion stepping on the gas as soon as they could. Vincent hitting level 4. Now this top side also under threat. The fact that Vincent is around.
Let's see how they're going to play this out, because now Boxia coming back towards that top side here. I think that Monster Vicious, they need to unlock Zeno out of this lane. Early level 4 is going to be highly contested from both sides, but if they die before then, it could be pretty disastrous.
Both mid laners are going to stick in that mid lane. They want that priority. But it's going to be a lot of pressure for Monster Vicious. They need to make sure that Vincent does not catch them. This Boxia just isolated, just barely, but keeping enough of a spacing. So Vincent will start to work on the turtle first.
Yeah, the freeze was good. The freeze was good, but honestly it doesn't matter now that everybody has hit level 4. Only for the supports who haven't hit level 4 yet, they don't mind. They don't need their ults right now.
Yeah. Monster Vicious are going to start rushing down the turtle with the help of the Black Dragon form. They got to make haste though, stolen away by Vincent regardless. NetherRealm coming out from Fake. Suelo will be chased down by Rebellion Esports. Responds with their own nether round. That will break as well. Vincent becoming the target, but this Fredrin is just going to eat everything up. They even get the Petrify out of Zeno, and First Blood will go over to Rebellion.
Unfortunate, they were not able to peel towards the same direction for the side of Monster Vicious. They pushed a little too far, and Zeno gets punished for it. Unfortunately, his Furious dive was buffered before he got taunted by Cars, so he inevitably jumped the wrong direction, not looking to cut off his opponents, but instead where they used to be.
And then around timing, I think for Rebellion, the fact that they also got the turtle means that now they can keep speeding up. And we're seeing a lot of cross-map movements just because of RDTZ. He's bringing Suelo to the bot side again. It'll be broken by Nova for now, but the mid priority has been leading towards Rebellion.
Yeah, I think Rebellion, as of right now, have been doing a really good job rotating this fast, right? They're abusing ODTZ on this Matilda. They're utilizing the guiding winds to kind of speed up the rotation from mid to bot side, or even mid to top side, depending on the situation here. Oh.
And attempted gang on mid side, but fakes. He's going to be caught by Vincent. Uni shows up to try and help, just block Vincent's way out, but Rebellion are not worried.
Yeah, I think even for MV, they're not too worried. They still have Nova's ult ready to go. It's a global ult. It's real useful in the earlier stages of the game, especially if you're having a staggered engage against your opponents. I think both teams need to scale, and they both recognize that like these early kills could really snowball out of control for either side.
Uni's going to be at the bot side now. They did get... So Ruff kind of left this lane just for a while. Turtle will be spawning on the top side, and Rebellion will be the first one to get there. This could be a tough one for Monster Vicious to contest. And we're looking at Zeno to see if he can secure the objective.
I mean, they need to unlock him, right? But it's really difficult against the Ruby, who basically sandbags her lane. And now that Ruby is like at least 1 kill ahead of Zeno, it's just a forever unsustainable lane. You're always going to get pushed in. None of your damage really stinks.
It seems that Monster Vicious understands that as well. So not showing any signs of wanting to contest first. Rebellion also taking their time, in fact. Letting Vincent clear that orange buff. He will hit 8 and be a level ahead of Uni. It's going to give them even more security to get the turtle.
They got to be patient here. So far, Fakes, he hasn't been getting too involved in these battles. But now for the peel.
They don't see Vincent. Vincent, he's going to show up late, but this time it's Cars that gets the turtle somehow. Winning the retry fight without the jungler being dead. Rebellion Esports looking to slowly fall back. A very preemptive netherrealm broken by the Appraiser's Wrath, and Rebellion Esports just finds the opportunity to keep on pouncing with their own netherrealm insurance policy and the ROI all collected. Rebellion finding 2 more kills.
They can't deal with this right now. It's just too difficult with Vincent already in the earlier stages. Oh, Cars trying to make a play of his own.
Does not get it, but Rebellion constantly pumping the gas, stepping it up, and Monster Vicious, they will be able to keep that mid-tier 1, but they have sustained massive damage.
Oh, unfortunate indeed. Unfortunate. Even bot tier 1 actually getting collapsed down by D at the same time. It looks like Ruff has unfortunately lost out on his lane. Losing that turret means that the early rotations here from the side of Rebellion Esports is going to get set up pretty well. They might dive Zeno while he doesn't have the Black Dragon form, but that's only if they have their jungler around. And Vincent, he's still got a full clear to go.
More than 3,000 go ahead for Rebellion. Oh, they will cast Suelo to force his flicker out. But with all this easy around, not too much of a worry. And now even Cars can start moving from that lane, right? He's not worried about Zeno as much anymore.
They're pulling in the whole squad. They really want to contest for this.
Oh, Black Dragon form used by Zeno. He's going to find the back, but it's such a scattered battle line for Rebellion. Petrify finds 2. Vincent, he's going to start dropping low, but the nether realm, he's out of range for a bit. Vincent ends up going down. Rebellion losing that jungler.
Greedy Vincent, he wanted to take everything, he wanted to show dominance, but unfortunately he overextended and didn't take the guiding wind in time before getting locked down by the rest of MV. However, while all of this is happening, Rebellion and Esports were aware that the bot side was on a slow push. They end up losing 50%, if not more, 60% of the bottom tier 2 turret in the process.
They haven't even hit 8 minutes yet, right? So that is a fortified turret. And Rebellion continuing to push that lead. This turtle should be almost 100% guaranteed for Rebellion.
I think the Rebellion want to fight this tier 2, well, second turtle, sorry, not a tier 2 turtle, because right now Ruby is so very, very strong, can sustain for days. Uni in trouble.
Alright, he's gonna jump in, circling Eagle, RDTZ will get out, Entropy Troll now is such a such a condensed space. Appraiser's Wrap slams now. Uni makes it out with result.
Swalo does have the Netherrealm, so they don't mind taking another full engagement against Monster Vicious if necessary. The big ults that haven't come out was Zeno, Zeno's Black Dragon form. And I think Fakes, he's got the IMU off of cooldown. Wait, are they running down? Yeah, they're trying to run down cars.
It's not going to work out, is it?
I mean, he's one of the stronger members of Rebellion Esports as of right now in the state of the game. He's got the full War Axe already completed. He's got the Oracle completed as well.
I don't think they even have damage, right? Even without Matilda around, I don't think you can take down the Ruby, let alone when all the TZ is always hovering around in the right target. Rebellion looking for a potential dive. To put some pressure, they want this tier 1, and with Uni showing up, that is not possible. It's going to start jumping onto Cars, stun him out. Cars almost goes down, but the Netherrealm clutch at the very end. Vincent joins the fight, finds the taunt onto Uni, and that means Cars will be escorted out. Rebellion thinking of going back for round number 2, using the chilling retribution. And the flicker from Swalo with a 2-man pull into Appraiser's Wrath, but the Bloom from Nova saves his teammate.
Oh, they're still contesting from this. Can they clear the wave up before it breaks? No, not yet. Oh!
And the flicker from Cars! And the pull-in was just enough to find 2 kills.
Too late. It was too late for Zeno. He can't do much about this. Maybe he can clear the wave, but that's all 5 members of Rebellion right now. Nobody's getting any side lane pressure.
Straight up just running them down in front of the inhibitor. D found 2 kills in the process. And Rebellion Esports now having a 6k gold lead at 9 minutes.
This is not looking good for MV. Rebellion Esports now trying to set up the checkmate angle. Want to take down the tier 1s, open up that map even more.
Surely gonna go down. Oh, is Z playing that aggressive?
Yeah, man. Even Cars as well. He's been landing some really good I'm offended so far.
That means top tier 2 going down with the Lord spawning on the bottom side. This is already a good setup for Rebellion.
I'm looking at items. I'm looking at when is Ruff going to get that 3rd one. He's looking for the DHS. He's so close to completing it as well. Let's not forget the fact that he's got Blue Mom in him as well.
I mean, he is like 2.5k behind Natan. That's gotta hurt. I mean, D just got his Holy Crystal. I feel like he had the Holy Crystal even before the fight up top. It's either that or he got it afterwards.
Oh, but it doesn't really matter at this point, right? Because now MV, they can't really take this traditional front to back. And so far, it looks like Fakes has been using the Netherrealm a lot sooner in comparison to Swalo so far.
Yeah. You gotta start communicating, right? Does the Bloom come first? I think the layering is ever more crucial for Monster Vicious. First Lord for Rebellion at 10 minutes in.
Not much to say here because unfortunately for Fakes, he hasn't even gotten his 2nd item. He hasn't gotten Lightning Truncheon.
Oh.
Doesn't have anything. Even Zeno is just not strong enough, right? Has built no MR at all. The most he has is Dominance Ice.
Man, he got 2-tap. But why Dom Ice?
Anti-heal for Cars, anti-heal for Audi TZ, maybe even for D as well. He probably wants the Radiant Armor, ideally, but like still, it's just so early on into the game.
Lord just spawned top, so Rebellion, they can take the last tier 2 turret. They're already knocking on Monster Vicious doors. There is still Flicker for Cars if Rebellion ever finds the opening.
D with the, at least with the Holy Crystal, should be enough, and Divine Glaive as well.
And then Uni, he's gonna use his body as a shield, and that is a very early Netherrealm, but Rebellion, I think this is what they want, right? Force Monster Vicious to take that fight, mount a defense that was never going to hold up. The Uni falls already. Rebellion turns their attention to the bottom inhibitor. Vincent even slams his sword onto Ruff. 5 versus 4. The Lord hasn't even arrived yet. And Rebellion, they're looking to end the game. Fakes gets 2-tap once more as Rebellion Esports looking to get a convincing game number 1 on top of 4 kills. It's 11.5 minutes in. Rebellion Esports with game 1.
Woo! Outclassing them there. Outclassing them. A great showing from Rebellion Esports so far, making sure that they can get D hyper farmed up in this game. As soon as that tier 1 bot side cracked open, the game was basically done for.
Man, I wonder what is his GPM. He ended the game with 11,000 net worth.
Woo!
So he got like what? 1,000 per minute.
He should be at least 1,000. I don't know what exactly the average GPM is going to start looking like, but we'll see in the post-game stats in just a little bit. Because so far, unfortunately for MV, Ruff was not able to hold his own. Losing that tier 1 down on that bot side really costed them a lot.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's also the first 2 turtle fights, right? First one, unlucky. Second one, kind of slipped out of Monster Vicious hands. That one I feel like was a bigger error, but you can see that Rebellion with the help of the Matilda, they are just moving so faster than Monster Vicious.
And that's the thing, right? It's these small advantages these laners actually need. The River Crab, especially for these gold laners, right? By the time before the tier 1 actually broke down on bottom side, we already saw after first turtle, 800 gold lead so far for the Natan, and that continued to skyrocket after the second turtle.
I think Monster Vicious had the idea of outside, well, our Yuzhong is not doing well, mid lane is not getting priority, let's start funneling Ruff. And then I think there was one wave that Ruff left lane, and just because of that, immediately lost the tier 1 afterwards. So small incremental mistakes or good plays, good decisions from Rebellion Esports got them the lead that they need.
Yeah, and I think even if Rebellion ended up like losing a fight, for an example, like a drop in like 2 to 3 in terms of the trade, overall, it would have been fine because Rebellion were making sure that they were like pushing on the right waves, making sure that their side lanes are already nice and tidy, playing for an objective. There was a reason for them to fight. Sometimes we did see an overextension from Vincent specifically, which is why he has that one death. But hey, other than that, Rebellion played a very clean game.
Yeah, didn't really have to use too much, right? And I think they've also kind of figured out that, okay, MV, they want to peel, but they also realize that no matter how much MV tries to peel, they can always chase. So a lot of these fights, they ended up forcing MV into unfavorable positions, right? Getting them play a drawn-out fight like what MV wanted, but then it becomes a trap for them instead.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for MV, their game plan should have been moving up towards cars first, and they really needed to find some kind of lane advantage for Zeno to actually get a early Petrify down to kind of set the tone of that lane, because Cars, he played it very, very well. The fact that he was able to go for a War Axe first item and then straight away immediately got an Oracle after that second turtle, it basically locked Zeno out of the game.
Yeah, and even for Fakes, he didn't really get to leave that mid lane. We saw the movements of Suelo, right? Clears wave, instantly goes bot, doesn't find anything, returns mid, goes top. So I think for the Valentina, it's also a bit of a headache to move around the map.
It is quite a headache, and more so even if you're like slightly slower to clear the lane compared to Suelo, it's just that AudiTZ just yoinks Suelo all the way down to the opposite side of the map, saving him like, what, 2 to 3 seconds worth of walk time.
Yeah, I think the idea for Rebellion, the Matilda was the last pick some more, right? Like they revealed the Ruby and it doesn't really give anything away. And the fact that Monster Vicious, they decided that we're not going to contend, we're not going to bother about Matilda pick when they had the chance. I think Rebellion, in terms of that draft, also slightly outclassed MV.
Yeah, I think that MV, if they are going to play this particular style, I have no issues having an Enchanter style support. However, this comp takes way too long to scale, right? You need some kind of, you need a bell curve essentially, right? You want to be, well, relatively okay during the earlier stages of the game. Mid game is where you really, really spike, and then it evens back down between both teams towards the later stages. So unfortunately here, Nova not being on a proactive support and needs so much more time to get to that critical mass, they had to take a step back from early to mid.
Yeah, even the Hall of Famous D almost hitting that 1000 GPM, so close. But AudiTZ with 100% kill participation, all of them in assist.
Oh man, I mean D has been doing a very good job all throughout the laning phase and as well into mid to late. With the support system that he have, I'm not surprised that the graph looks like this.
I'm trying to figure out.
All right, here. I got you. So top side is MV, bottom side is Rebellion Esports, right? MV is the one who has taken the defeat, but you can see both the gold and as well as the EXP fluctuates initially for MV and then drops down towards Rebellion Esports, all thanks to Cars. This man is like a fishnet. You think you're about to escape, you're low, you're desperate, running away from the rod, but then here comes Cars to swoop you back into the bucket.
Yeah, it's the Ruby effect, right? You can't get close to her, can't run away from her. You're stuck in this eternal cycle. I mean, when we look at the highlights, this is especially the first turtle, or the second turtle fight. It's already starting to look a bit grim when Monster Vicious committed and they got nothing out of it.
Yeah, this is just a very sticky composition for the side of Rebellion Esports. You try and run away, they have Matilda to kind of help chase, but let's not forget about the pull effects coming in from Suelo. The fact that Vincent has just a lot of micro CCs, Cars as well slows you down and also can pull you back out. It's just, if MV walks into the Venus flytrap, there's no getting away from it.
And once the Tan hits Holy Crystal, it slides out. Straight up game over, this one. One tap to Yuzhong and one taps Fakes afterwards.
Yeah, honestly, if MV could have kept up in terms of economy against Rebellion Esports, we probably would have seen a more satisfying fight between the two. But Rebellion Esports, they don't want them to get to that point. It becomes very obnoxious to deal with because they keep on delaying the inevitable. But I think that Rebellion Esports, as of right now, looking like the better team.
Yeah. For me, I want to see Nova on that proactive support, like you said, right? Like the Arlet, the Grok, we've seen him do that before, and sometimes it does feel a little bad when active players are put on enchanted supports, right? It feels like it impedes what they can do, but I hope for game number 2 they let Nova do his job there. Let Nova get active, right? Edith, Arlet, so many choices. We'll let the coaching staff of both teams do the prep work for game number 2. We'll go on a short break. When we come back, it's gonna be game 2 between Rebellion Esports and Monster Vicious.
Here we go!
It's 1 point so far for Rebellion Esports in the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang Challenge Group Stage Game 2 between Rebellion Esports and Monster Vicious coming up in a bit. Susky alongside Getting Cute.
Yep. This time we're hoping for an adjustment coming in from MV specifically because Rebellion and Zion are just showing that, hey, you cannot just leave your gold laner by yourself. We will create advantages and we will eventually outscale you faster than you can actually get to your critical mass.
Yeah, even bringing back some classic picks, right? The Ruby XP lane, the Matilda that has been ignored by almost all regions, right? Not no longer 100% banned, but still can be deadly in the right hands.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? It's about finding these small advantages that slowly compound onto your opponents, especially if the momentum never gets stopped. We didn't see that big tempo breaker coming in from Xeno, unfortunately, because Cars was just so far ahead in the game.
Yeah, and it seems like Monster Vicious, at least in that game, were playing very reactive, right? It's not,
yeah.
Yeah, not like, even in terms of the draft, we're just trying to survive instead of trying to make plays. So hopefully in game number 2, that is going to change. I want to see Monster Vicious show that gusto that they had.
I hope they do get to show their guts, though, because unfortunately this Yuzong pick just did not work well for them, unfortunately, because their composition is just so high sustained and just takes forever to cut down.
And even the roster did went through some changes, right? Especially in the jungle, right? We had Subway in the first half of the regular season. Actually, almost the entire regular season. But afterwards, of course, right now they are not playing with him. They are playing with Uni, and we're seeing a bit of shift in terms of the personalities, right? Hopefully, maybe he brings out the Granger jungle. We'll see. Game 2 draft this time. Rebellion Esports blue side, Monster Vicious red.
This still reminds me about that interview that we had with Demon Kite that day from RSGPH. He was basically saying that he's not 100% sure when he should be using an assassin or a tank. He's very capable of using both of them, but it's hard to kind of read the situation sometimes with some of these teams. It's all about kind of like timing your power spikes to be very synchronized with the rest of the team when they get when they hit their own in a different way.
When all else fails, play the one in between. Martis. I miss that hero.
Oh, Martis, the good old days. The good old days. But there's just so much sustain, right? Rebellion, they're making sure they're getting... Oh, they ban out the Harith as well as the Farmis on their side.
This side. Very less teams to do it. I think the other team that does this a lot is YRG. But a lot of power picks are going to go through, right? Moskov, Natan, Roger. We know that Monster Vicious did ban Roger in the previous game, but they also have to start considering what if the Matilda gets through.
Yeah, I think that MV at this point, they can deal with the Matilda. It's not too difficult. I think the real question is whether or not they have a composition that can actually force their opponent to use the Netherrealm first, right? I think in the previous matchup, like Swalo, very good on his trigger finger, but more importantly, he synchronizes well with the team. Pull back, let's time out this Netherrealm, and then let's move forward. I'll make sure you guys don't die.
So they banned the Angela, so they're just telling Rebellion, whatever you pick, we will have response, right? Just open up all the power picks. That means the Matilda, Roger getting let through. I'd imagine Roger being higher on the list right now.
I don't know. It depends on the players, right? Some players have been like grinding out Moskov for their entirety of their lives, and now it's the one meta where they can actually take advantage of it, while others are just like, hey, I've been playing Roger the entirety of my life, and he can actually be played in the gold lane, might as well.
I think he's just innocent. Out of like the 10,000 games he has played,
I mean,
9,000 on Roger.
After yesterday, the other like 10,000 is probably like Chang'e or something. You know what I'm saying? Because that's how wild and how many games these players actually play on a daily basis. I think at this point, if they decide, hey, D, you're on Moskov, I trust that you'll be able to deal with either Natan or Roger. Good luck. We're first picking you.
I personally feel like this could be a Roger angle if MV has the thought of letting Uni play that Roger at some point, some point down the road. But they pick up the Arlet. I love this already.
They get the Arlet. They once again prioritize Fakes in getting the Valentina. They've got to be hyper aggressive here, and I like the flex pick coming from the side of MV. They still haven't locked in their gold lane in Rebellion. It's like, okay, that's totally fine. That means we're going to get access to Fredrin once again. We don't want a good enabler for this Arlet.
They can go for Fredrin. Fredrin Barras still open, but Fredrin has been kind of the premier pick, considering that Barras did get nerfed a little bit. So they go for the Minotaur first.
Oh, Minotaur. All right. That's just another ult that Fakes can actually steal away. I'm fine with it because naturally we want to see the Spear of Destruction actually land on their targets, so it's really easy to do so when they're all knocked up in the air.
It's gonna be a Fredrin. No-brainer right there. So last game, Monster Vicious did go for the Yuzong third pick. They're gonna pick the Akai this time.
Ah. Okay, so no prioritized gold lane pick for Ruff this time round. I guess they're okay with anything at this point. Even if they don't have access to Natan or Roger, they can still play carry. They can still play Claude if they want to. I think carry is probably the better pick in this situation, considering there are 2 tanks. And MV now limiting down onto the mid lane. Nana getting banned out. Huh, interesting.
Might have to consider a Novaria ban as well.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking that Novaria would be higher on the list than Nana.
Oh, they have one more ban. Let's see. I mean, Novaria probably has. If they ban a Novaria, what else does Rebellion have? I think they could probably go for Lilia.
If they really want to, they can go for an Aurora to really start like messing with the front lines of MV if that's their priority. Because at the end of the day, it's about like peeling away 4D on this Moskov. I would assume that even an Edith would be a bit of an issue as well.
When they start by banning out the Florin, just to kind of start poking at Nova a little bit, right? Like if you want that Florin, we're not giving it to you.
CC?
Oh, so the Novaria does get let through.
I think they don't mind dealing with the Novaria. I think that they want to make sure that the EXP side is going to be able to get unlocked as soon as possible. Getting rid of the CC is not a bad idea. They can still, worst comes to worst, they can play like Sandbags in the EXP. They can play the Barats just to kind of clear the waves fast and have a really big advantage during these turtle takes.
I am thinking about the Barats also. At least you have somewhat of a way to deal with the Fredrin and the Minotaur. But if you're Rebellion, let's see if you still want to. What else can you ban out here? Edith?
I think Edith is worth banning. But or they instead get rid of the Roger. I thought at this point they might as well double down on towards the support section. But even Rebellion respecting Ruff on the Roger could cause them a couple of issues.
I'm going to force a Natan matchup.
Oh, he doesn't have to take the Natan. He's okay with the carry. I mean, there's 2 tanks on the side of Rebellion that want the front line anyways. Oh, Yuzong! So that means Arlet is going into the Roam.
That's why they banned the CC. At least they get to let Ruff see the entire enemy roster. But that means right now, Rebellion, if they... I mean, the Vexana is also still up. Vexana, Novaria, plenty of good picks. I mean, Vexana doesn't look too bad, right?
I think that Vexana, Ruby, honestly, look really, really good for the side of Rebellion, right? If they want to play a very similar game to the previous match, except not having that quick of a rotational speed, at the very least, they can start thinking about, like, just maintaining control over the mid lane.
Even diving them is tough enough with so much crowd control. You add Vexana, you add Ruby on top of it, it's going to get even rougher. Let's see for Rebellion what they have in mind.
I think, honestly, the Aurora is not that bad in this position because you're expecting to get attacked and flickered on. Novaria, even better because now you can double the distance of how far you can sit back in these fights.
And they even take the Lapu Lapu, so it doesn't matter if you're Natan, you're carry, you're going to get threatened, so Claude becomes the option for MV. Probably the safest possible pick in this situation.
Yep, the most, yeah, very, very safe indeed. I think at this point, Ruff, he's more comfortable playing Claude, especially if he has to deal with like backline divers like Cars on this Lapu. So far, I think this is a much better draft from both of these teams. They're going to be way more proactive in this game compared to the last, and it's not about scaling anymore. It's about finding these advantages in the lanes itself, whether it be gold or EXP or even the mid lane.
And at least in terms of like early to mid-game objective fights, it wouldn't be that one-sided, right? Like both teams would be at an equal power level. You get to see Nova be a lot more active. You have the Yuzong that now can receive proper backup from his team and not be the sole guy that kind of dives the back.
Yeah, I think at this point, level 4 is going to be the most important for both sides. There's more of an advantage for the side of MV during that level 4, but later into the game, especially mid, when Suelo starts to really hurt, these pokes are going to be very effective against MV.
I think a lot of the responsibility is going to lie on Nova and Uni, right? Can they get those setups? We jump into game number 2 this time. Monster Vicious finding themselves on that red side against Rebellion Zion, Rebellion Esports on blue.
Now, both junglers are going to be starting on the same side of the map, so they're going to be ending up on towards the EXP side of things. We are seeing early rotations, very early rotations, as a matter of fact, from the supports, making sure that I wanted to see whether or not Nova is going to be man-to-man defense against Audi TZ, or is he going to hover around the mid lane a lot more?
He took the Brace Smite, so that could slightly... if you want to go toe-to-toe against the Minotaur, I would personally go for the Quantum Charge more. But the Brace Bite means that, yeah, he instantly loses that trade against the Concussive Blast.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. I would have... I mean, if Nova wanted to stick around the mid lane a little bit more, Concussive Blast would probably be the way to do it.
That means that actually he loses some of that sustain right now that Brace Might only triggers on heroes. So much harder to proc on a support Arlet. He would just forgo Brace Might at this point.
It is, but later in the game, it's going to be a lot more useful for Nova to stay alive because he's going to be distracting the backline as much as he can. He needs to also just make sure that D can't find an angle where he can free hit Monster Vicious without being under the threat of the final slash.
They're going to shut cars out. Ruff and D with the trades. Of course, D's going to get the lane priorities, get the cannon pushed out. A bit more of an aggressive approach for both gold lanes this time.
First turtle now spawning. Hopefully we're going to see that level 4 interaction we were waiting for.
Especially on the top side, Zeno will hit 4. Fakes just missing out.
He's just out of range of that minion, but it's fine, it's fine. He can still, with his passive, with a little bit of time, he should be okay. The Spear of Destruction lands.
First blood for D. Nova is going to retreat with the flicker, but that ping with the Astral Echo. Karth hits the back, instant flicker into Minoan Fury. Right now, Fakes, he's going to be the one that takes the turtle for his team. But Rebellion, they're going to win the fight. Big slam. Uni almost goes down. Nova hits the back line, but couldn't find the damage. And now everyone from Monster Vicious is just low. The blaze from Karth almost gets rid of Uni, but Vincent will make sure that Uni doesn't get away. Nova tries to dash out with the vengeance. Rebellion continuing to stick on to him. They want Vincent down. Nova somehow finds a double kill, but this fight is dragged out for so long that Karth gets his ultimate for the second time.
Yep, 4-2 is the kill score. Man, Rebellion Esports got so much off of that interaction in comparison to MV. And while this is happening, D making very aggressive plays in the lane itself against Ruff, who may be a level ahead, but this is perfect for D because now he doesn't have to worry about the extra backup that could gank his lane.
And even has a slight goal. Actually, he doesn't have a goal advantage. All things considered, Ruff giving away that first blood, and he's still slightly ahead of D. That is good news. A silver lining for Monster Vicious.
River Crab difference. What can I say? River Crab makes all the difference in that lane. 50 seconds left until the next turtle, and Nova is going to find the information that he needs. With 3 people down here, they can assume that they might be...
Wow, Suedo so overextended. Just disrespecting Nova.
That was enough damage? I didn't think that was enough damage. Wow, it almost felt like Fakes had like dire hit or something.
Yeah, the pure rage burst. Hit all the combos, and yeah, Ruff is going to be forced away again. But that's the equalizer. Now Monster Vicious has kind of brought this game, the state of the game, back to an even state.
I'm not so sure about that. Uni technically should be behind on farm ever so slightly, right? If we look at the goal leaderboard, maybe we'll get an idea. Yeah, Uni at 2.1, Vincent at 2.3, so it's only a 200 gold difference. Very slight EXP lead for Rebellion.
I think the ones who are ahead on the side of MV are Fakes and Nova in a sense. But for Rebellion, Karth, he is eating good. Oh, Black Dragon form. This should allow Monster Vicious to get the turtle, no problem. And MV decided to go for full retreat this time, but it seems like Rebellion, they're not going to let Monster Vicious walk away freely. Karth again finds the backline. Raging Slash, Fakes is the target. The Land Shaker connects, flicker onwards. Karth finds a killing spree. And a heavy spin to knock Karth underneath the Tyra. Even Ruff joins in, and the shutdown goes over to the Claw. That is what Monster Vicious have been looking for.
Ruff eventually gets pushed away from Audi TZ. Honestly, worked out pretty well for the side of Monster Vicious. Unfortunately, Fakes did end up dying there, allowing Suelo to start scaling up, but even so, they at least took down cars.
And give Ruff the shutdown, right? Like big goal injection. Nova can start hovering down this bottom side, but Monster Vicious, they will see Vincent taking that purple buff away. Final slash from Nova. Ruff deciding to join this fight. Damage not really there though for the Claude.
Yeah, unfortunately Nova is not going to be very effective in these fights unless he has Zeno or maybe even Uni. And honestly, he would much prefer Uni than Zeno because the only CC Zeno has is dependent on that Petrify.
Man, Uni is so deep in enemy lines. He's gonna try and get out. Actually, the Spear of Misery helped him escape. Vince is still sticking onto Nova. Yeah, not gonna get anything.
They're gonna take their time here, and now the blade armors are gonna get purchased as early as possible from everybody on the side of MV, just to make sure that this this Moskov doesn't get away with too much and eventually will die to the chip damage.
If you can't take him out, you make him take himself out.
That's the best way possible. That's the best answer you have. And sometimes you're not even getting directly hit from him.
Yeah, his passive. Card's gonna clear out the wave. Man, he is so far ahead. Hunter Strike, Steel Leggings. Probably going for the Dom Ice next.
He's strong.
Doesn't even get the camp.
Yep. He's so very strong right now, especially with the Steel Leggings. It's a huge stat check in comparison to Zeno, who hasn't completed it just yet. Uni, on the other hand, he himself opting to go for the Steel Leggings, but he's building towards at least an anti-cuirass, which he just completes.
The turtle of the game. Monster Vicious looking to claim all of them. Like Dragon Form used preemptively. It's a very early ultimate. It's going to run out before the turtle even gets into retry range. Now Flicker, Mido, and Fury Fakes will be forced to run away after using that ultimate. Uni will not get the turtle as Vincent taunts him and steals it away. Better Esports should be able to move out from this safely.
Okay, no trades being done here. MV, they walk in, they try to contest for it, get stolen away, they move back, they don't lose a single member. They do lose a bunch of battle spells, but at the very least, they don't lose the prime bodies that need to scale up, like Fakes.
That's the ego check right there.
Gotta let him know whose jungle he's in.
Well, very concealed play. Nova, yeah, he's trying to scout for info. At least they will allow Ruff to get this turret. Now the job is to get away from this. Odyssey, he's not going to commit, is he? Final slash, missing. Nova will have to use his flicker because of that.
Yeah, ODTC probably not going to be going in anytime soon. Not until he has his flicker. Or more importantly, if he has the Minnow and Fury, maybe he might have considered it to try and get flicker out of Ruff, but I'm pretty sure his BMI would have come off a cooldown.
Even Cars is waiting mid-side. So Rebellion slowing things down just by a little bit, and Suelo is starting to hurt. That is without Lightning Truncheon. It's just a Necklace of Durans and a Talisman.
Huh, interesting. He wants to go for Talisman and as well as an OD. I would have imagined he went straight into the cooldowns that he can get through the Lightning Truncheon instead. At least then his damage can actually chain together. But it's fine. Looks like Yudi is able to steal away the purple buff.
Now he needs to get away, waiting for the cooldown to come back up. Starting out with a taunt, Monster Vicious should be able to get him out to safety. Now is to kind of force Cars away from this lane, because Cars has been just sitting here and keeping. Yeah, it means Zeno is pushed out.
I mean, he has been using the Bravest Fighter during like 3-man Monster Vicious attacks on that tier 1. He's clearing up these waves. He's very effective at doing that, especially since his ult is on a short cooldown. But with 5 more seconds until the Lord actually spawns, MV have to make a couple of decisions, because so far they need to say either we take this very first Lord or we need to slow down D.
I think the next item for Cars should be an Oracle. But at least Uni caught up in experience, so you don't have to worry too much about the upcoming Lord fight. He's gonna go take his purple buff for now. Monster Vicious bringing everyone close to the Lord pit.
I think they're going to need everybody in this upcoming fight. They want to be able to, they want D to forcefully make his way down, and they also get a mid-tier 1, a freebie coming in for MV.
And Ruff will make it to topside in time to collect the wave. Monster Vicious, they will start tugging on the Lord. But this is going to be a slow and painful one, because Suelo, he's going to start getting info, right? All these Star Shadows, they will hurt.
Well, but that gives time for Monster Vicious to actually regroup into the mid lane as well. If they want to start a fight, now is a pretty good time to do so.
Yeah, they already see Ruff stacking out that Arc Deeper. He's going to do that with the Lord also. Stun from Nova or ETZ. Caught out, Minnow and Fury forced out. He's gonna go for the Flicker Spear of Destruction, connects D, finds the backline, and Ruff is out of the fight already. D has the perfect position to output damage, and he's just gonna go on forward. Continue to pump out the numbers. D now gets jumped on by Zeno, pushes him away with the Spear of Misery, comes right back in for Nova. Zeno getting knocked up, and D will collect a double kill.
D played that perfectly, finds the Spear of Destruction into that backline, really puts Ruff at odds with the rest of his team, splits the fight in half, and he had Vincent just creeping up through the Tri-Brush of MV's jungle to attack the backline as well. So even if D doesn't find the play, he's got Vincent to bail him out.
Rebellion, just like that, will get the first Lord of the game. And that is the first big lead that they found.
This is where it's going to start snowballing out of control. Trinity build already complete.
Oh, rough. Yeah.
Trinity build completed by both gold laners at this point of time. If Envy, I don't know. So far, their battle spells, and especially with Xenos engages, have not been that great at this point of time. I think Nova is very good at kind of baiting these fights out from AudiTZ earlier to commit to him with the Minoan Fury. He was able to kind of walk away from that fight, but the backline is just so heavily exposed. So if they can re-simulate that situation, they just need to make sure that their backline is safe and coming in from a position where they can actually spot out each of the members of Rebellion Esports.
Yeah, this is where we also see the mindset of both gold laners, right? Moskov went straight for the Malefic Raw, but for Ruff, he had to go the Winds of Nature, realizing that he's just not safe, despite having that BMI.
Yeah, and worst yet, Vincent, he's so tanky. He's got the Radiant Armor, he's already got Anti-Cuirass and Blade Armor.
Oh my goodness, he's gonna be controlled.
Yeah, I mean, Ruff, he's slowly whittling himself away while getting poked down by Suelo.
Yeah, does not have to purify, so has to be extra careful. Spell Destruction. That one's gonna hit onto Nova. He would decide to join his team for the siege. The Lord has been taken down at least. Monster Vicious gets to keep their inhibitors standing. This mid tier 1 will go down.
Well, they gotta take their time with this. Mid tier 1 should eventually fall here. But I think that Envy, they don't mind this. They've already staggered the Lord waves. It's the very first one as well. They can come back from a 5k lead as long as it doesn't bleed into 10k.
Yeah, Ruff is just not having a good time at all. Having to worry about crowd controls due to the lack of Purify, and then Suelo, who is just blasting him. I believe the third item for Suelo is actually the Ice Queen's one. So just full-on utility Novaria.
Yeah, kind of interesting that he's playing like a more utility base build when honestly he can really start greeding out on his items, right? His damage is so relevant against the members of Monster Vicious, especially if he lands it on Claude, right? Onto Ruff. If he puts Ruff at 50% HP, I don't think MV can win any of these situations.
No. And D just hit 4 items. Wisdom of Nature picked up that lore advantage, 2.5k lead just for Rebellion. Considering that there's no inhibitors are still standing, that's a pretty substantial lead. Cars continues to be relevant. Got his oracles. I believe the next item should be the Blade Armor.
Yep. Blade Armor is so important in this game. The goal graph is not looking good for MV as Rebellion Esports continue to skyrocket here. Their stocks getting higher and higher. Time to invest right now while it's still high. Because MV, they're trying to crash this market, and the only way they're going to do that is if they steal away this Lord. When we're looking at the level of Uni, and compared to Vincent, he's 1 level down. Once he catches back up to 15, maybe they've got a chance.
Yeah. Yes, the mid wave, and then an orange buff to catch up to it. The Rebellion clearly will be working on the Lord first, and they're gonna have D in the side lane. Don't have to worry about much as long as their ultimate connects.
This is so important, Fakes. He's gonna get chunked, but it's okay. They don't mind this. And I think even Rebellion understand that they don't necessarily have to take this Lord quick. They can just let the side lane push it. They can let D do what he's best at. Split push, and then wait to pinch.
And here comes Spirit Destruction with the help of the Astral Echo. It connects onto Nova, and D is going to instantly find Uni, who tries to get away, but the follow-up Minoan Fury Flicker will keep him in place. Good Petrify from Zeno into a final slash, and that gives Ruff the environment that he desires. Finding 2 kills already, the third one incoming. It's Cars and AudiTZ trying to run away. The Flicker forced out, and Monster Vicious have found the opening. It's just the bravest fighter to keep Zeno away. Both junglers down.
All right, that's exactly what we were looking for the side of MV. They were looking for the right engage, and yes, as you mentioned during that team fight, they got set up well. Ruff able to kind of do whatever he wants to. Oh,
even this face fighting Cars is dead.
God, he scaled up too far. He might die if he takes another Astral Sphere here.
They can definitely block this, right? Suelo is finding that angle. Blocked. That should be Lord. He's not going to take this.
But imagine if he did. Oh, imagine if
Innocent would.
Innocent.
Innocent would straight up take that.
Kelra would totally take that.
Kelra would take that too, yeah.
I mean, it's dangerous. It's so dangerous, and the score is now equalized. 8-9 being the kill score. MV now pulling back and scaling up equally against Rebellion Esports, but it just goes to show that MV's composition is just that much harder to pull off, right? You need so many things to work in your favor.
Yeah, and they have been finding ways to punish Rebellion. We saw Rebellion commit everything to dive MV, but counter engages, that's crucial. Zeno with his Petrify that is now back up, and Nova's final slashes have been immaculate thus far. See what Fakes will steal. Probably would try to go for the Minimal Fury if he can. Second charge of the Lord. This one should allow them to take that mid inhib.
So much value.
Oh, rough.
What?
Forced out the Winds of Nature already.
What? Interesting. I wouldn't have expected that all the inhibitors are still standing for the side of Rebellion Esports. I would have expected MV to at least use Black Dragon Form to guarantee one of these inhibs. Ah, there we go.
Now they will do that. But Ruff, he doesn't feel comfortable walking up, so this Black Dragon Form is for nothing.
Yeah, they don't get any inhibitors off of the second Lord of this game, and now Rebellion Esports, they're okay. They don't have to be put in a pinch. They're totally fine with this. Magic Sentry on top side as well. Like, Suelo is thinking, hey, I get to scale up even more this game. I get to play even more, and he has Dire Hit on his boots.
Yeah. And both gold laners sold their boots, right? Windtalker for Ruff, and I believe it's the Rose Gold Meteor for D. So we've hit that stage of the game thus far, but Monster Vicious, they are looking at what, 7.3k Lord advantage, but it doesn't really matter too much at this point of time. Realistically, they only got a 1.2k gold.
Yeah, and I think at this point, they've already maxed out on items. Only the supports need the extra bit of gold to finish off the complete build, but most of the time, they just use it for recycling out important util. Things like Immortality, Winter Truncheon if necessary, swapping them out whenever they have the opportunity to stay alive in these fights.
See, probably playing for the next Lord. It's going to be up in half a minute, but Rebellion, at least they have a Novara to keep getting the info for the team. But now that they've experienced Monster Vicious, how they can make those counter engagements happen, I think they have to be a bit more careful, especially where D stands, because he's been taking an aggressive stance in recent team fights and didn't go well. The last one didn't go well.
Yeah, I think a couple of things, not only just D, but AudiTZ has to be careful when using them in No Inferior. When it's down, that's when MV have the opportunity to walk back in to reclaim the space that they lost. I think Vincent has to be the one pulling members of MV away, consistently taking that damage, and if he has the opportunity to get on top of Fakes, maybe they can consider going for something.
So top wave is gonna slowly stack up, but Monster Vicious will be dealing with that easily. It's more like the bottom side, where D has been hard shoving. That's where you see Ruff manage that wave. So last time this happened, Rebellion Esports tried to force a fight. That didn't go well. This time they're gonna play slower.
Swalo, he's gonna open up this map, and I'm looking at who has done their homework better. Because MV, they're going to eventually clean up the top and bottom waves. Right now it's in favor of Rebellion Esports, but Rebellion, it's not about the waves for them. It's more so to get Monster Vicious in a position where they can fulfill a wipeout and then start looking for inhibitors.
I'm seeing Nova sticking with Ruff, but deciding to regroup at the Lord Pit. Perhaps this is where they want to make that fight happen. Even D is walking out to join. So mid priority becomes ever so crucial. Nova misses the final slash.
No final slash. Rebellion, they can start taking control over this river. Oh, Vincent. Oh my god.
Yeah, gotta be very careful. Pressure is on the junglers. Now Black Dragon Form used by Zeno. Cars instantly hits the backline and Ruff gets forced out already. Even pinged by the Astro Echo. This is a good fight for Rebellion Esports, and D again finds the environment to set himself up for success. Lord for Rebellion Esports, and Ruff, he's going to be pushed all the way back, does not get to participate at all.
Okay. All right. I mean, D dealing so much damage throughout that fight. 17,000 throughout that fight, out damaging the entirety. Oh, what a shot from Suelo!
That just could be the lethal shot. Rebellion, the whole team left alive. They find the taunt onto Uni. This Panda is going down, extinct from the series. Rebellion, with one Lord fight, finds themselves a 2-0, and they take down Monster Vicious.
GG, well played. Karos played that so well, chunking out and forcing the BMI and win. And honestly, even the fact that he got the Winds of Nature from him, that is too much. Rough, over committed on these fights. Oh man.
And it's got a sting for Nova also, right? Missing that final slash and instantly losing ground. I think Monster Vicious just not being... They still try to be decisive, they still try to take on that fight, noticing that Vincent was low, but the execution just favored Rebellion a bit more.
Yeah, execution was not clean and Karos was on form today. Man, Suelo landing that final shot at the end guarantees that MV had no way to bounce back in this 20-minute game. GG, well played to Rebellion Esports.
And Rebellion Esports moves on to the next stage. If they win the next one, they are going to be off to challenge finals. But for Monster Vicious fans, don't worry, they're just going to a lower bracket. So there's still one more chance. But that's where the gauntlet begins. It's going to be a long journey for them.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've basically been seeing everything that has been happening at the SPS be translated today, right? Like, mid-game is so important for a lot of these teams, and if they miss that mid-game power spike, you can see how long this game actually goes between two comps who are very similar in the terms of their scaling.
At least for Monster Vicious, if they do the postmortem on the series, they would probably realize that that game 2 comp was just a lot more comfortable for them, right? You have rooms to make play. You don't have to be 100%, well, 100% responsive to what the enemy does. Hopefully, this is the direction that they would invest a lot more in.
Yeah, I think that, you know, MV definitely we're definitely in the right with the type of composition they were coming up with. Unfortunately, it's, again, very, very responsible, quote-unquote. You miss it all, like, that means so much to the team. In comparison to if Suelo misses a National Sphere. Not that big of a deal.
Yeah, as the game goes on, it becomes more and more threatening, more and more hard for Rough. I mean, you look at the stats, it's actually not that far. It all came down to one fight in the ultra late game, and Rebellion pulling it off at the very end, despite being at an inherent disadvantage.
Yeah, I think throughout this, unfortunately for Uni, he is just not out retroing Vincent, right? In some of these 50-50 situations, Uni has either done it too early or too late, and this results in people like Cars or even D taking away Lords and Turtles from MV.
Yeah, even for Zeno in a lot of situations, I think the timing for the Black Dragon from that one probably could use some adjustments. We've seen some early turtle fights where it's just used too early. Yeah, the second Lord that was taken by MV didn't get an inhibitor because they were not willing to commit extra resources, something that MV can look into a bit more.
Definitely needs a little bit more polish because Rebellion feel very comfortable in the current comps that have been playing. They feel like they're in their skin all the time. Never felt like they had lost control over the game. Maybe Vincent, because he's the only one who's like, ah, yes, ho, Dio, in my jungle? No.
I mean, even D took Inspire, right?
Yeah.
I see Moskov Inspire in competitive games. I know he's feeling really good.
Yeah, he's feeling all about himself right now. He's super confident he can beat Rough in this matchup. And I think, you know, even in game number 2, there's definitely, like, you know, the laning phase D version. But once we're outside of that lane, we did get to see Rough make a couple of plays of his own.
Yeah, he did. I think Rough did a great job of recovering. When the game ended, actually, he has slightly more net worth than D. Not that it matters too much, but at the end of the day, I think overall it's just how the team played around the marksman, and MV not able to provide the environment that Rough needed.
Yeah, I think in terms of the drafting phase, I think both teams played really, really well in terms of like what they were looking to get and how they respond to each other accordingly. I do think that MV made the bigger adjustment after game number 1 because they were just too passive, right? And Rebellion just doesn't mind them being passive if they already have winning laners. With Karzan as well as D winning out their lanes, it feels like very evident as long as Rebellion has a 50-50 comp against MV. If nobody's doing anything, that's perfect. Our laners win more. If we want to be proactive, even better for us.
Yeah, and you can see that MV has a way better game too, because on the Hall of Fame, Rough has the highest GPM, dealt the most damage per minute, but at the end of the day, you know, the most selfless person still AudiTZ.
Yep.
Somehow.
AudiTZ just does it, right? His Minoan Furies have been real good. And more so, he adjusts it according to the power spikes that we do see from Monster Vicious. Initially, he would just like let it loose whenever he can, but as soon as that gold lead started to dwindle and to pass the 20-minute mark and realizes, hey, okay, now they're about the same amount of items and power spike as us. I have to be a little bit more careful, and I need to guarantee it hits some priority targets because our backline can get threatened if Nova flickers forward or Uni gets a really good pin.
Now we also saw on this graph the turning point for Monster Vicious is clearly after that second Lord, right, where they got a slight gold lead, but afterward it went all the way back to Rebellion.
Yeah, I definitely think that unfortunately for MV, they should have cracked open an inhibitor on that second Lord. Had they had done that, at least they can play this Lord dance on a significant advantage against Rebellion Esports, forcing them to be the ones that have to go do their homework every single time before they can participate.
So very unfortunate for Monster Vicious, but we have Rebellion Esports DSR MVP for game number 2, 6-1 and 2-1 at KD. This Moskov basically just free hitting everyone in the fight.
Yep, I mean, the turtle dances were looking a little bit better for MV with the way that they get these aggressive positionings and more so are willing to go in and out of these fights. But man, D is such a game changer, right? If he gets access to that back line, and especially when he has this lead, he really makes it count.
Gotta give some extra shout outs, well, special shout out to Nova though. He definitely did, it was kind of the anchor for the team, right? When Uni was kind of struggling, when Zeno was also not able to do much, it's Nova to set up these counter engages and to give Ruff the kind of the room to output damage.
Yep, and if he doesn't have that room, then he can't provide the damage, right? And it goes both ways with Monster Vicious and Rebellion Esports throughout the match. Unfortunately, I do think that, like, if we did see Uni actually capitalize on some of these moments, maybe there was an opportunity, but it's tough to read the signals from Rebellion Esports, right? They take the space, but they delay their opportunities to capitalize, making you question whether or not they have something else in mind.
That could be, well, this play could go into the top place of the day. Maybe we'll get people to vote for Nova, but this is the most crucial fight. And the Spear of Misery at the end from D. Just slight details and the rest is history.
Yeah, he makes it look easy. He makes it look really, really easy when he has all the space in the world to kind of just do whatever he wants to, right? And this shot from Suelo, bang!
Man, Fakes must feel so bad.
Yeah, he should have blocked it. He should have just blocked the angle around that crystal and it would have been fine. But really good eye coming in from Suelo just goes to show that he can read people, right? If you have a crystal in front of you, you're more likely, it's a 50-50 chance you're on the left or right side.
Yeah, Rebellion Esports showing us why we always order Indomie at our Max.
That's true.
Not Maggie. Indomie on top, baby.
Indomie on top. I mean, so far so good for Rebellion, but they still have one more best of 3 to qualify for the Challenge Finals. MV, they're not completely out of this just yet, but now for our upcoming game, it's going to be Bigetron Alpha up against Smart Omega. This one, it should be quite a polished game.
Yep, loser goes up against Monster Vicious in the lower bracket, winner takes on Rebellion Esports, and eventually they will make it to the Challenge Finals, which you can witness live in Jakarta. Get your hands on these tickets right now with the QR code or with the link for only 10,000 Indonesian rupees or less than 3 ringgit. So if you pump diesel, if you drive a lorry or a Hilux, you can afford the tickets.
You can definitely afford your tickets. Scan that QR code if you're lazy to type in that URL, and don't forget about the exclusive free chest for the first 1,000 daily worth of IDR 65k. I'm trying to do the math in my head. That's about what, 6 times 3 is
20-ish ringgit.
20-ish ringgit, which is not that bad, honestly. Quite the value for money for you guys if you buy now at esl.gg/mlbbtix-n.
That's crazy. I mean, the benefits are endless. Probably have a lot more coming up. Perhaps when you reach there, you get goodie bags. I don't know, just putting it out there, right? But you 18 ringgit.
18
ringgit?
That's actually way better. I thought it would be a little bit more than that, but I guess I was wrong.
Not even in the twos. Not even in the 20s. That is great.
Woo, woo. Value upon value. Hopefully you guys get excited for it because I'm excited for whoever qualifies.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be, there's so many things coming up, right? I mean, for even this time in Jakarta, we have the MSC, just a ton of events lined up. If you want to watch your teams and you feel like, you know, Riyadh is too far of a place to go to, Jakarta is the place.
Yeah,
great food, great environment, great weather, great traffic.
So, just the best. Just
best.
the finest of vintages of traffic.
Have you seen people ride motorbikes there? They're crazy. If you want to learn how to ride a bike, Indonesia is the place to go.
You can go anywhere and not feel fear ever again. But that being said, we're gonna go on a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be Bigetron Alpha against Smart Omega. Get excited here for the SPS.
Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light down at whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good.
Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been.
Coming right up is Bigetron Alpha taking on Smart Omega in SPS Pro Series. This is a challenge group stage, Group D. And my name is Husky alongside Gid and Q.
Yep, this match is going to be important for both of these MPL teams. They failed to get a slot for MSC, but this time round they will find redemption amongst each other to try and qualify for the challenge finals.
And of course, they've already seen who their potential matchup is going to be. Winner will take on Rebellion Esports in the upper brackets for a ticket to Jakarta. Loser will take on Monster Vicious. And I mean, if you're Bigetron Alpha, you know, if you win, great. But if you somehow go down to lower bracket, at least you get to exact revenge onto Monster Vicious for what they do to the betas.
No, I'm telling you, I think that unfortunately for a lot of these teams here at the challenge season, if they are from an MPL region or at least playing for the Tier 1 MPL tournaments, you know that now they didn't win a championship. This is the next best thing. They are very hungry to correct these wrongs.
I think Bigetron Alpha is definitely the hungriest, right? Best run thus far in the regular season, but fell flat in the playoffs, right? Again, we mentioned it early on, going down to Geek Fam and then EVO's Glory. Not the best ending, so if there's one way to mend the heartbreak, it is through Smart Omega.
Well, I mean, the same could be said about Smart Omega as well. I'm not going to count them out. They have very talented individual players, but the real question is whether or not they've kind of adjusted to what the meta is asking of them right now. It's not about the earlier stages of the game, but it's finding these small leads and funneling it into the correct people and using them to create an advantage later down the line, especially throughout the mid-game.
Yeah, something that I think if Bigetron Alpha themselves also kind of experienced, right, when they went up against players like Beloyski, very people with a keen eye for opportunity, something that Bigetron Alpha did struggle with. So both teams in kind of the same predicament and having to get out of that hole. We start with the lineup for Bigetron Alpha as they prep themselves for this first series.
Let's introduce them. It's Cerezo, Supercam, Moreno, Iman, and as well as Key. What we do know about this squad, unfortunately for them, their biggest weaknesses is the fact that they are not as polished during these team fights during the mid to late. They used to be able to play a solid early to mid game, but closing out these games, people have been targeting Cerezo a lot.
Yes, and I think teams are also starting to realize that XP laners, they can play a very big part in team compositions. We've gotten a good taste of that from Cars early on from Rebellion Esports. I think Cerezo is going to have a lot of that burden on his shoulders.
And I think even so, I think the Bigetron Alpha, they still have Supercan, a really talented young player here who is capable of actually utilizing assassins, something that, you know, Bigetron Alpha can whip out in case the traditional tanks are not working out.
I think to a certain extent, a lot of eyeballs will also be on Eman, right? The import for Bigetron Alpha, one of the decorated marksman player, but didn't really get to show his fangs in the MPL ID playoffs. This is where I think Bigetron Beta, they're going to try and see if they can mend that XP lane experience and give Eman the space that he needs.
Yeah, but that's, man, it's going to be a long way to get that level of polish, right? I think that Bigetron Alpha has really invested a lot of time in perfecting their early stages of the game, but the patch says otherwise, right? And now that they've got to adjust, I would imagine that in these past couple of weeks after the MPL playoffs, they've just been scrimming hard and practicing hard.
I mean, they did finish like 4th place, right? And then lost 0-3, 0-3, and then 1-3. So hopefully this is going to be kind of the comeback for them. They are going up against Smart Omega, who placed lower than them, right? I think Smart Omega placed 7th in MPL Philippines.
It's Smart Omega with their lineup of Ryota, Ardu, Ukir, Joam, and as well as Chaknu. Now, all of these players very individually talented, right? But the messy thing about Smart Omega is the fact that they have a random outbursts of aggression, not playing as disciplined as necessary, having a good eye of opportunity to find these picks. But truly, when it comes down to a brutal team fight, those long ones especially, it's really a game of stamina.
And their recent 2 losses were against TNC Pro Team and Minana Evos, right? And we've seen those two play in the Open finals, but unfortunately none of them made it through. So Smart Omega, now they kind of don't have to face the previous demons. The one is in front of them. I mean, we even have Joan play in MPL MY for a certain period, right? So it's good to see him back in action this time with Smart Omega.
Yeah, I think, you know, Joan is going to be a very big part of Smart Omega's success, and especially in the gold lane, being so important for a lot of teams towards the mid and late stages of the game. He's great at laning from the last time I saw him. I don't think he has blunted in his aggression during the laning stage.
I mean, even the gold lane experience has been slightly redefined by, you know, rise of players like Super Marco, Benny QT. Recently, we've seen Innocent, and the easiest example was just now D, right, from Rebellion Esports. If you get a good goal lane going without the help of your teammates, that's already a win.
So that brings to the question whether or not Smart Omega in this draft, are they going to prioritize playing towards the gold lane, or are they going to prioritize how the composition looks as a whole? I think that's going to be the big difference between both of these teams, right? Because clearly Bigetron Beta, they understand a couple of their weaknesses, and they are going to prioritize making sure that Supercan gets what he needs in the jungle so that he can alleviate the pressure.
Speaking about priority and Go and Supercan, I think it's super worth it if you guys get the tickets to Jakarta right now for less than 3 ringgit or 10,000 Indonesia rupee. Buy it now on esl.gg/MLBBTIX-EN or scan the QR code. And on top of that, if you are the first 1,000 people daily, you can get exclusive free chairs worth up to idea 65,000 or 18 ringgit.
Early birds get the reward, so quickly pick up these tickets while you still can. If you're already planning on going to Jakarta, this is just another thing to add on to the itinerary. It's so simple, so easy, and a great experience here, especially when it's in Jakarta, where everybody loves MLBB.
Yeah, I have a recommendation for snacks, for street food if you're there.
Ooh.
It's a chicken chop, right? Chicken chop with the Indomie seasoning. That thing, ooh,
that's fire.
explosion of flavor. But
It's
the
good.
Harif, went through. It's Bigetron Alpha to pick it up.
That's not normal, and it's not normal for Harith to actually make it through the draft this time round, but they're more afraid of Chip, Arlet, and as well as Angela, just really obnoxious, heroes to deal with overall, all of which have some form of global presence, except for the Arlet. Lo Yi is going to get picked up instantly from Omega, and as well as the Edith. I'm just seeing S-tier picks fall into both teams' hands.
And I mean, this is already something that this is already great for Omega, Smart Omega as a start, right? When you talk about sudden bursts of aggression, chaos, you have Edith, Lloyd to set it up. But Bigetron Alpha, and how are they going to supplement that Harith? I mean, the Fredrin is still up on the table. You can still go for the prior picks like, no, are they going to go for Grok? Probably not. Yuzong, I was thinking about that as well.
All right, so the Yuzong for their boy Cerezo here. Oh, wait, no. Instead, they're actually playing Lord JM this time round. Interesting. Okay. Doesn't really change the composition overall. They've got the Grok at hand, but I'm surprised that both of these teams did not pick up the Fredrin early on.
No prioritization onto the jungler. At least for Smart Omega, they have a Roger, right? So depending on the bans from Bigetron Alpha, there is an option for Andor Ryu to switch to that Roger jungle. Smart Omega banning out the Novaria first.
This one was going to be interesting. I want to see what Chiaknu is eventually going to get. Is he going to commit to this Edith, or is he going to get something else later down the line? Same could be said about Bigetron Beta at this point, right? We don't know what the mid laner is supposed to be, but Smart Omega just limiting it down in the draft.
It's also a question of how do you get to the Harith, right? How do you lock that Harith in place? With the Edith, Loi, it's not the easiest to achieve, but perhaps the XP laner can make up for it. But then the Yuzong, can they consider a Lapu Lapu? I mean, we did had a short discussion with the BN broadcast, right? He is immune to crowd control, so there is an incentive for him to kind of go to the backline when he needs to.
Yeah, I think it would be totally fine if he does go for it, but Bigetron Beta making sure that Barats doesn't actually get picked here. That would have been a really good, decent flex pick for EXP jungle against them. So taking that away, making sure that Smart Omega doesn't have a lead on the draft. Oh,
Wow.
Baxia bad. So Fredrin Akai?
Yeah, they are threatening it for sure. Regardless of what Bigetron Alpha bans, best case is you open both of them and see what Smart Omega wants, right?
Yeah, I would assume so. But the fact that they're getting rid of the Baxia, I would say that Omega might actually go for like a clawed angle in the gold lane and throw this Roger into the jungle, possibly.
I mean, either or they have, I mean, they sort of have the say in where this Roger goes. If the Fredrin gets banned out, they could, yeah, I think they just let both through. Because I think it's a better choice for Bigetron Alpha to have options. So the Ruby becomes the pick for Smart Omega, and still, you don't know where this Ruby is going.
Yeah, I like this a lot, right? I like the double flex picks coming in from the side of Smart Omega. I like the fact that both of them are really good at one thing, and that's peeling backwards. And if necessary, right, can actually get really aggressive in these fights and sustain for a long time, especially when you're up against the Harith as well. Every second that you can buy against them is precious time for Roger to close the distance or at least get a yin-yang reaction from Lo Yi.
Kind of seeing the draft for Smart Omega slowly kind of reveal its full form. It's all about the crowd control, needing to get to that Harith. They don't cover too much distance in team fight unless they have the diversion. So let's see if this last pick is going to be a jungler or not. Fredrin is already taken away. Kadita for Bigetron Alpha, and it's a Moreno Kadita.
This is like a classic, this is quite the classic matchup, right? Lo Yi versus the Kadita. Last time when Lo Yi was in meta, on form, Kadita was high in priority just because it doesn't matter if you can get the yin-yang reaction. If Kadita one-shots you, you're not going to have that sort of DPS.
It's going to be a Ruby gold lane for Smart Omega. Actually, I saw a recent post. One of the experts online has been saying, if you want to win games, you actually can go for the Ancha draft, which is basically Ruby gold lane.
Yep, Ruby gold lane. Just sandbag this Harith as long as possible and just like take as many trains as you can because you can out-sustain him. Yeah, I think it makes sense.
See how this plays out. I mean, it's been very few teams have been able to effectively pull off this Ruby gold lane. But if you want to sandbag against the Harith, I suppose as long as you don't kind of bomb out in your lane early on, the Harry doesn't get to go anywhere as well.
Well, that's why I'm thinking that Moreno is going to be pretty proactive, right? With the help of Key on this Grok, they're going to be able to clear this wave really fast and really efficiently. So I'm hoping that Chaknu is going to try and punish like a Moreno or even Key in that lane with Soul Bloom level 1 instead of the Circling Eagle. Sorry, Guiding Winds, but looks like they've already found the information of where exactly Super Ken started in this match.
Key's just gonna straight up walk up to the Roger. To get the reset. Actually, did he get it? Almost did.
He's fine, he's fine, he's fine. He's totally okay. Retribution had to be used, but still though, this is important information because now both junglers are aware that they're gonna meet each other on the bottom side of the map.
Guiding Wind rotation to bring this Lloyd up to the top, and so much damage onto Lord JM already.
Dead.
That's an early petrify. Lord JM is going to go down. First blood for Matilda.
He wasn't expecting that, and Ryota, he played it really well, right? Staggering these waves, hitting that level 2, looking like a juicy little morsel until Chaknu brings in the cavalry.
And that would spell a bit of problem for Moreno, because he's already slow in terms of rotation just because there's a Matilda, and right now, that top lane just went down, making his job slightly harder.
Yep, and see that both junglers are trying to rush as many camps as possible, right? Going for full clears, and especially for Andoryu, right? Andoryu. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it by the end of the series. But yeah, it's important for him to scale up as quickly as possible because he's also one of the main damage dealers, right? The second main damage dealer is gonna be Ukir. And I think the Ukir's job is real difficult because there's a lot of ways for Bigetron Alpha to actually lock him down. If he gets hit by like a single CC, everything is gonna start avalanching on top of him.
And he doesn't even have to flicker, right? Took Purify. So all the more easier to get on top of him. He will be forced to recall, but Moreno has already hit the top lane. So there is a chance that we won't see Chakno hit his forge just because Ukir took the mid wave.
He could look to go for a little bit of poke, but Ukir, he's already forward. Chakno doesn't need his level 4 just yet. The Circling Eagle isn't going to do too much in these situations. But Ryota, with that Primal Wrath, could do something. Looks like they're giving this away.
No intention to contest. Bit of poke and prod. Ryota also falls back. The Wild Charge actually connects on the 2, but they don't have vision. The Waddle might be just enough. Jumping onto Ryota, and that is the kill for Bigetron Alpha.
Yep, they just forgot entirely that Moreno exists in this match. They have so much CC. Key with a great setup, landing onto 2, allows Super Ken and Moreno to just walk up and press buttons.
That's going to be a bit of a recovery for the Kadita, considering they did lose Lord JM for the first blood. The one that went down is Ryota, so yeah, you kind of equalize the XP lane.
At this point, Andoryu is doing a pretty good job, right? He's already found he's already been like scaling up to this game. He is slightly behind Super Ken, but it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, even fed that midway just a bit. I'm going to take the Little Wanderer. Yeah, steals it away. And then use the Divergent to the top side again. Lord JM. No Furious died. The Earth Shatter completely going wide, but Black Dragon Form is used. The Lycan Pounce on top of him. Lord JM manages to survive.
A whiff from Ukir. Had he just landed his skill 1 skill shot, that would have been it for him. The yin-yang chain reaction would have been more than enough to take him out as well. So, unfortunate opportunity missed by Smart Omega. Bigetron Alpha will use the pressure, though, to move and take space on the bottom side of the map.
It is going to be a trade. Ryota, he commits his Primal Wrath just to get as much damage done as possible to the top tier 1.
Yep, it's looking really good, right? They got the full gold plating, Ryota and Aryu both sharing it, but especially now that Aryu, he's top of the damage leaderboards, he's building up to that first item, he's getting pretty close to finishing it as well. Wind Talker complete.
Moreno has to petrify back up. Wild Charge to the bottom side. Good block, Joam. He's going to use the Ammo Fender onto Emman, but Key tanks the aggro. That means Emman will be able to walk out almost safely. Ukyo comes in with the Divergent. Emman is the target, blasted by the Loi.
Nice. Good call from the side of Smart Omega. Joam played that really well, and those few seconds that he bought for himself, it just goes to show how precious it is. Oh!
The Purify saved Ukyo, and Chaknu also had to use his. Andoryu is here, Ryota. It's going to be Flicker, onwards, Earth Shatter. Full control, Moreno goes down. Regardless, thanks to the lethal ignition, but Turtle still secured by Bigetron Alpha. Ryota able to dash away.
Makes it out of there, no problem. Really good trade here from the side of Smart Omega. They take out Moreno. They unfortunately don't get the turn. Oh no!
No Guiding Wind!
so sad. So sad. The shot residue. Lord JM does it. And now that means that Super Ken is going to have a very favorable lead here while he invades the top side of the map and takes the entire top side and steals the camps. Oh my god.
Trying to look for the burst. Wow.
Instantly. Ukir has been using the divergence off of cooldown pretty consistently.
How did Joel make it into that bush? That is the main question, but Androrio just got back.
Nah. He, without his Purify, he is so susceptible to dying to Moreno. It's way too dangerous for him to do stuff like this.
Bit of a wrench thrown into the plans of the Roger. And Lord JM feeling so much more comfortable.
I mean, at this point, they're doing it again!
And then Divergent, Lord JM this time is going to be caught circling Eagle. So much control, doesn't even get to use the ult.
I mean, Ukir, he's scaling up really quickly into this game. Supercan has no backup now.
It doesn't even get the orange buff, I believe, and it's going to lose his life. There's recovery, Petrify into that ult for Moreno, finds no kill, and he will be punished. Joem shows up in time. Smart Omega finds 2 more.
Yeah, Bigetron Alpha, they can't keep up with the rotations coming in from Smart Omega, who maintain so much priority, but basically have all the tempo in the world.
Wow, charge from Key, but no follow-up. This could be his life forfeited if Lord JM wasn't there.
It's too tough. It's too tough, but he manages to protect that mid-tier 1, which is pretty important as Iman has been, trying to scale and take this turret down on the bot side as Jorm continues to smother him, but at the very least, where's his TP going to? Bottom side.
Oh, Iman again. He's not going to get any help, not even with the Zaman Force. He's going to try and fight his way out of this, but it's going to be 4. Ukir, 4 kills for him.
They gotta rush this. They gotta rush this right now. They don't have time to waste and no time to spare. Wait, no. They're just giving it up. They're just gonna take bottom tier 1. They make the call. They're not gonna waste any more time rotating up to the top side turtle.
This is fine for Smart Omega, right? They've killed Emma 3 times in 7 minutes. They get to claim that bottom jungle for themselves and let the wave take out that bottom tier 1.
Yeah. Oh, they know that key is there.
Our Nature is gonna avoid that I'm offended. Does have the wild charge, be forced to use it. Actually dodges the yin yang reaction.
Can technically be run down if necessary, but Key falls back to the safety of Lord JM and as well as Super Ken. And unfortunately for Bigetron Alpha, right, they want Iman in a better position. He hasn't gotten that Holy Crystal just yet, but it's still pretty early on in this game.
Next item is gonna be it. Just got the Fed of Heaven. So Smart Omega, considering that they have significantly more kills than Bigetron Alpha, and it's just an even game to Bigetron Alpha, they're getting the resources in. Eman is still ahead of Joe despite dying 3 times.
Very small leads all across the board.
Oh, flicker onward, missing from Ryota. Eman dodges in time with the Chrono Dash. It's going to be a pincer from behind, but Smart Omega, they got to get there faster. Ryota gets saved by Chaknu, but the Petrify Rough Wave, Joem will go down, and Bigetron Alpha has salvaged the fight with the Petrify, follow up from Lord JM. It's just too much crowd control. Chaknu bleeding out to the shard residue, barely survives and saves the Roger.
Oh, that fight was so long that Iman got the Zaman Force back online. And Tier 2s will eventually fall, but unfortunately for Smart Omega, the pincer maneuver was just a little too slow, and Moreno instantly responds there, right? We saw the engage, it was looking good. The 2 in the flank who turns around Moreno, prepared, and catches both of them.
And just, again, on the hindsight, Smart Omega, 2 tunnel vision, forgetting that there are 2 Petrifies on Bigetron Alpha. And both Petrifies paid off as Smart Omega. They want to amp up the aggression. Can't find Key though. Scrop makes it away, but Moreno did go down.
Now that Moreno's dead, at least Smart Omega could look to maybe contest for this Lord. They've got a 10-second window to actually do so. Honestly, it's more like 20 seconds if we include the walk time for Moreno to get there.
Oh, Evan, why is that too dangerous?
Why is he face checking? He should. Dude, I don't know. He should not be face checking like that. He's already got Key to do it for him, so why?
If you felt too strong, I suppose. Androrio, he's in that position. He's exposed to Lord JM, but Smart Omega, they take a different route. They want Super Ken. They do see Moreno also. Androrio back on the objective. Lord JM shows himself. Super Ken getting control. Black Dragon form. And it's going to be somehow stolen by Super Ken. Despite all the efforts of Smart Omega, Key wouldn't even go down. Lord JM now controls the back line as Moreno looks to get away. Lord JM finds himself away from home. Will have to fight his way out of this. Does not find any kills. Jarity healing it back up. Moreno saves the day. And Bigetron Alpha gets out with another kill.
Oh, fancy footwork for Lord JM so that Moreno could knock the bowling pins down. Let's look at that one more time. Because again, this looked really awful for Bigetron Alpha. Like, Super King goes down super early on into this fight, but once Lord JM gets into that backline, ooh, here, look at him. Look at the fancy footwork from both of these members, right? Just utilizing the guiding winds to dodge and kite around, and still Lord JM set it up for Moreno once more.
The Petrify coming off cooldown. I mean, he had the emblem, right? The one that reduces your battle spell cooldown. So a minute for his Petrify. And special mention the key. The Wild Charge prevents the Smart Mega from getting the Lord. And Dome is already dead. Black Dragon Form already committed. This Lord just paying off. It will be taken care of for now, but Smart Omega in a rough spot.
Yeah, Smart Omega. Unfortunately, these team fights have not been going in their favor. There's just so much CC to go through, and they need Ukir to actually be in the backlines, right? Peeling away and really shredding down these front lines for fun.
I feel really bad. I mean, the efforts that Smart Omega put in to shut down Eman now completely nullified. He just got that Holy Crystal, but he's no longer the only source of problem. Bigetron Alpha, everyone coming online. I mean, Moreno playing a sick Kadita.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I think that Smart Omega, they got to use Ryota a little bit more aggressively, right? They have Chaknu. Wait. Do they know?
It's a pincer. Oh, what are you going to go for? I mean, it's just key. That's not the target you want to look for. Chaknu has done his job. But can Smart Omega follow up? Big appraisal's wrath from Super Ken. Ukil sure to die. They even found Chaknu, and Key finds that kill, and Smart Omega, they've thrown everything at Bigetron Alpha and they got nothing in return. Everything crashing and burning. Andoryu finds one with Lycan Pulse. This could be a cleanup angle. The Furious Dive dodge. Lord JM will not get away. But it's Andoryu against the rest of Bigetron Alpha.
Can he turn this around, though? Can he turn this around? Ukir is coming back up in 7 seconds. Chaknu in 8.
This is going to try, but it's just controlled for days on end. Bigetron Alpha has the minion wave, and it's going to be game 1 for the robots.
Man, the proactive plays from Smart Omega ended up backfiring on them as Bigetron, they made sure that they played cool, calm, and collected, waited for the response, and then instantly counter-engaged.
It's the battle of the crowd controls. If you can't move, you can't fight. The double Petrify from the Kadita and also the Yuzongs, making it too hard for Smart Omega to function in the chaotic situation.
Yeah, it's just great to see Moreno going back to some of his favorite classics, right? It's good to see the Kadita performing the way that it did, because unfortunately for Ukir, right, caught out of position sometimes, he gets locked down, and I mentioned it, he gets hit by one CC, the whole avalanche is coming at him.
Yeah, the last few fights didn't really go too well for Smart Omega. Very unfortunate. Again, it's just they want to get something back, but movements from Bigetron Alpha too slippery. All is considered, pretty close game, but it's just Bigetron Alpha edging at the end.
Yeah, I think, you know, Smart Omega, they've got some good ideas. I don't think that the double fighter is going to be working out as much as they want to, especially when you're up against a Grok, right? Great disengage and plenty of CC from the side of Bigetron Alpha. I think, you know, this is a really interesting comp that comes out of Bigetron Alpha that suits their style, because at least at a drop of a dive, they can take a fight and then still walk away from it.
Yeah, they were given the Harif, right? I mean, Smart Omega, they decided we're going to give the Harif, we shut the Harif down, killed him 3 times in 7 minutes, and still, it didn't matter.
Nothing much they can do about that, right?
It's not even a Harry problem, right?
It's not even the Harrod's problem, right? I think that at this point, if Smart Omega is going to do anything, just get a traditional gold laner and let Joam actually face fight Iman, right? Don't give him this kind of an advantage.
I mean, they put all the eggs in the Andoryu basket, and he didn't really get to do too much thanks to Moreno and his shenanigans.
I think that Ryota definitely has to switch off of this Edith. Unfortunately, I do think that he could have been more aggressive if he had like a Lapu or a Yuzong, and I think they might have been able to get a little bit more off of this. I know it's one of his better picks, but at the same time, right, if we're talking about just raw peel, we can see that Omega, after a certain point in the game, are just trying to take as many trades as possible once the big ults are down, allowing Moreno to kind of fit himself in that timeline.
Yeah, I think Smart Omega also perhaps the mindset is just we can't let our foot off the gas. We have to keep going. But at one point, you just can't beat BTR in terms of that team fight damage.
Yeah, did Ukir go for the favor blessing on his boots?
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
yo, why? But why though?
Is that green or blue?
It's green.
It's green, right?
Yeah. It's
Even
green, it's
Harif,
green.
even Emman has a favor.
Maybe it's something that they purchased at the very end here, because I definitely think that Ukir needed a little bit of time to actually scale up, right? He needed his 3 items. He was building very utility based, but I think he could have gone, he could have been very greedy with the way that he plays, because he is like one-shotting some squishier targets. Like if Iman gets hit by the yin-yang reaction, or even if like Moreno gets hit by the yin-yang reaction, they basically go down if there's good enough follow-up, and it doesn't have to be a lot of damage.
Especially when he has lethal emission, right? You would think that instead of glowing 1, I actually expected the NOD, and then perhaps you go for a Divine Glaive or Blood Wings afterwards. But glowing 1 not really paying off, and that's why you see lesser of that item nowadays.
Well, mainly because of the Radiant Armor, right? As soon as you see going on, you're buying Radiant Armor. It's just a free way to stack the Radiant Armor for free, and you barely take that much damage from the Glowing Wand anyway at that point, especially if you have Natural Sustain. So it makes sense to me.
Selfless 12 assists for Chaknu this game on that Matilda, but overall it's just you can't overpower the Gromp. And look at Eman, despite having a rough game, still highest GPM and highest damage per minute.
He's doing well. He's doing well, eating good despite getting ganked a lot of times. But it just goes to show that BTR and Omega are kind of in the same ditch in the meta right now, right? We can see that Iman, he wants to be aggressive. He wants to play for the earlier laning phase, but unfortunately, it's just a little tough to do so against the Ruby. And I think that Omega really took advantage. You saw them like rotate so fast, making these great decisions in the earlier stages of the game to catch them off guard to create these small leads.
Even the graph can kind of give us a good idea, right? It has been Bigetron Alpha getting a slight lead, but there is some shifts in the balance. But in that late game, it was Bigetron Alpha. Once they started winning big team fights, started realizing that, man, Smart Omega, they're getting a bit sloppy. They want to continue playing aggressive, but Ryota started missing his flicker abilities. Andori doesn't get to join the fight, and they don't have enough damage. That's where Bigetron Alpha took over.
Yeah, I think they need to rethink the plan, and I think that Bigetron Alpha is adjusting to this meta a little bit better than Smart Omega. There's still that Bigetron Alpha aggression in there, but at least with this comp, it's a lot safer to do compared to what they were trying before. Give it up for our MVP Key, though. Great information, and more importantly, those wild charges make such a big difference. How many Purifies did he break just by himself?
Sometimes it's like the follow-up, right? He sees the Purify go off, instantly follows up. The walls were great, but Smart Omega, I think they have to kind of reorganize how they take these fights. Like, they can make it scrappy, they have good ideas, but it's more like in the heat of the moment, what do your individual players do?
It's tough, right? In the heat of these moments, you just look at the position of where Ukir is, and he's taking really aggressive angles, right? But he's not landing the right abilities on the right people. I think that Smart Omega need a traditional front to back rather than always trying to commit to that backline. I think, unfortunately, without their battle spells, like Joam, without his flicker, he's pretty susceptible to anything, right? He's building full damage as well. He's not looking to play like the traditional tank Ruby.
And of course, special mention to Key, it was that first Lord fight, right? His wild charge to stop Smart Omega from getting the retribution in that situation. And another one, Key, of course, deserving of the MVP title. Just a good setup.
Yeah, he's just real good. There's just so little that Smart Omega can do against that wild charge specifically. They just have to bait out the ult and then hope that they can actually respond accordingly afterwards, right? But I think they grouped up a little too close, and Bigetron Alpha, as long as they have these like staggered engages, really makes like people like Joam have to think twice about the engage to begin with. Same goes for Ryota. They usually split apart in those fights.
It's going to pose a slight challenge for Smart Omega going into the next game, and maybe for the rest of the teams watching, because Bigetron Alpha, they're showing some pretty interesting picks, right? That Kadita is something that we don't see often, let alone in that mid lane.
Yeah, it's a classic for Moreno. Of course, he's been playing for a good amount of time in the MPL ID, and it's great to see that at least for Kadita players, right, there is a space where you can actually play it when you have the right set of conditions.
Yeah, and That means that Smart Omega, despite getting an environment that they like, the chaos, like to play aggressive and scrappy, Bigetron Alpha has them figured out. But Smart Omega still has a chance to remain in this series that is coming out right after this for game number 2.
Here we go!
Looking up your life. This is nice and text 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX cut through code. Run it again. XOX cut through code. Run it again.
The robots drew first blood between Bigetron Alpha and Smart Omega. This is Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Group Stage for MLBB. And we're getting ready for round number 2, but before that, if you want to watch more action when we get to the challenge finals, there's just one way to do it, and it's to buy tickets to the main show.
We've just received information that Zipper is being held at gunpoint if we don't sell enough tickets, so please scan that QR code and buy now at esl.gg/MLBBTix-EN. And don't forget about the early bird rewards for the first 1,000 people who buy these tickets per day. So if you don't get the early birds today, don't worry, there's still next week to do so as well.
Plenty of time to plan your trip, get some good rewards, get a good deal for only 3 ringgit. 3 ringgit. You spend 3 ringgit and you get 18 ringgit of benefits?
Exactly, right? 18 ringgit of benefits for 1,000 people, all of which is coming out of the life savings Zipper if you don't buy it right now. So please do so. He needs the help. With that being said, let's come back to this matchup, right? Because it's match point for Bigetron Alpha at this point of time. But Smart Omega, they could look to play what the meta is asking of them.
Yeah, and I think Smart Omega just gotta polish up on that execution a little bit, right? Because they've got the groundwork laid out. They had the rough idea, but it's just execution-wise, gotta make sure that it's a bit cleaner. But for Bigetron Alpha, at least they have that ace in the hole with just that Kadita if they need it.
It looks like the drafting phase is already begun. Let's jump right into it as Smart Omega take the blue side. First pick against Bigetron Alpha on the red side.
I wonder if the team cam for Smart Omega is like the CCTV in the room.
That's what I was thinking, right? It's either they got like a webcam up there somehow where the CCTV hole used to be, or it's just their actual CCTV. Because for Bigetron Alpha, I think they went with the smart play of using a terrible webcam just to make sure that Super Ken's feed don't get leaked and rated on WikiFeed.
Yeah, especially, you know, the match results, right? You know, you don't want that to get leaked. You can't see the phone because there's so much glare.
Maybe they gotta contact DHL to get something new for them. But in the meantime, it looks like in terms of the bans, we're seeing the Harith and the Lo Yi getting knocked out of the park on red side.
Man, Bigetron Alpha not even giving Smart Omega the luxury. So we're going back to Moskov. At least Joam gets to play a marksman.
Yeah, the classics. The classics. It does mean that Iman has an opportunity to actually show off for himself on this Roger if he wants to try and dominate this lane. But hopefully, at least for Bigetron Alpha, they can play around his lane to have that extra little bit of support. Because we've seen many, many times where, like, oh, you're up against, it's Roger versus the Moskov. Roger is just one trade away from completely destroying the lane, and then the supports show up.
Yeah. It's either that or you go for the usual Fredrin, right? You go for the Fredrin opener, and then you could pivot into the Natan if you want.
If they want to get like real spicy, they can go for like Roger Barat just to have a flex pick ready to go.
Yes, that as well. Well, even spicier, they go for Matilda Terizla.
Wow, what a hard read. I mean, at this point, Ryota can just play Xborg if he wants to at this point, right? Plenty of peel. They can play a composition that peels backwards against a comp that wants to engage a little bit harder. The Matilda is a little annoying, though, and I think that Bigetron Alpha recognized that, hey, if we are going to set up for this Roger, at the very least, let's have a Matilda to help skew the lane in his favor, maybe between level 1s and 2, or maybe even like 3 to 4.
So it's going to be a Farmist Fredrin. They're keeping it simple, keeping it clean, keeping it vanilla for Smart Omega. So that's the case. Valentina's still up, right?
Yeah.
So Bigetron Alpha can consider that.
I do quite like the Valentina, but then again, kind of straying away from the plan, right? So Bigetron Alpha now put in a bit of a dilemma here. If they go for their gold laner, they're going to lose out on Valentina. So the real question is, how important is this Nether Realm? Don't have the Fredrin's Appraiser's Wrath to kind of break the Nether Realm, to be fair. There are other ways of doing it as well, and the Terizla, honestly, was a pretty good read, and now they have another layer of AoE to crack through the temp HP.
Then they don't have to worry about the Valentina getting banned out as much. In fact, I think the bigger problem could be a potential Novaria pick on the side for the side of Bigetron Alpha. Now that the Terizla is in the pool and the Claude, you can start banning out the Grok first, just to make sure that there's minimal peel from Smart Omega.
Yeah, I think Omega at this point of time, you're getting rid of the classics, right? You're thinking about Vexana, you're thinking about possibly getting rid of the Kadita too, but at this stage of the game, it's like, do I really want to risk it? Because at this point, if Farmus decides, if Ukir decides to take Purify, then it doesn't really matter. He's going to get that Nether Realm off whether he likes it or not.
I think the Kadita probably not the main concern for them.
It's Valentina and Vexana,
Vexana,
I think.
suppose, yeah.
I think that Vexana could be swapped out for Navaria either, or the Valentina is probably higher in priority.
Okay, so Vexana goes first. You can take out those big crowd controls, and of course you want that Faramis already has good lane prio, but you want it to be slightly better. Considering the fact that there's a Matilda on the other team. So Minotaur will be the choice for Bigetron Alpha.
Yeah, I think this is an Edith angle for Smart Omega. But I think they need to get rid of the Valentina at the very least, because Matilda is not that great at quote-unquote pushing waves, and if you have the Edith, you have that Earth Shatter. You don't necessarily need to have the Concussive Blast as well, but that's totally fine, right? Clear out that waves, move fast, rotate quick. Yep, oh wait, hold on. Valentina is still up in the air then.
So they are willing to let the Valentina through. Unless Lilia comes out from Bigetron Alpha.
I suppose, but I don't think there's much reason to do it unless they, I would say even a Farsa might be a better option, because even if you have the temp HP, you could chunk out and force out the Netherrealm early on from Ukir with the artillery range.
So let's see. Here they are still lacking that jungler. I mean, Barats and Baksha both are still out. Even the Akai, right?
I think Akai is great, right?
So I take the Farsa first, okay.
Nice. Is this an alpha angle? Is this an alpha angle for Super Ken?
I might as well pick Ling, you know?
I honestly, I think Ling is not a bad option, because with an assassin, you can force Ukir to use Netherrealm as well.
Makes life tough for the Moskov also, right? If he decides to join the fight. And they have the last pick for the jungler, which is pretty rare nowadays for a jungler role to get the last pick.
Yeah, which begs the question, do we get to see the Fanny? Do we get to see the Ling? Which one are we going to get this time? CC? Edith? Ooh, I don't know if we're going to see an assassin now.
Probably not.
Right?
We go back to Barats, I suppose.
I think it's an Akai.
Yeah.
There's just too many things that you need to kind of like peel for. Oh, X-Borg works too.
It works too. AoE damage, good peel. Don't really want to get on top of him.
Yeah, and it's hard to break the Faraga armor as the CC because you already have to deal with the Terizla, and you're just not going to have as much wave clear. Okay, I respect it. Interesting angle from Bigetron Alpha.
Life's going to be tough for the Faramis. I mean, even for the Frederick, it's going to be tough. Direct jungle matchup, there's really nothing much you can do, right? Can't really stick onto the X-Borg, and with the Matilda in tow, it solves the X-Borg problem of trying to catch up to you. So this game too, draft-wise, I think it's looking pretty good for Bigetron Alpha.
Yeah, I think a lot is resting on Joam's shoulders to try and win out that lane, but more importantly, scale like 10 times faster in this game compared to Iman. And they both will have the same item, like gold threshold to hit to make sure they finish off the Trinity build. So again, it's not much difference. It's about pacing.
I mean, Smart Omega, they have a lot of single target spells, but for Bigetron Alpha, if they catch you clumped up, that penalty zone is going to spell doom. So we'll see if Smart Omega can pull this to a game number 3. It's game 2, Bigetron Alpha on that red side, Smart Omega on Zoom.
All right, let's see how they're going to be starting on the top side of the map. They're going to end up towards the EXP side. It makes sense. Key, if he can get like an early retribution from Andoryu, that means Super can start walking up.
He's definitely going to force it out. Yep. So Andoryu has to use his retry, but thankfully, you know, the clear speed almost the same. I think the difference is going to start becoming apparent after Super Ken gets this purple buff. Chanu can't really walk up to him.
I mean, Chapnu is nearby to kind of speed this up, and Little Wanderer falls into the hands of Smart Omega. Super King can technically contest if he knows. Yeah, I mean, Key has already communicated he's using Red Tree. He knows it's coming up in about 7 seconds.
He's gonna Red Tree that way. Super Ken will lose the Faraga armor first. Easily start peeling back. He gets out.
Yep, and this is the beauty of X-Borg as well as Matilda. They're allowed to poke and prod at Smart Omega, and Omega have to respond by using their bodies to say, hey, we have enough damage to kill threat you. You got to be able to get out of here. And with that guiding wind, it makes it so easy, even if Super Ken doesn't actually have his Faraga armor.
So he is finally going to get the orange buff, but in terms of experience, I believe he is going to be slightly behind Super Ken. He's showing on bot side. This matchup as well, Ryota, he wants to freeze the wave closer to his turret.
Man.
The pool, guiding wind to get out again.
Super early rotation coming out from the side of Smart Omega. They technically could have gotten a proxy here if they wanted to rush level 4, but they opted not to do it. I think at this point, it's about the mid lane, and they also want to make sure that Jaknu hits 4 as well at the same time.
Yeah, Supercan slightly ahead of him. They were able to zone Lord JM out prior to this wave. So Lord JM will need to just be patient to hit that level 4. Moreno, wings by wings forwards to find Andoril, pushes him away. But fighting into an Xbox jungle, not that easy. Feather Airstrike used very early on. Bigetron Alpha starting to walk forward. Lord JM on the side with the penalty zone in tow if they need it. Earthshatter does miss. And this is a good angle for Bigetron Alpha to make a play. Lord JM tries to go for the penalty zone, cancel for the first time, but now connects. The NetherRealm is going to protect him from last Sandy, but not fully though. And Andoril still ends up going down to the explosion. Turtle for Bigetron Alpha and a kill.
They really took their time in that one. They took way too much time, in a matter of fact. It felt like Smart Omega was trying to get into that backline, but never saw the opportunity because Bigetron Alpha was making sure that Andoryu did not have the space or a clean way to get on top of Moreno. I think at this point, Andoryu should have just given up the Lord at that point if he's not finding these angles, especially since they don't necessarily need to commit these ults unless they find that advantage, or at the very least catch somebody from Bigetron Alpha out of position.
Even Emman is ahead of Joam. Somehow.
Hey, he's winning out in this lane, I suppose. I think he's just gotten more river crabs, unfortunately.
We'll see Bigetron slight goal advantage. This has spelled a bit of problem for Smart Omega, seeing that that previous fight could have gone so much uglier, but Moreno was brought up to the top side. They want Joam dead for the airstrike. Two connecting. That means more gold plating for Emman, potentially.
They do spot Jaknu rotating up towards this top side. Bigetron and Alpha just want to create this lane advantage for Eman. If one of them has to take an early recall here, they're going to lose quite a bit of gold plating.
Yeah, I know you just see the guiding wind, but there's a circling eagle. He just repositions.
Wow.
So hard to catch.
He's hard to catch, but on the top side, Drome using that Spirit of Destruction to cancel Eman's recall, right? And now look at this level lead.
This should be a kill. Won't put Purify into a BMI. Yeah, Eman set that up prior, like way before.
Wait, do they not want to like deny? Oh, there's not enough of a wave to take full advantage of this. Okay, makes sense, makes sense. Smart Omega, they back off here. I was thinking whether they wanted a proxy to stop Key or even Eman from actually regrouping underneath the tier 1 to try and catch and soak up the EXP in gold.
Bit of a salvation. Key will assist Eman to get back into the lane faster. Second turtle up. Super Ken, I believe he is 2 levels ahead of Andoril. Should be an easy objective for Bigetron Alpha.
Well, we say that, but then again, looks like Smart Omega realized they don't exactly have a lot of position. They could try and force something here, but unfortunately with Lord JM so nearby, that penalty zone is quite the threat.
Not just that, the extra AoE damage. I mean, Smart Omega, they need a bit more time.
Oh.
Andoril is putting on some pressure, but Terizla doesn't really care too much.
This is a good play coming in from Smart Omega. The macro-wise, they knew that they had a way to actually make sure... Oh, he won't take this, will he? He does!
Wait, he actually takes it! It's just Eman, and that's a flicker from Key.
Whoa, fast! Smart Omega, fast on the draw. Now they want the top tier 1 on the top side as well, right? We see that Super Ken is on the bottom side to maybe look for a trade, but this could be bad.
Yeah, Eman, he's going to be stuck on by Ryota, using Blazing Duet to get the shield. The Vengeance used, but Eman able to get away. Key does go down for the airstrike, even committed by Moreno, but the damage is just not enough.
Not enough at all. And now Smart Omega, they have to start backing up here. Speaking of which, speaking of backing up, looks like Super Ken has found Andoryu in the jungle.
So Bigetron Alpha at least able to get some sort of recovery. Moreno taunt underneath his turret. Lord JM in a rough spot. Pulled back. Penalty zone missing Ryota, so he flickers. The Key to the rescue.
Super Ken finally getting back into the middle of this fight. Looks like he set it up well, make sure that all the battle lines were focused on the opposite side of the map, and they do get a trade of the tier 1 down bot. Gold lead is so dead even between both of these teams. They're not getting too much, but you can see how proactive they are. And also the way that they respond to each other's movements.
Key's just walking up. See Bigetron Alpha not really amping up the pressure, not putting pedal on the gas to go for invade. But at least Super Ken is constantly 3 levels ahead, 2 levels ahead of Andoryu.
then the same argument can be made about Smart Omega. Joam is at least 1,000 gold ahead of this quad so far. Already has the golden staff in these fights. He's going to be able to pump out more damage for now, but we're waiting until whoever gets that Winds of Nature first. It's so important to have in this match.
Something Ego. He's very early. Smart Omega trying to break the Frag Armor Super Can Spill Destruction completely misses. This goes in between of everyone from Bigetron Alpha. For the S right now, the juggling of skills from Bigetron Alpha, even pulled in by the Guiding Wind just to land an extra shot onto Chaknu. Bigetron Alpha now have an angle to go for an engage. Praetor's grab used, timing was perfect. Smart Omega gets the turtle, and a penalty zone, big one on the 4th, followed by the last Sandy, only getting the Edith. And that's not enough. Bigetron Alpha would need a lot more than just that, but that's all that they would get.
Joam is in the fight finally. Iman was actively trading against Joam along the bottom side river just to slow him down on the rotate because he missed the Spear of Destruction. That being said, Bigetron is going to be walking away with one extra kill in the pocket, 7 minutes 53 seconds into this game.
Still dead even. Bigetron Alpha wants some damage on the mid-tier 1.
Momentum is falling in their favor. At the very least, BTR is really good at the siege.
Okay, Spear of Destruction connects, or JM again pulled out by the Guiding Wind. Status, the insurance is the feather airstrike. So all things considered, I mean, Smart Omega and both teams only losing that bottom tier 1, with Bigetron Alpha losing his top tier 1 also.
I mean, very, very slightly for Smart Omega, but Bigetron Alpha just keeping up the pace with them, right? They're a composition that, like, if they want to make a proactive play, a certain condition needs to be met, and it needs to be the right targets. In this case, Ukir or even Joam. Taking out, like, the jungler Andoryu or even Chaknu would be ideal as well, but that's assuming that Smart Omega aren't corralled around these two.
Lord JM and Moreno have been doing a great job just keeping Smart Omega in check. First item, Blood Wings for the Farsa. Should be going towards the NOD. Next, either that or a Lightning Truncheon.
These movements coming in from Bigetron Alpha, they have the 4-in-1 setup going, but the 1 is Super Can. They know that he can actually tank a lot of the damage and actually wins out a majority of the side laners as well. Does net another turret for the team with his momentum, and I think that Bigetron Alpha at this point of time, I'm looking at the Moreno's item specifically. First item, Blood Wings this time.
Yeah, even for Super Ken, I think he's probably going for an Oracle. Yep, just got it. Just to make use of the Guiding Wind shield, and I mean, he's doing so much damage.
He's so far ahead. 2 levels against Andoryu at this point of time. Making these neutral objectives, the longer it goes, the worse it gets for Smart Omega.
Bigetron Alpha not committing to it. Going to rush this, but they know that they can always have priority over the Lord. Not that easy for Smart Omega to walk up. Andoryu showed himself already.
They're going to deal with the mid-wave. They always have to deal with the mid-wave, right? Both teams don't want mid-tier 1 to actually collapse because then it gives free access into their own jungles. So far, with this like 3-level lead coming in from Supercan, I think the rest of Bigetron Alpha want this tier 1 a little bit more than the Lord.
Emma is eating good. He had to flicker to safety, and this Lord is going to be crucial. It's going to be secured by Joam. And Spencer's used by Ryota. Bigetron Alpha would take this fight. Supercan still has a fragile armor, but Joam takes Spear of Destruction to the back, and it goes first the splash from Ukil to kill off the Farsa. Plot gets one back. Lord JM just hammers Joam into the grave, and Bigetron Alpha barely wins the fight, and they find Andoryu on the side as well.
That was so close. I mean, Bigetron Alpha would have been... He's live, right?
The brace by Hugh! Festival of Blood!
One more time!
Body of a Smith! They're just gonna get everyone! Ukil needs to get away with the Shadow Stampede. He's on the chase, brings Lord JM. Does not land the execution strike, but movement speed, Ukil. Eat the hammer, boy!
Finally goes down. The Lord had already spawned in Bigetron Alpha. Now need to do some homework and clean up these waves. The house chores aren't going to get done by themselves.
Well, they have nullified the Lord advantage for Smart Omega, that is for sure. Supercan should be able to hold out this Lord all on his own. Biggest difference maker, Lord JM. What a crucial kill.
What a crucial... Oh!
Wow, they're committing everything. Chakmu's dead. Maybe not. Penalty zone by Lord JM already. That's NetherRealm used. Good energy eruption by Andoryu. The flicker into Shadow Stampede. And a turnaround. Farragut armor does explode, but Smart Omega finding a kill onto Key.
Ah, man, Bigetron Alpha as of right now are not utilizing Super Ken that well, right? Despite the 4-in-1 setup they actually have going, they do actually need Super Ken to be a part of that front line to make sure that Andoryu or even Ryota can't just walk up willy-nilly. Oh.
Thank goodness Super Ken just got his Farragut armor back, but Ryota, he's not getting out of this one. Even committing his vengeance last sanity from Super Ken, cannot find a viable target now. Chooses to fall back. Or GN does have Andoryu in the sight. Eman on the chase. Andoryu turns it around. Really tries to connect Eman. Able to BMI to safety, but Joam takes his ultimate anyways. And Joam now finds himself in the midst of battle, but takes down Key regardless. Changnu will be just shot down by Eman with the help of Super Ken. But Joam continues to fight through the pain. Finds the kill. Flickers on top of Moreno for the double kill. And it's just Super Ken 11. Joam will continue on his rampage. And Smart Omega have found a huge opening.
And that's the equalizer. Super Ken, he's got to clear these ways up. Throw your body in there.
Let's see a red tree. I don't think he is. Joam is just going to go for the end. And Smart Omega finds the equalizer.
And they squeeze through such a small window of opportunity, and Joel makes the super play against Moreno. Victory as we see Smart Omega equalize against Bigetron Alpha 1-1.
Get your votes ready because that is going to be one of the highlights of the day. Joel give him the proper marksman and he pays it back tenfold.
Finds dividends every single time. Joel, talented gold lane player. And at least for the side of Smart Omega, they took advantage of the disconnect of Bigetron Alpha. They needed Super Ken in these fights. He is literally their strongest player at level 15 compared to Andoryu, who's currently at level 13, misses the retribution against Joam of all people. So at this point, Bigetron Alpha, they just got to communicate better.
And the seems like the same scenario of the MPL playoffs, right? Coming back to haunt Bigetron Alpha, just the disconnect between the teammates. Sure, they lost the Lord, but they neutralized the advantage Smart Omega has and proceeds to take on unfavorable fights.
It's unfortunate because Moreno was getting to the tipping point, right? He was already second item Lightning Truncheon, but then eventually once he got that third item, he was going to be a legitimate threat to the rest of the members, specifically Joam or even Ukir later down the line.
And I think also the aggression from Bigetron Alpha Key constantly pulling Lord JM into the fight without Super Ken being there. I think Super Ken didn't even get to... Wait, he got his Immor, but I think
he
it
did.
broke somewhere in the Lord fight.
Yeah, it did, but at the same time, it just didn't matter. It just didn't matter at the end of the day, right? It just took one bad fight. It was a relatively low kill count game, and then Smart Omega just weaseled their way through with a super play from Stoam to catch off Moreno at the perfect time, right? Had Moreno had a little bit more damage, I don't think Joam would have made that play happen.
Yeah, even that, and also the intention to turn around and take a fight. I mean, Ukir, right, starting it off from him, Flicker, Shadow Stampede, three-man pull into an Energy Eruption, and then a Fredrin ult. Everything lining up together for Smart Omega. So it seems like both teams, they have moments of brilliance, but they also have moments where they just fall flat. I
mean, let's have a look at the stats and, look at it in a deeper sense, because at this point of time, I do think that, Smart were just making more decisive decisions overall, but maybe the numbers can back that up, because when we look at BTR, they've taken a majority of the orange buffs in this game.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, Super Ken, he was consistently 2-3 levels ahead of Andoryu, right? The game ended and Andoryu was still at 13.
Didn't even get to the max level, right? Ah, man. It's rough. It's really, really rough. It really just comes down to, like, one fight. But I also think that Ryota, in these cases, especially with that spell of Vengeance, makes it really difficult for people like Iman to commit to the backline.
Every time the Vengeance is up, you just don't want to blaze into wet that, because you end up just taking yourself out. But overall, I mean, even for BTR, the earlier fights, you can see Moreno, he is just very generous with that ultimate, right?
Yep.
No fights happening, but I just want to use it to chunk out Smart Omega. At the end of the day, I am pleasantly surprised that this Edith somehow paid off, considering the start that they had. I mean, even at the end of the game, the net worth is almost the same.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that one. I do feel that the engagements coming in from Chiakru definitely made it difficult for Super Ken to, like, convincingly get a retreat down despite the lead. The added CC, even when you're in the mech or outside of the mech, really doesn't matter. As long as you have the CC to disrupt Super Ken, I think that's more than worth it.
It's also where we just caught a glimpse of majority of the net worth lead is on that export. Everyone else was falling behind. Even in this game, you can see that BTR Key trying his best, right? Top 7 assists. Even for Lord JM, he is the man of steel. He is he has the body of a smith. But overall, it was Joam who was eating good.
Yeah, Joam was playing really well. He was winning out in that lane against Iman, and then afterwards, I mean, it was pretty tight laning phase between Joam as well as Iman, but like afterwards when we saw the global presence with that Spear of Destruction, Joam isn't afraid to use it. He's very generous with that spear, and he also is very generous at taking the spear.
Yeah, he is he is jumping into 4 or 5 man, you know, with a flicker in hand, and that's how he kind of got that highlight reel. So overall, I think for BTR, I just realized even in terms of tower damage, they didn't really get to set it up for, you know, Iman to start sieging structures.
Yep. I think that if they had a better, if they had just a little bit more CDR on Moreno, it could have been a threat, right? Every single time a wave pushes in, you just pop the feathered airstrike, and then afterwards you rinse and repeat. You do it on the opposite side until like Chiapnuen as well as Uki are too low to actually participate in these battles. But considering how close this game was, you could see that the scale of our gold and EXP graph has significantly shrunk.
Yeah, I mean, you can see kind of the snapback at the very end, right? And I think that wasn't even like a big lead. At the end of the day, Smart Omega only got less than 1,000 net worth advantage when they broke the crystal, but a bulk of the fights happened past the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and even the gold leads, right, never make it past 2,000 overall. It's just difficult, right? Joam coming in from Smart Omega, played real well this game, and he definitely deserves our MVP of the game.
Yeah, going for adaptive damage and tenacity just in case. Because see, Joam, he's just finding just insane openings, right? He's finding the mid laners of Bigetron Alpha. He's somehow finding the Claude, understanding that there's no way for them to stop him.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he doesn't get like clipped by Lord JM or maybe even Key with the Circling Eagle, usually it's going to be okay, right? There was a potential situation that Iman could have bursted him down with the Blazing Duet because Joam opted to go for the magic blade. Sorry, no, the Rose Gold Meteor completed item instead of the Winds of Nature first because Moreno was that much of a problem.
And this was the last fight where Joam completely uncontested. You can see Lord JM, he realizes that my backline is compromised, but missing that penalty zone and having another round to deal with is just too much.
Closes the distance so fast. What fast call coming in from Joam, right? He knows that he can out-damage. He knows with max stacks of Golden Staff, he can just power through everything. Really nicely done overall. And I think that Bigetron Alpha, if they're in that very similar situation again against Smart Omega, they got to play around Super Ken. They got to play around the people who have developed the lead for themselves.
And I think Smart Omega, even in terms of the bans, they kind of recognized what Bigetron Alpha was going for and able to shut it down. But game 2, definitely a closer one compared to the first one we had. And that means we got a series on our hands. It's going to be game 3 in a bit.
It's going to be a full best of 3. And hopefully we do get to see that adaptation actually go through.
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, both teams are on a redemption arc, right? I mean, for Bigetron Alpha, pressure is on them right now because Smart Omega just found momentum. We will go for a break, let the teams reset, and then we'll come back for game 3 between these two.
Here we go!
I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Double begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna find you ain't the one. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us. Take back your heart. Yeah, give it more, give it more, give it more.
What'd you say? Commission? Ah, awesome. That's exactly what I like. And you know how you're gonna help me and Zipper? That the easiest way to buy our tickets to Jakarta right here for 3 ringgit Malaysia or 10,000 Indonesian rupee only. Check out the link or scan the QR code and get yourself one, or maybe two. Or maybe like LaFell said, get 1,000 of them and then use 998 for them as your audience when you propose to your partner.
Exactly. You're going to have all the leg room in the world here. Zipper currently is still trying to deliberate whether or not he's going to get his loved ones back, still being held at gunpoint. So please, if you want to help him out, scan that QR code as we get into this game. Don't forget about the exclusive free chest that you get for the first 1,000 daily members who purchase these tickets. So if you're one of those thousands, good luck to you. But don't worry, even if you're not part of that 1,000, you can wait for the next round of SPS, and that's when you can purchase those ticks.
If you're the one who is making a wedding proposal, the benefits can be the door gifts, wedding door gifts. I have figured it out.
We've cracked the meta on
Yes.
buying tickets for the SPS. All right, we're going to be going into the draft soon, and right now we're hoping to see that whether Bigetron Alpha can kind of like regroup as a team, because so far it doesn't feel like they're always aware of each other's positions in these games.
Even in game 2 just now, Joam has consistently kept the goal lead against Eman in that goal lane, something to watch out for. But in terms of drafts, certainly a bit of shift for Smart Omega as they ban out the Yuzhong first phase.
Yeah, the real question is whether or not they're going to let the Harith through, and whether Joam is forced to play Ruby once again. 23 more seconds. So far, we see the chip, we see the Minotaur, Moskov, and as well as the farm is being banned out. A big adjustment from game number 1.
Yeah, very, very big. They figured out, the Ukyo Fireman's has been a big problem in what they want to play, right? With Export, Terisla, they're all not making the impact that we want. But Bigetron Alpha, they get the Loyi for themselves.
Yep, they get the Loyi for themselves in trade for a ban onto the Yuzhong for the side of Smart Omega. Makes you wonder whether or not Lord JM was the big issue here. Felt like Moreno definitely making sure that whatever Lord JM does, that he's able to profit off of it. We see the Arlen as well as Fredrin, great synergy as the first 2 picks.
Especially against Loyi. If you want to bring your entire team to our backline, there's way to counter-engage. Solid jungle, solid flex. Even Smart Omega starting to amp up the momentum, realizing that they can be the ones that set the tempo.
Now the real question is whether or not we're going to see Bigetron Beta locking their jungle early. It could be the Xborg again, but no, we see the Barats. Could be a flex pick, and Edith double flex pick for the side of Bigetron Alpha.
Double flexing on Smart Omega. Still no reveal of the gold laner just yet. This could be an Natan angle. But no, they go for the Novaria, so while leaving the gold laners up in the air.
Yeah, I think, Bigetron Beta is very happy the fact that they got the Loyi already. So the real question is whether or not they're going to invest any bans into the EXP sector or the gold sector for either or.
You want to invest. I feel like it's more worth it banning gold lanes if you're Smart Omega, right? Since you get the first pick.
I suppose, but like, what is the big advantage that you want, right? Carry doesn't seem like a bad idea, but then you're up against the Edith, which is a little obnoxious. Worse yet, you gotta deal specifically with the Loi, so you can't just like sit behind your tanks, right? You gotta get pretty involved in these fights.
See, Smart Omega. I mean, they can also target the XP lane if they want to, so you open up a better matchup for your XP laner, and you can comfortably put the Arlet into roam. It's going to be Roger banned out first, so eliminating the potential flex for Bigetron Alpha.
They get rid of the Grok, so it does... Oh, wow. If they get rid of the Grok in these types of positions, I guess they want to set up for maybe this Edith to go into the roam role, which does indicate that Barat will go into the EXP.
See, if that is the case, then for Smart Omega, do you continue to ban out the gold laner?
I don't think you have to ban out any more
ban
gold
XP
laners,
laners,
right?
Wait, no. I think you banned out
Xborg?
yeah, Xborg. You can see that happening.
Is there any other tank junglers that they're worried about? Maybe Baxia to a certain degree, but that's only if they want to like play Claude in the gold lane.
So they banned a Paquito, so they still go for the XP laner.
Alright. I mean, it's totally fine here. I don't... How often do we see Lord Jam actually play the Benedetta? Not too often.
much. Unless the idea is to force this Baras into the jungle. But then again, you have to eat it flex, right? I mean, Bigetron Alpha has multiple options.
Yeah. I personally don't think Edith, especially when Arlet is like hovering around, not sure whether he's EXP or actually the roaming support. You just don't want to pair up the Edith in the same lane as the Arlet. There's just such a big advantage for Arlet in these matches. And now, hopefully for Bigetron Beta, they're also going to commit down on the support bans. Is there anything else they need to get rid of? Oh yeah, Matilda. I totally forgot about it.
So nice, easier for BTR to kind of stick onto them. A Claude stolen away. Given to Smart Omega this time, now that there's no Moskov.
Given the Baxia, play the carry maybe. You can technically play Ixia if you wanted to, but the only problem is like most of the time you're not going to get your damage onto Joam.
Yeah, even then it's still pretty risky because you're going to get pinged out by like Novaria, right? There's ways for Smart Omega to get to the back line. I mean, if you want to dive, there's always the Lapu Lapu as an option. Now that there's no Paquito, no Yuzong, you generally are... There's really no one else to stop you.
Yeah, I think Paquito, I mean, Benedetta or even Lapu Lapu, both are great here in this matchup. Barats is totally fine. It just kind of depends on what they want to do. And they do! Lord Jam does play Benedetta. Hell yeah!
Actually picks a Benedetta. He sees no Paquito, so this is a good way to pull it out, I guess.
I like
CC?
this. I like this. I think CC is probably good here. Do they need anything else? Is there anything with anti-CC that they can go for? Is it worth playing Lapu here? I think Lapu's not too bad for Smart Omega if they want to dive real hard.
Unless you take Terizla, but then you're giving us like a degree of map pressure, right?
Yeah. The only reason you would want the Terizla is if you want to ruin the position of Moreno specifically, or even Key. But like, the more tanks you have, the better it is for Key.
So let's see Smart Omega, what is going to be the final choice. I personally still am looking at the Lapu.
Wow!
So they put the Arlet in that XP lane.
So smart, so smart. I love it. I love the fact that we're going to see the Lolita in this game, because Lolita just makes Iman's life so difficult. And not even him, Moreno as well. He's dependent on his skill shot. Same goes for Key in that Primal Wrath form.
So this is the reverse reaction. Now this is where I want to see the Yin Yang reaction trigger on Bigetron Alpha themselves.
I don't think, after the first dispersion, if he throws another one, he's trolling.
Well, at least he won't like vacuum his own teammate, right?
I mean, who knows, right?
Because you can't reflect the rotation.
Oh yeah, it's true. You can't reflect the rotation, but like, as long as he doesn't throw out 2 dispersions, it's totally fine, right? The first one is acceptable. The second one is just like, hey, what are you trying to do, Moreno? Whose team are you playing for right now?
Well, so Smart Omega's turn to pull out something surprising. We don't see this often. I believe Lolita was picked a couple of times in the Open Finals, but one of the first in the Challenge group stage. Smart Omega bringing it up. They will be on red side this time with Bigetron Alpha on blue.
This is going to be a fun time because both junglers going to end up onto the gold lane by the end of their full clear. BTR on blue, Omega on red. Let's get the show on the road because previously in game number 1, we saw that Ukir was sending reinforcements down towards the gold lane very often in game number 1. Hopefully Moreno is able to do the same in this match because that's their biggest advantage against Smart Omega.
Getting a bit of a lead on Doru hitting that orange buff already. It's been quite a while since Baraz gets put back into the jungle. Not as durable as you want it to, but it's good to have Lolita to help apply pressure on the sideway. Wow, Edmund! What?
Was that necessary? I don't know.
Calm down.
Interesting flicker coming out from Iman, I suppose, but now that means he's punishable on the top side.
Man, he's so mad.
He's so angry.
You know
and he's getting sniped. No! Oh, no!
I mean, this lane has gone downhill so fast.
So quickly. Like, yes, he trades effectively against Joel, but as soon as Chaknu gets involved, Iman just cannot throw auto attacks.
At what cost? Well, at least he sent the message, but now the jungle is compromised.
That's fine, that's fine. Barat's on the opposite side, able to find a little bit of camps of his own. So they're not falling too far behind, but notice that we are seeing that Lord GM going for the lethal ignition this battle.
Slice all of them to bits. Subali at least got to hold on to the lane. In terms of net worth, he fell behind the Joel just a little bit, thanks to the early backer from Chaknu. First turtle coming up on the bottom side. Surprisingly, Emma's still keeping up an experience, right? That's the least you can hope for.
Yeah.
That's the final blow. Very early on, the taunt, energy eruption, and
No!
Ukir steals it with the Star Shatter somehow. And Doru still wants to kill, gets gobbled up instead, spat into his own teammate. Bigetron Alpha looking to get their dinosaur out of the way, and they will.
Oh my goodness, so many members on the side of BTR just did not hit level 4. That's why we see Lord JM actually using the Electo Final Blow to actually speed up this clear so that Bigetron Alpha don't have to Lord Dance for too long. Because Ryota, if he finds an angle to flicker Final Slash, oh man, that would have been bad for Bigetron Alpha. So you got to give it up to Lord JM, right? He speeds up the turtle, make sure that Ryota is walking in this fight without a flicker, and continues to try and make an outplay. Oh.
What? Oh, yeah. Ah.
I get it. I get why LaFell is just like, maybe I should just shut up sometimes. You want to give compliments, but even that's hard.
About to get a whole lot worse. Super Ken goes down. Doru picks up the kill. Seems like Bigetron Alpha losing control slowly but surely. Eman doesn't even get the Lethal Wanderer.
Unfortunate indeed, but it means that Endoryu is going to have a much better... Oh, they're going to dive him. They're going to dive him.
So dead. Endoryu just going to eat up the shots. I mean, it's a good flicker, but still...
No.
No way.
Okay.
Yeah. Goes down.
Art of Thievery. They could get a trade back onto Endoryu at this point in time, but...
Never mind.
He doesn't have all. He doesn't have all. Lord JM, come on. You can save this.
Yeah. Can you at least get one? Just get one. Just get Chaknu. Just one, Lord JM. You can do it. Yes, that's 31. And the final slash, I believe, did miss. Lord JM now looking to get away. Life when I should be back up. Ryota flickers on top of it. Lord JM, Life when I to get out the Star Shatter missing.
Ryota, you gotta have skill 1 available before you flicker in. You can't just hope that you have enough damage there. Poor Ryota, as Lord JM surviving the situation and now bleeding his lead into the mid lane.
Yeah, Ukir missing that snipe really ended up in just a whole lot worse. Second turtle. The last 2 objectives for Bigetron Alpha, including the lore from last game, they have not been able to win with a red tree. Oh no! My goodness! I think this is done.
Just invade. Just invade. You don't need this anymore. Endoryu is too low. Wait.
Electro Final Blow gets used. Surely they get the turtle, right?
We're so close, dude. It's coming to a game of inches. Both sides are getting a little sloppy here with the micro, but Ryota at least now able to generate a lead because Lord JM has just left the lane for so long.
Lord JM spent like 2 minutes on the top side. But the only sane person right now is Lord JM.
Yeah,
just watching everything go down.
How did Super Ken whiff the Daytona's welcome? Oh, it's all right. It's all right. They can definitely recover from this because now they're investing their resources into Iman.
I'm looking at the player cams. It's awfully quiet.
They're like, we don't talk about this, guys. Let's just forget about it, move on. The faster we move on, the faster we can 2-1 this game.
Alright, so Moreno, yeah, force the flicker. Needs to get the tail on top. Some sort of recovery for BTR.
Could look to rotate off of this. See in a little bit.
Lorje proxying the wave bot, and that prompts 3 members of Smart Omega to go down.
Here's the
He
Electro.
really wants this, huh?
He does. He doesn't want to miss out on the extra EXP here. We'll miss out on the cannon minion. A little sad about that, but so far, Bigetron Alpha, they've got the information of where everybody is, roughly towards the bottom side of the map. So it does mean that they can get a successful lane swap if they wanted to for this upcoming turtle.
And he just eating the entire Astral Spear. So Smart Omega now takes control of the brush. Good ping, will kill my stream. That's the final slash. The hitbox amplifies. Super Ken needs to get out, but can't make his way to safety.
Unfortunate indeed. Maximum range of distance, right? From one edge of the final slash to the other. Ryota sets it up really nicely for Smart Omega to have full control over this turtle pit. But notice that the split pushing coming in from Lord JM has been pretty effective too. Bot tier 1 already gone.
Probably the saving grace for Bigetron Alpha is the Benedetta having 2 early kills, having the item to move in between lanes. Lord JM just getting caught, but able to get out with the eye for an eye. See Smart Omega. Can they somehow pull off a steal again? The ping this time on the 4. Another final slash. Key is the target. They're gonna focus fire him down. Pops the Predator Ref in time, and Andoryu gets the turtle as he walks in for the steal. Smart Omega opting to go for more this time. Chakru finds himself on top of Moreno. A snipe from Ukir and her blazing duet for Insurance.
This is punishable.
As Eman, forced away from the fight, Smart Omega continues to try and up the ante. Lord GM joins the fight with Electro final blow as Joan focused down to tier 1, but they run out of minions. Eman gets caught by the final slash as Smart Omega thrives in chaos. That's 4 kills.
Lord JM distracted. He misses the opportunity to try to get the kill onto Andoryu. Had he just landed the Electro final blow on top of him with the Petrify, maybe he had an opportunity, but now unable to clean. Oh god.
They're about to die again. I mean, Key taking that out, it's just straight up disaster, and yeah, Moreno goes down with him.
Yep, Smart Omega now have a really big foothold as Iman can't really play this game as long as Chaknu has his shield available. Lord JM is the only saving grace for Bigetron Alpha, but so far he hasn't hit any big ultimates with the Electro Final Blow. That's what we're hoping to see here. An entire front-to-back 5-man Electro Final Blow Petrify.
Smart Omega is stretching BTR as thin as possible. And Super Ken is not having a good time. This Barats is falling so far behind.
I mean, it just goes to show why people have kind of strayed away from Barats at this point in time. He's not very mobile at all, and without the Matilda, you don't have that type of mobility to kind of close the distance. You are strong in the earlier stages of the game, but you're also hyper immobile.
Just imagining Moreno and Key talking about that diversion. It's like, and OGM, oh, good eye for an eye.
Manages to get out of there, no problem. Supercam finally getting the Sky Guardian's helmet to help him out, but Joma at this point, he's 1 item away from the corrosive scythe. He had first item DHS, so he's doing very relevant damage to Superken.
OGM going on the split push, but unfortunately there is a minion left. Doesn't even get to clear the full wave. Smart Omega rushing down the Lord. Superken getting stunned. Diversion being used, but just as a vision checker, and Superken is going to be swiped back. He should go down. Everyone chasing on him. A good stun. Ryota. Luminum Blast committed also. Ryota now needing to find his way out. Rooted has the flicker, gets the safety. Lord JN from the back, like the final blow to close the distance. A good vacuum from Moreno. The timing for Bigetron Alpha. They find 2 in the process. But the Lord does go to Smart Omega.
Oh, the splash coming in from Moreno saves the day. Once again, Lord JM just closing the distance with the Electro Final Blow to cut the front line in half. And unfortunately, really didn't matter there. But if you look at the instant replay, right, Lord JM, he's trying to get into the middle of this fight, but Moreno is making sure that he has the angle to splash that damage across everybody's faces, especially in these sectors. Look at that. Lord JM cuts them off and then instantly into the Petrify. Great rotation from Moreno.
I think the splash even hit onto Joam, right? He was the carrier of the mark. Well, Smart Omega still, because of the Lord, It will be able to push the lead, quickly recover from the slight misfortune. Key needs to get out, even committing a flicker, but here's the ping. That's where the final slash becomes twice as deadly. Ryota doesn't get it. Super Ken dodges it with the Daytona's welcome, but topside Lord JM pushing the tier 2. Mid inhibitor though does go down.
Yeah, a great high ground defense coming in from the side of Bigetron Alpha. They can manipulate the waves. They have Moreno to make sure that these sieges are not as effective. Look at that. Oh!
Lumino Blast, flicker in. That's 3 man to follow up. Bit slow. Key doesn't have the primal wrap, but they do lose to Ryota. Joan finds himself the 5th kill of the game. But topside, Diversion, they're trying to cut off Moreno. He's gonna throw his life for this. He's gonna go down for sure, but Lord JM, he is doing God's work. The first inhibitor to fall belongs to Smart Omega.
Nicely done coming in from Bigetron Alpha here. With this inhibitor cracked wide open, Smart Omega give up all the pressure that they were initially putting on Bigetron Alpha's mid and bottom inhibitors. Lord JM, if he dies here,
He should die, right? Yeah.
nicely done by Smart Omega. But still, it's quite the close game. Despite Smart Omega actually finding quite a significant lead here, right? They only have a 4K gold differential.
Yeah, all things considered, and they didn't even get an inhibitor, right? Bigetron Alpha were the ones that get it. Even look at the XP graph of obviously teetering towards Smart Omega. Not that it matters too much. Lord JM will be back in another 5 seconds. Can this siege? They should at least get one in hit. Ryota, what a flicker final slash! That could be the final blow from Smart Omega. Super Ken ends up going down. It's 2 kills for Smart Omega. See Bigetron Alpha, can they hold this though? Only one cannon minion should be easy to take care of. They can Lord JM, who wanted to be the hero. And Smart Omega finally shutting down Bigetron Alpha. Eman uses the ult, but there's no angle for him to fight. He just wants to clear the wave. It's monster kill for Joel. They jump onto him. Smart Omega completely shut down BTR. And they will be the one that wins the series.
That's a GG, well played for Smart Omega. 2-1 Bigetron Alpha. I'm telling you, these MPL teams who didn't qualify for MSC are hungry for wins, hungry to qualify and make their way to Jakarta.
Smart Omega will make it to the upper bracket. The next opponent will be Rebellion Esports. But for Bigetron Alpha, the journey continues in the lower bracket gauntlet. They will be taking on Monster Vicious at a later date. Hopefully to take revenge for Bigetron Beta.
What a game that we've seen. What a game that we get to experience here. Once more, honestly, like on the cusp of turning it around, Bigetron Alpha, like once that mid game comes soaring through one bad fight, they never were able to like recover from that mental damage.
Yeah, I mean, Lord JM, right, trying his very best. He was the one making the plays. He was consistently just trying to buy time for his team. But at the end of the day, Smart Omega were the ones who pulled through from such a scrappy game and ending in just one decisive team fight.
I mean, so far, that's like the level of play from these tier 1s, right? One decisive fight really kind of sets the tone. One mistake even. If we go to the top, like besides the top 1% to the 0.5%, the 0.01%, literally it's like, oh, I got the river crab, this game's over. that's how small of a margin they need.
Yeah. Very unfortunate, BTR not able to overcome their inner demons. Still reeling from the side effects of that playoffs. Again, show's not over for them. They have another match to I think next week. Same for Smart Omega, but what an interesting series.
It is an interesting series. I think right now Bigetron Alpha, they need to synchronize what the entire game plan looks like so they can start making their individual plays. It feels like everybody is like everybody is not disconnected, but it feels like they have a different outlook on the game or how some of the shape of these fights need to go.
Yeah, I think well, mid to late they were able to pull it together just a bit, but because of how horribly the early game went, it was kind of hard to recover.
It was a little difficult to recover from. I think like once you have low Yi, you can get really creative with the way that you kind of approach from these fights, but I think that Moreno just used it as a way to kind of speed up the game plan of Bigetron Alpha. Unfortunately, just not enough. As soon as you get hit by one CC, the avalanche happens again.
Yeah, Novara and Final Slash, that's one of the deadliest combos that Smart Omega demonstrated in this game. So I think overall, it's definitely a weird one. I think it ended like, what, 12 minutes and 10 seconds. So pretty fast one for Smart Omega. Let's take a look at the stats from this game number 3. I'm sure that aside from highlight reels, there's definitely something to look at.
I mean, it's so unfortunate because, like, at this point of time, the biggest difference is that Joam was getting majority of these kills from Omega, and like, despite the 5 to 19 kill score, honestly, Bigetron Alpha wasn't too far away. It was a 4K differential before that final fight.
I am pleasantly surprised that they just refused to consider Natan as a choice, right? The entire series, I don't think Natan has been touched even once. And of course, the Lolita pick did pay off. I think Lefebvre's going to be very happy about this. Oracle, Flaccid Oasis, Blood Wings coming up for Chaknu if the game goes any longer.
Yep. I mean, Chaknu was making sure that, like, both Moreno and as well as Iman basically can't play the game as long as the shield is up. And once the shield is down, it's like, okay, we got to start pumping up damage. We have to do something before that cooldown comes back off.
And I think even Joan was able to get active in a lot of the fights early on, right? Just getting his getting the 4 item spikes before, I think just in time when Emmett got his DHS, but it was too late. It was almost 2,000 gold hit. Even when you compare Lord JM's network to Ryota, considering how Ryota kind of messed up that early game, still not that far behind. He had a lot more impact than the Benedetta.
Look, he may not be a good laning Arlet, but he's a great team fight Arlet, right? He's good at slowing people down. That's why you see every time in lane, he dashes at his opponents and final slashes where they think they're going to flicker, even though their opponents don't have flicker.
He was practicing.
Yeah, he was just practicing for that moment.
Foresight.
Yeah, he did it twice as well. He was really preemptively like, it's going to happen. I see the angle, and I'm going to catch both Key and as well as Moreno when it does. And he does it right at the 12th minute.
That's the hero arc. That's how heroes were made. Was Gold Miner this time, Joam, not a surprise. Ukyo with the highest damage dealt. Fortunately for Super Ken, he's the sandbag, and at the end of the day, Chaknu with the most assists this entire game. 15 assists on the Lolita.
I think that honestly, there might be an argument for Super Ken to say, hey, we can't let you get on this, we can't let you on this Barat anymore because it's just too immobile in a lot of these positions. So we would much rather the utility of the Fredrin or maybe even the Boxia to kind of peel away. If not, don't play the tanks, right? There are assassin options too, and I think this would have been a game that assassins could have made the difference to maybe force Joam out of the way, maybe to have increased rotational speed. Boxia or even Ling would have been good in this position.
Or if you want to get creative, Helkert.
Yeah, Helkert would have been great as well.
This is going to start affecting a lot of people's power rankings because with BTR Alpha going down, ooh, it's going to sting a little bit. Even the graph this time, as much as I want to find some saving grace for Bigetron Alpha, I can only find it in Lord JM.
Yeah, I think only in that game 3, absolutely. I think that Smart Omega, just the better team for today. I think it's still very close between those two teams. And really, when we get to the later stages of the game, I think that Smart Omega, there was a very good chance that they don't actually win because they were going to get outscaled. They were so close to getting outscaled throughout this match.
Yeah, but they were just able to keep that pressure going. In the last 2 minutes, you can see the abundance of kills. Most of them from Smart Omega, they are just running at Bigetron Alpha. Just abusing the fact that Lord JM is most of the time not with the team.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Because Lord JM, by the time he gets into these fights, we haven't seen him make like super big impacts during the team fights. He's great at split pushing and like posing the dilemma, the question to people like Endoryu. Do you want to stay on this Lord or Turtle, or are you going to reset it so you can clean up the side lanes?
It's good to see that Smart Omega, even when they were going for their first Lord, a lot of times they sent their assault team to fight Bigetron Alpha while Andoryu stays back for the Lord.
Yep, and that's the thing, right? Smart Omega are still playing that 4-1, but they are taking space away from Bigetron Alpha, so they can't get in range to actually affect the turtle. And that's the thing, right? When we're talking about Philippines as a region, they're very focused on, in these Lord dances, to have a better position than your opponents rather than a better timing.
And this mid-fight was so extended, I believe Joam got like 2 kills from that fight alone. And yeah, this was the one where Andoryu was like, you guys take care of the team.
I got this, buddy. And Lord JM is like, no, wait, what do I do at this point? I have to turn and save the 4. It's unfortunate, right? Because there's with the lead that Lord JM actually has, he already completed 3 items at this point in time. He can basically one-shot Joam if he didn't have Wind of Nature.
Yeah, basically. And this final slash from Ryota, I think it was so premeditated, right? You see the Astro Echo come out, you know it's going to be an endgame push. Smart Omega just making sure that there were no holes in the play. and Bigetron Alpha just had no way of really responding.
Yeah, I mean, when Smart Omega are on it, they are very on it with their micro. Again, I mentioned at the beginning, they're very talented players, right? Each with incredible micro, but the biggest problem that they have so far is staying connected as a team.
Oh, today they feel very, very connected. All threads are very well stitched together, so Smart Omega moves on to the next stage. But that's the second series of the day. We still have one more coming up, and that's going to be Bigetron Alpha's beta team. It's Bigetron Beta coming up next.
Yep, Bigetron Beta. Hopefully they can actually get the qualification spot because they worked so hard. They've worked so very, very hard to get to this point. And technically, they will be the first team that makes it from the Open Finals all the way to the Challenge Finals.
Historically, right? I don't think any team has done that. No. There are teams that made it to Challenge, but not through the group stage.
Yeah. Wait, let me think about it. I think it was Euphoria that made it to... Wait,
finals?
no, it was Challenge Season. They made it to the Challenge Season
but
playing
not
Jakarta.
the finals,
Yeah,
right?
sorry. That trip to Jakarta and also the gun being pointed at Zipper is definitely throwing me off here. But I think that at least if Bigetron Beta can make it to that point, it's already a statement that Tier 2 continues to get better and catching up to the Tier 1s pretty fast.
Yeah, it is going to be historical for Bigetron Beta, but their opponents ain't easy though. CFU. Let's talk to Smart Omega. First, talk to the coaches about that win from that series against Bigetron Alpha. Hello, we have Stronger, Lambot, and Snap from Smart Omega. Congratulations for your first win. How's everyone feeling?
We're feeling good, excited, and happy.
All three at the same time in that exact order. I love it, Lambot. I think I've got a couple of questions, right? Because right now we've seen the meta kind of continue to shift, and you guys are one of the few teams who are willing to actually put a player like Joam on the Ruby. Is this the meta still for it right now? Because the early game is kind of not as what it used to be.
We're trying to break the meta and try something new because we're sick of the usual jungle utility.
Yes,
Yeah, that's it.
innovation, right? That's why I like. I'm also sick of seeing the same thing. I want to get your opinion on this, right? Because yesterday we also saw YRG, Udon Red Giants, trying to break the mold a little bit. They bring out the Chang'e gold lane. You know, has that been affecting your outlook on how the meta is right now, or do you feel like it's just like a troll pick that YRG is confident in?
In the Philippines, they use Chang'e Gold Lane as well with the same emblems. They probably adopt the meta in the rank games in Philippines.
Yeah, I feel like they already knew the answer to that question before we asked. I could see Joam in the back smiling about it. Love it. Guys, I'm curious to know, for Smart Omega, we've asked every single team what their goals are coming into the SPS. We know you guys didn't make it to MSC, but at the very least, you can actually make your impact here in Jakarta.
Our goal, Joe. Tell them what's our goal.
Yeah, Joam, come on into the interview.
What's our goal?
Ang goal natin sa SPS.
To be a champion. Yeah.
Wise beyond his years.
Yes, winner mentality. Yeah. So you guys are one best of 3 away from Challenge Finals, right? And it's Rebellion Esports coming up. How do you guys feel about that? Feeling confident? Is it going to be a 2-0?
Hopefully.
Yeah, we're working hard for it.
All right. Any last words for all the supporters of Smart Omega?
See you in Indonesia.
Yes, that's what we're looking for. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Have a good rest. Have a great night. We'll see you guys for the next series. All the best.
See you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
It's hard not to love the members of Smart Omega. They're all characters. They're all very outspoken.
Yeah. Joel was waiting for that moment. He's been waiting his entire life for that one line. See you in Jakarta.
See you in Jakarta. Honestly, I think that Snap had a little bit more to say, but he's just like, I gotta calm myself down. I have words that I don't want to be speaking on broadcast.
He could probably say it after they qualify, right? Maybe that post-game interview, we'll hear more from Snap. Of course, the final series coming up is going to be Bigetron Beta against CFU. This is one that you do not want to miss, but it will only happen after the short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
How long can you twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on twerk.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Group Stage for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's the last series of the day. Bigetron Beta takes on CFU Gaming. You are with us. My name is Husky alongside Getting Q.
This is going to be an interesting one. Our first open final representative here trying to make it into the challenge season, looking to get into the challenge finals against a surprising performance yesterday from CFU Gaming. These guys beat TLPH
2-0.
2-0.
They got the internet up in flames. But there's one more way to crash your browsers is when you try to get your tickets, because I'm telling you, they're selling like hotcakes. Even though Zipper is still being held hostage, we have to tell you that it is only 10,000 Indonesian rupee or 3 ringgit. And on top of that, if you are the first 1,000 buyers daily, you get rewards worth up to 18 ringgits or 65,000 IDR. And if you're lucky, you might get a chest worth more than that.
Yep, so please pick up these tickets while you still can. I don't want to be getting DMs later on during the event date. Are there extra space? No, you had your opportunity. You don't squander it while you can. Zippers, loved ones are on the line.
Or don't DM us and ask, how much are the tickets?
This is too real now. This is too real. I've definitely gotten way too many DMs about that
Bang
from
PFP.
MC. Yeah, every single time. Every single time. It's frustrating. So guys, stay ahead of the game. Plan your trip to Jakarta while you still can, because we're going to be going into the draft soon for Bigetron Beta versus CFU. And man, CFU, they are hyper aggressive. They don't hesitate.
Yeah, I think they are a hive mind, right? They commit together. They are the definition of ride or die brothers.
Yeah, very much so. They're flickering into bushes whether somebody is there or not, right? They're just taking away the human factor of the game out of the equation.
It's all about taking risks, right? Taking risks, but we gotta take a look at Bigetron Beta first. The team that came in from the Open Finals and one series away from being the first team in SPS history to make it all the way from Open Finals to Challenge Finals. We have Narashi, Lynch, Dan QT, Zyve, and Finn.
It's time to get excited for this squad. It looks like they can play both styles. Without their double support signature strategy, they still play around Zyve and funnel him with an absurd amount of gold. They invest in Zyve like Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. And the highlight, well, the linchpin for Bigetron Beta has always been the Natana hero that has only been picked once out of 5 games today, but Bigetron Beta probably will guarantee his appearance a bit more. When they took on RSG Malaysia, they made it look like child's play. You know, the RSG Malaysia stood no chance. But also, it's worthy to note that Bigetron Beta came from the lower bracket, the 3-1. They had to play a tiebreaker from the Open Finals to get here.
Yep, it's been a very long and arduous journey for Bigetron Beta, and it looks like the strategies has been profiting in this current meta as of right now, right? As you mentioned, Zyve has been the big standout from this team because he is consistently winning on Claude as well as Moskov. Natana's a 50% win rate overall, but just look at that average KDA, 7.3 from the Open Finals.
Wow, Sakai, is that you? But no, it's not Sakai, it's Zyve. And that one game he lost, well, that 50% win rate on Natan probably came from the Open Finals when they lost to Monster Vicious. Either way, still his signature hero.
Yep, dangerous man to have on a traditional marksman. Dangerous strategy that they have going on, and so far it's been very difficult for teams to crack the code on these guys, mainly because even if they do kind of get past the initial hurdles, the final scaling Zyve is always going to be that final boss.
But on the other side of the ring, it is their opponent, CFU Gaming, with Wadu, Detective, Z, Xing, and Opie, the ones who took down former world champions and recent MPL Philippines winners right here in front of you.
Yep. They have veterans of their own that have been playing for a while with Wadu, Z, as well as OP. Sing and Detective as well have been performing extremely well, but their aggression is through the roof, right? They've done some great pre-preparation against TLPH, but can that be said the same about Bigetron Beta? Because even against TLPH, this looked like an incredible engage from TLPH's side, and Detective turns it around because he was the only person who made it away from JP's Minoan Fury.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's also CFU Gaming willing to take the fight to TLPH. Detective, even in his dying breath, was able to kind of get out, right? At the end of the day, I think CFU Gaming, they realized that we can't just let Liquid Philippines make the move. We have to be the one that gets aggressive.
Oh yeah. I mean, every single time, even the wall charge, even the like nature's barrier to allow Claude to free hit was pretty insane, man. Like CFU Gaming is one of those inhuman teams when things are working out well. But just look at that kill score. 13 minutes into that game, and we're already like breaking the 30, the two-digit marks. 30 kills over, nearly breaking 40.
It's just a bloody team, a team that likes bloodbath. When we look at the matchup history, actually it's not all rainbow and sunshine. When we look back at MPL Cambodia, the recent ones, they beat Team SV but proceed to lose against See You Soon and D-Raw Legends, both 0-3. But the most recent one, obviously, is a 2-0 win over Team Liquid Philippines. Out of 10 games played, it's a 40% game win rate, but I think for them, they can put MPL Cambodia behind them.
Yeah, I definitely think that, you know, teams who, again, don't qualify for MSC the traditional way are so hungry when they come to the SPS for victory. And now let's see whether or not that this team is going to be as 50-50 as we thought. Maybe they won the coin flip twice against TLPH, maybe not against Bigetron Beta.
And we also need to see what kind of Bigetron Beta we're getting today, right? Is it the one that funnels Zyve but has setup, or are we going to get double enchanters? That's something that Bigetron Beta does not mind going for. Heading to draft for game 1, the bands are already up on the tables. Roger, Novaria, Chip, Moskov, Angela, and Harith.
Alright, so I'm expecting to see this Natan actually show up pretty early on for the side of Bigetron Beta. Whether it be the first or second phase doesn't really matter at this point. Usually they pair it up with the Fredrin just to have some kind of like strong front line that scales throughout the game.
Correct me if I'm wrong. My geography isn't that good, but if my eyes weren't deceiving me, CFU Gaming has one of the coaches from China.
You know what? I was looking at the draft graphic. I'm not 100% sure about this because now Bigetron Beta will have access to this Lo Yi. So Dan QT now is going to be able to send support to Zyve's side of the map.
Right, we got a confirmation from Zipper. Yes, well, it's good to see. I mean, it's good to see that the region of China is also exporting talents. But Yuzhong now for CFU Gaming, very strong opener. Let's see if they're gonna stick with the Fredrin or first go for the Grok. No, it's gonna be the Edith. So no, it's a very, very honest opening.
Yeah, I mean, considering OP's performance on the Edith, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him just like flicker engage on anything he sees. We see the Natan coming up from Bigetron Beta as expected. They gotta pair it up with something here. I'm guessing it's going to be the Fredrin to be really, really safe. They could get the Arla if they want to, but then again, they are on the blue side.
Well, Matilda. I mean, Matilda is still up, right? But they get the Baxia first just to secure a good jungle, so not be too worried even if a Fredrin goes through. But
wow,
it's not going to be Fredrin, it's Ling, CFU. Just coming out the gate swinging.
I'm gonna be real with you, right? Something about Myanmar and their Ling players, they're really good. Even in their ranked public games, they're actually disgusting to play against.
I've met a couple in my ranked game. It's not fun. It's not fun.
It's not. They can carry the game solo, right? And this is Kamai ranked games as well. I remember going over to MSC thinking like, oh, I'm gonna have the best ranked games of my life, and then I saw the difference in Lings, and I was like, oh my goodness, they are wild.
That's where the aggression comes from, right? The heart of a beast.
Yeah, truly, honestly.
Matilda, Claude, both banned out. Bigetron Beta clamping down on the gold laner, but CFU mean paying respects, right? They take out the Florian also.
I think they were expecting to see the Claude within the first rotation, and that's why they went for their Baxia as per usual. But since they didn't, lock in their Claude, all right, might as well ban it out. And while you're at it, let's get rid of the carry as well, right? Oh, Ruby instead.
Okay.
Huh.
So they're willing to let the carry through, but yeah, is there any other options? No, right? It's just carry, yeah.
Yeah, basically. I thought they probably wanted the Ruby for themselves. Narashi played a strong Ruby game yesterday. I would have liked to see him play it again.
You just keep your gold laner for last at this point. Oh wait, no, actually you can pick your gold laner now, right? You can save the mid for last? Go for last, actually. I think go for last makes more sense since they revealed Yuzhong already.
I suppose. It kind of doesn't matter what they reveal. No matter what, they're going to get the other pick, right? It's
Vexana?
Would they prefer the Vexana or would they prefer the Valentina?
Or Varamis.
You're right. The Faramis actually works pretty well, but they're going to go with the Valentina just to stay a little aggressive here. I guess they... I do think the Faramis would have been a pretty good option. They have a strong dive comp as well.
Yeah, Valentina, who... So far, no good abilities yet, aside from Diversion. See, the last two picks were Bigetron, they are still looking for the XP and the roam. Arlet is still up on the table if they want to set up. Or they can just go for Grok into the Edith.
I think both are totally fine at this point, right? Both are completely okay. The Edith has already gone to CFU Game Insight, so that means the Grok is still available. They can't go for their double support. I mean, they still technically can go for the Minotaur, but they need something that can actually catch and slow down the Ling in the first place, right? So that's why I was a little confused about the Ruby ban initially, but they're going to go with the Arla instead, and the Franco.
So double lockdown, especially Franco. Whoever you catch is surely going to go down. And that's going to help the Natan accelerate. This inevitably will go down to them pocketing everything onto Zyve. So this is the Roma review. Potentially, no, actually, yeah, it's a goal lane review for CFU.
Unless they decide, you know what, let's throw CC into the gold lane one more time. Let's show them how it's done, a real death ball composition. That would be very exciting.
Beatrix, Brody, Carry. Man, there really isn't much option that can escape, that can reliably just face off against a Franco Arlet.
Yeah, it's not simple. It's not simple. I mean, worst comes to worst, you just go for
Nabi. CC immunity.
The Nabi. Nah, it's definitely going to be the carry in this position. There's plenty of tanks to melt away, but the only problem is that she's short range, putting her at risk of getting bloody hunted or getting like one shot by Natan if he entropies forward, or arguably the worst one yet, getting hit by the yin-yang reaction.
Yep. It has to somehow get out of the lane in as good as a state as possible, right? You need to have a great laning stage, or else it's going to be hard to melt down Bigetron Beta's lineup.
Let's see how decisive CFU Gaming is going to be this time against the cool, calm, and collected Bigetron Beta, because they like to play it slow. They like to funnel a lot of gold into Zyve, but they give up map pressure when they do so. Maybe that's something that's that CFU can actually take advantage of.
And I mean, it's not just CFU. I believe like most of the teams from the Cambodian region, they can fail an initial engage, but if there's one thing they do is with the power of friendship, they will hard commit. And riding off the momentum of yesterday, let's see if CFU can continue that advancement, because the Sharks, they're hungry, and Bigetron, they're in red.
Yeah, the way that CFU plays is constant trades, right? Consistent trades against their opponent, whether equalizing or to get an advantage, doesn't really matter as long as they trade up.
Yes, it's one of the scariest ways to play. One of the scariest play styles to play against. In fact, you get so tired from all the trading and just trying to survive.
Yeah, you start to not look at the minimap as often because of how much action is going on. You're getting flickered on even though you've revealed zero information to your opponents. So it can get quite wild.
It's the sensory overload. We do have slight technical pause to make sure that both teams are in an optimal environment to function. We don't want any input delays or anything, especially if you're CFU. You don't want that link to miss a step. You slip off the ledge, that's lights out.
Yeah, it's going to be a very clean game coming in from Detective, because he has two ways of actually approaching these team fights. Either A, attack Dan QT from behind so even the splash damage doesn't affect the rest of his team, or force Zyve to actually take a bad trade, use his entropy, and then attack him after he swaps place.
Now, one of the few heroes that even with the entropy is not that easy to escape from, right? Link can close the distance, and if he gets the snowball rolling, he can definitely two-tap you. I'm looking to see if BTR's draft, can they kind of slow down Detective in the early game. I mean, they do have a box set already. They have an Arlo that can get prio for his lane, but how are they going to work together?
I'm not 100% sure, right? Because this is one of the few situations where it's actually beneficial for Finn to leave Zyve alone in that lane, right? Periodically to attack Detective, to slow his rotations down, right? On that purple buff, especially if the gold lane is going to be spawning on that side. They're on blue, so I'm guessing, looking at the map, yep, it's going to be on the top side, right? So we're expecting that Finn periodically walks in, slows down that orange buff, maybe shows up mid once in a while with the Iron Hook, and when the Iron Hook is on cooldown, walk back up to gold.
Yeah. And we'll be looking at OP to try and mirror him, right? Like it's pretty tough to kind of walk up to an Edith. She just beats the crap out of you. She should have the concussive blast that just instantly gives him the win. I think Finn also went for the support emblem, so not as tanky as you usually would be. But does allow his team to do slightly extra damage.
We'll see whether he took focusing mark this time round. Maybe Zyve can make something happen. I mean, technically the only way Finn wins this trade pre-level 4 is if he gets like an iron hook on Sing or maybe OP and then flickers underneath the tier 1. Then maybe there's a good chance that they win the lane.
I think the teams are ready. We should be getting back into the game just a little bit. CFU resolving the ping issues, feeling really good about this upcoming game. So without further ado, it is time to kick off the final best of 3 of the day. Bigetron Beta against CFU Gaming.
All right, we're actually getting to the game this time round, and hopefully Bigetron Beta can show us what it takes to beat CFU, who's already taken down Team Liquid. But this is for a qualification spot. All eyes on both of these teams. Good luck as they begin.
So interesting starting items. I mean, Narashi and Zai both went for defense. And an early hook onto Detective, that's going to slow it down. Oh, just slightly resetting the buff, but Detective still clears it in time.
Yep, it does mean that Lynch has a millisecond of a lead when it comes down to the clearing speed here. And hopefully those milliseconds can be taken full advantage of. It looks like the gold is going to be on the bottom side of that map, right, as expected. But we do expect Finn to periodically leave every once in a while when he knows that Detective shows up.
And good secure, Zyve gets the gold crab. And that means Finn also intends to get active, right? Focusing mark, pull yourself together. It's just about abusing that lower cooldown on the flicker to get picks starting at level 4. But topside, Wadu already found himself a substantial lead. At least in the lane, he gets to move first.
He moves first, but this is all for one single invade just to get Detective ahead.
Flicker, onwards, Earth Shatter, Terrify, Petrify, everything thrown, and first blood going over to Detective.
Well done. CFU Gaming, they always do this single set play. They get everybody involved. 4 players to make this lead actually worthwhile. And Dan QT, a little late on the call, but unfortunately can't do much about
Oh, Wadu. Actually, the Furious Dive, a bit of an error. Ends up giving his life away.
Oh.
Finn. He gets the point of Detective, but Tempest of Blaze, that should be an easy kill. Detective finds 2. And the timing for CFU, immaculate, right? Detective gets first blood, OP sucks up the mid lane XP.
Yep, and not even Zing gets the gets any side camps for free. Detective's like, no, I'm a hungry boy, let me eat.
I'm Ling.
Can't do much at this point of time because Bigetron Beta, they want to hit those level 4s. Dan QT especially, he's waiting for Narashi to actually get back into this lane.
So no Petrify for Wadu for another 20 seconds. Final slash stolen by Z. And CFU Gaming on the board right out the gates. Detective, he is still same level as Lynch, but if he clears his orange buff, he will be ahead.
Yeah, and I think that CFU Gaming, they don't even care about the turtle. It's all about winning this fight and getting Detective even further ahead, right? Final stash on Z.
Diversion. Oh, Wadu, he just walked out of it, but they saw Narashi. He's gonna be busy with Wadu, and now big combo. Detective gets the turtle, Tempest of Blaze drops down, and everyone starts dropping like flies. And Rashi finds the final slash. Detective will be collected, but Wadu kills off Dan QT. He might be sacrificed, jumps away with the Furious Dive. Zing also shows up, entropy from Dive. Both Z and Wadu gets down, and Zing is looking to get Dive. Flickers for the kill, dashes to safety. Narashi gets the stun, but no reset. With the morning 4, Z comes in to back him up. Zing finds a double kill.
And CFU once again just showing that it ain't no fluke. They're just better. They're just better in these fights. I'm unable to find any active trades against CFU. But look at this fight, right? This engage was so good, but Narashi turns it around with that final slash, allowing himself to create an opening to kill Detective. So that's going to slow him down, and the gold, the shutdown gold, is very much appreciated.
But, I mean, not picking up Z and Wadu, and Z returning to help Xing. I believe they did get a kill down bot. Once it's repadding, Xing did go down. But overall, the aggression from CFU on parallel. So OP also ended up dying. So it's OP and Wadu that went down.
Yep, they were trying to be proactive on the top side of the map with an early lane swap, trying to get the EXPs involved here. Oh, looks like we're back in the action and purple buff being contested.
Xing, bursted, but not enough to kill him off. Detective onto Lynch, Black Dragon form committed from Wadu. They want this box and they will get it.
Yep, they punish once again. Walk into my jungle, don't steal my camp, no problems with me. I'll take your life in trade.
Okay.
He lands it. Bloody Hunt.
I had to flicker.
Oh, scary stuff. Cancelled super early, and Wadu not even committing to the Petrify, which Finn was anticipating.
Yeah. So losing his flicker means for the next minute and a half, Bigetron Beta will slow down a bit. Turtle up, and Detective, he's gonna queue back out of the orange buff, but again, CFU Gaming, they don't care too much about the Turtle. Good final splash, that is gonna be Z down. Wadu OP is around, Detective still wants to try, but this time, not gonna commit to it.
Yep, Turtle falling into the hands of Bigetron Beta. A pretty slow game here, but high kill count overall between both of these teams. CFU Gaming has been proactive, but so far, they've been punished. Wait, Sing, is he okay here? Should be fine. Finn isn't able to close the distance.
They perhaps doesn't have the iron hook just yet. So CFU Gaming, well, they had to use the flicker on this carry. All this considered, right? Despite this fast opener, it's an even game. So Detective not running too far away, too far ahead with the lead. Entropy used that knows that Zyve is dead. Detective, can he find an opening? OP stunned up, pull back, had to use Primal Wrath to back up. And Detective actually going to commit. They want to take Lynch out. The damage from OP might be enough. Bloody Hunt is used. Suppression insufficient. And that's going to be 2 kills of CFU Gaming. Z once more steals the Bloody Hunt to give Detective a third.
What a good play from Z. What a good play, and they're not done yet.
Petrified knockout. That's 4 for CFU.
They don't stop. The momentum is building up. CFU finally crack open the tier 1. Tell me this game isn't exciting to watch. CFU always make it fun.
Unbelievable. A step closer to proving that yesterday, not just them hitting the jackpot. This is how CFU plays. Always on the hunt. And Bigetron Beta, just like that. They are 3,000 gold behind, lost top tier 2.
Significant plays here being made, but let's also look at the main win conditions, right? Detective currently second item complete with the Haas Claw. We look down at Zyve, and it looks like he just finished his Starlium Scythe. Zing is 1 item away from the Trinity build, so it looks like in terms of tempo, it's definitely in the hands and advantage of CFU. I think the worst part is the fact that Detective, as of right now, while we transition into the mid game, is like full level ahead of Lynch.
Yeah, and half an item ahead of him as well. Means Zyve even went for more cooldowns on his boots, right? So it's about maximum damage output. He knows that if he gets caught, he's dead anyway, so might as well go for the damage. CFU Gaming will get the 3rd turtle off the game. The diversion is nullified, unfortunately. Steals the purple buff from Lynch.
Oh, sad days. It feels like CFU just getting so much off of the turtle every single time. And now as we transition into the mid game, we're looking for that one big fight so that CFU can lock Bigetron Beta out of this game and set up for checkmate angle.
Detective, he's just chilling. What, 3 levels ahead, 2 levels ahead of Lynch. On Bigetron Beta, they are forced to huddle together to use Lynch as a bait.
Because they don't know. They don't know when exactly Detective is going to show up. Oh.
Bot side, actually, they ended up finding Wadu, so Xing, at least he gets to get out.
Yep, preemptively using his flicker. Very good use. Doesn't want to fall down to 5 members of BTR Beta, but at the same time, we're not seeing the split push being implemented here because there's not a lot of out-of-tier turrets to actually fight for anymore. Bottom side is being taken care of by Bigetron Beta, but top side, with the missing tier 2, you would have expected CFU to maybe try and push it out.
I mean, CFU, they want this bot tier 1, it's the last outer-tier turret that is going to free up the map for Detective. Bigetron Beta continuing to stick together. Every time Dan QT has a diversion, they look to make a play.
Level lead still being maintained by Detective, now turning into a 2-level lead. Looks like they don't want to get aggressive by invading this at this stage of the game. See if you understand that the next the next turtle fight is going to be by far the most important one.
They're going to gather their manpower on the bot side, this time making sure that Xing will get this tier 1. Bigetron Beta having to let it go. It's just not worth sticking together. But, I mean, that means Dan QT is not going to get much resources, right? Most of them funnel into Lynch, but primarily the Natan.
Yeah, Zyve is currently, where is he? He's currently like 1,300, 1,400 ahead of his opponent Zing at this point of time, and I think Bigetron Beta are just still playing this funneling strategy.
Yeah, I mean, they just got the Holy Crystal. This could be the big moment, diversion, to bring them closer to the Lord. OP sees this. Lynch gonna check. Now Jinx gonna pop his ultimate instantly. Back Dragon Form, that's the commitment from CFU. Narashi almost goes down, but maybe it doesn't matter, right? Final slash a bit too late. Wadu finds a 3-man petrify, gets suppressed, but OP finds a 2-man knockout. Detective had to exit the fight. The Holy Crystal working out from Dive as he finds a double kill. Lynch, he's still alive. Detective finds the kill, but Bigetron Beta finds the wipeout.
Oh, the 50-50 did not work out in CFU Gaming's favor. They got way too low here. DanQT's splash damage really causing a lot of havoc for CFU. You could see that the engage was looking real nice from CFU, but they overextended so much to close the distance that Zai was able to start melting them as they approached.
Yeah, I look at the damage. Del Zai did 11,000 damage in that fight. That's
So
the Holy
strong.
Crystal.
He's so very, very strong, right? Even OP with the Radiant Armor just doesn't have enough to hold against him just yet. I mean, look at this, right? A 3-man Petrify coming in from Wadu gets locked down. They take away that Bloody Hunt, but now they all funnel into the auto attacks of Zai.
I mean, OP, he wanted to get the stun onto Zai, but the entropy reposition. Detective just ate a full energy blast. So Bigetron Beta completely nullifying this Lord advantage for CFU. But it doesn't seem like CFU is stopping. They're continuing.
I mean, they didn't lose anything off of it, and they have the Lord on the... Oh,
Now OP, he is so far forward. I didn't really get to fight this Detective. Here's the back line. Wadu finds the stun! And actually it works out. He gets Zai. So Bigetron Beta somehow losing that fight.
and now it's a 3v2. They can start threatening inhibitors at this point of time. They don't have the greatest wave clear with Narashi and Finn playing Franco and Arlet respectively.
Man, Wadu's Petrify came back up just in time. Wow.
It's literally like a one-touch situation, right? They find it, but now they're gonna back on out of here. The waves crash, but DanQT, Lynch, as well as Zybe are gonna be back up online.
It just has to be some extra careful. Because CFU, they are committed. They're throwing bodies. Look at the XP graph. Doesn't really tell the full story, but CFU Gaming, you can see that they have just been as aggressive as they humanly can be.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at it, because Zybe is funneling all the gold, everybody else on his team is very much under leveled. Like Wadu is 2 levels ahead of Narashi. If you compared Z in comparison to DanQT, a full level ahead. Zing is the only one who's down level onto Zybe because he's getting all the gold, but even OP is a full level ahead of Finn.
Yeah, Zybe taking the pay slip and also taking the tips from the customers. Everyone has to bow down to Lord Zybe. Just got the Winds of Nature. Could be Bloodwing's last item.
He's going to need everything. He's going to need everything here. How do they get out of this situation? I feel like so far Bigetron Beta are answering CFU Gaming's aggression with cold, calculated peel, right? They always funnel them into the jungle, and I think that CFU Gaming needs to recognize we need a wide open space to fight. We need them around this Lord Pit.
Is he missing that final slash? That's a good omen for Bigetron Beta. That could have been deadly, but still, CFU Gaming, they're going to clump up together. It's all about this Lord. Conceal play, OP looking for the flicker. Only on the Finn, but they're willing to commit onto the Furious Dive, actually stopping Lynch, but Narashi with the counter engage is getting melted down by Zing. Detective in the back. One side cannot find it. Narashi falls. OP continuing to fight through it. The immortality will break, but despite ending in the deaths of 2 for CFU.
Yep, 2 down, 1 in trade in Narashi. Finn had to use his flicker, but still has the Bloody Hunt.
And Dive committing the entropy doesn't find Z.
I'm surprised he didn't one-shot him there, to be fair.
It's even flickered, just in case.
Yeah, well, I think it's okay. But now Bigetron Beta should be able to get this Lord without having much contention here. Then again, Lynch is 2 levels down on Detective. Detective can try to go for a drive-by.
Yeah, Finn has ult. Detective shows himself. Can Finn catch him? The biggest catch, the biggest fish. Missing the Iron Hook, Tempest Ablaze, but decides that takes the Lord somehow. What's with junglers missing Retris today? And Zai finds a killing spree.
I think it's worthwhile regardless for Bigetron Beta. Finally, after all the amount of aggression, they've caught back up. They scaled Zyve into a very good position to the point where CFU Gaming can't handle him with just one person. They need to send bodies at him. So far, so good. Bigetron Beta now, after equalizing that score and even the kill count, they want to take control over the map.
See how much damage they can do with this. Should be at least an inhibitor. Zyve committing, and that Z did.
Somebody finds one, tier 2 now. If they get an inhibitor off of this, CFU is going to struggle a little bit for the next third Lord. I don't think Bigetron Beta has enough or has what it takes to crack open their base this early on. But I think that CFU at this point must play defensively. They can't just take a random engage now.
The vacuum, hook, not committed yet. Lord crash, like dragon form just to keep Bigetron Beta away, but inhibitor still falls. This is not a fight to see if you can take. But OP is already dead, overextended, Lord still alive. 2 more seconds for Z to come back, Zing committing everything. Try and keep Bigetron Beta away. Detective taking the brunt of the damage from the yin-yang reaction. 2 inhibitors of CFU gone.
Yep, and they lose all of their inhibitors in one fell swoop. Bigetron Beta, they can do this. Oh!
Yep, Flicker, final stats catching Zing. He commits to the fight. Detective able to trade 1-for-1, but only Narashi though. They still need to take out Zive Z. He goes the back fight to terrify, but his team runs out of damage. Bigetron Beta survive the onslaught, and they take game 1.
Woo! This Franco, Finn on the Franco, making the difference here in this game. The threat of that bloody hunt really forces CFU to play in a very particular manner, and they're not used to it. Bigetron Beta, they cracked the code on this one 15 minutes into this game.
Absolutely bloody game 1. Like 15 minutes, we probably have more than double the kills across both teams combined, but still, hard-fought victory. Started with Zive getting funneled all the resources in the world into a Lord steal, as when your jungle is 2 levels down against Detective.
At least they have Zive to rely on every single time. Well done from Bigetron Beta. Well done. CFU now have to hit the drawing board on the plans. How exactly do they play around this? How exactly do they consistently stop Zive? Does this mean that they have to play towards the opposite side of the map?
I mean, they were able to shut down everyone else from Bigetron Beta, but at the end, again, Zive comes online, the game plan completely changes, right? 1 Lord to end the game, Bigetron Beta 1 game away from making it to challenge finals.
It's quite the struggle, and I think unfortunately for this Ling, it didn't work out, right? A lot of the splash damage didn't allow Zing to actually get into these fights as well. So for the most part of it, like Z tries whenever they're clumped up close, but even so, once you lose your frontliners like Wadu, and especially OP, you lose your main peelers, and that's when you see Bigetron Beta really start encroaching on the space.
Yeah, pretty crazy that they play a draft with carry and the game plan is just run at your enemies. Don't see that often with CFU. Keeping their identity, but perhaps that Ling might have to change.
Hey, it just goes to show that's why they banned out the Claude in the first place, right? Just to make sure he doesn't have the extra mobility to close that distance. But so far, with that 1-0, I think that Bigetron Beta are on the right path. They need to keep, they need to make sure that they can keep this going, because a lot of this just comes down to Dan QT responding to the aggression from CFU with the diversion, right? So without it for the upcoming game, I'm going to assume that CFU aren't going to let the Loyi through once more.
Yeah, I think they're going to ban it out for sure. Let's take a look at some stats from game number 1. I'm just curious how bloody it is. Well, 45 kills in. That's 3 times the kills.
Yep, that's what you can expect from a CFU game here. Bigetron Beta still win it out by 3 kills, but it's only 15 minutes and 5 seconds, right? We get to the Turtles, and Turtles, the early to mid CFU did have the advantage, but once Zive finally hit that critical mass, it became too big of a problem to handle.
Yeah, at least they were able to shut down Detective, right? Despite Detective getting a just monstrous lead. At one point, he was running at the Baxia, who has an ultimate. Still, I mean, 3 kills per minute, absolute lunacy from both teams. CFU, they are just not stopping, right? Even though they fall behind, they continue to push the envelope.
Yeah, they continue to push the envelope faster than you would have expected it, and I think it's a little unfortunate, of course, but you got to give it to some of the supporting cast members of BTR Beta. People like Narashi, for example. These final slashes have honestly costed CFU a couple of team fights, and let's not forget about the bloody hunt coming in from Finn. He doesn't even have to use it. It's the fact that he exists that CFU have to ask the question, can we get Finn first, then start attacking Zive, or do we threaten Zive first, force out that bloody hunt, and then fully commit to the back line?
Yeah, they've tried it in multiple ways, but I think at the end of the day, the impact of Narashi and Narashi being able to set up for Dan QT is just so well done. Even if Lynch, if he stays alive with the ultimate, it's just so hard for CFU to run through it. But this draft is all about full committing. Even Z at the very end, throwing his life just to try and get Zive. but to no avail.
Yeah, if we look at the damage dealt, we can see that there's a very big difference between the two, right? Bigetron Beta at the end was able to etch it out, but look at the damage taken. That's when it's like a little shocking because the CFU has taken less damage overall in comparison to Bigetron Beta. I think that's due to the fact that Lynch was just absorbing so many shots. Same can be said about Narashi, but even with total healing, it's in favor of CFU.
And CFU just does not have enough health bar to tank to a Holy Crystal Natan. Right? Most of them just get two-shotted. Even the Hall of Famers, two men in specific, Xive, 1k, over 1k GPM on the Natan, and it's a 15-minute game.
15-minute game. He gets funneled with everything, right? He ended this game 15,000 gold. 15,000! 4,000 more than Detective, who had a shocking early game.
Everyone had to take a pay cut just for his success.
Yeah, and it works out. It works out really, really well. We look at Dan QT, still able to get his items, but he's building like cost efficiently.
Yeah, he's like going for like Bloodwings, Winter Truncheon. It's all about setting it up for Xive. And even for Narashi, right after Fury Hammer, it's all about utility. This graph shows how much pressure CFU was putting on Bigetron Beta before the final moments.
Yeah, a wild amount of EXP lead until it eventually evens out towards the end, and that's where you see the huge gold surge for the side of Bigetron Beta towards the latter half of the game. It just goes to show that like maybe CFU need to adjust their plan to target specifically Xive in the laning phase if he is playing Natan.
Perhaps they have to consider getting rid of the Natan, right? It's Xive's signature pick, 11, 4, and 8 in this game with the weakness finder even, so it's all about raw damage. At the end of the day, at one point, before Immortality had extra cooldown boots, so he's just pumping out extra numbers without you knowing it.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, right? Because the early game was very much dominated by CFU, continuously like chaining these kills together and pushing the momentums into the other sectors of the game, like this one.
Yeah, it's just a chain reaction, right? You see the split-second decisions from CFU Gaming, the spells, the steal by Z, even this move from Wadu. If the Bloody Hound wasn't that, it could have been such a different outcome.
Yeah, it could have been such a different outcome. Look at how small the margins are, and I think this is where honestly CFU realized that, hey, we're powering down here. Xive has done way too much damage in that short period of time, and there's no way to take him out efficiently. We have to take down the support system.
Yeah, when the only call is go, 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 sometimes you do overextend, and with Detective realizing that his time is running short, it's just so hard to get through Xive. Even this last fight, Dan QT wasn't even there at the start.
Yep, Zing having to waste a lot of his time on Narashi, which is perfect for Bigetron Beta because at the end of the day, even if we're just talking about regular basic attacks, Xive naturally outranges the carry in this match.
Yeah, in fact, outranges everyone, right? Unless you have gap closes. So Bigetron Beta, they were able to weather the storm, just survive the punches thrown by CFU Gaming and barely edging out. It's not even win by KO punch, it's just by submission. CFU Gaming tap out at the end.
They just couldn't get over the edge. That one fight that could have changed it all for them. That's okay because now that means in this game number 2, CFU they should recognize that they were pretty close in that match. It's just getting over that final hurdle and figuring out a way to kind of slow down Xive because there's just so much map pressure to be had. But once you take away those tier 2s on the long lane, there's nothing much you can really do other than threaten the inhibitors, and most of the time you're not going to get away with that.
Either that, or if they want to go back to the same playstyle, perhaps Franco and Kaja must have to be in the ban list consideration. We'll let CFU do their planning for game number 2 and Bigetron Beta to take a short break as well, because we will be back in just a little bit for the potentially last game of the series.
Here we go!
It's
CFU Gaming smell blood in the water, but the robots hung on with their hard carcasses. It's game 2 coming up. Bigetron Beta against CFU Gaming. Let's see how much more high octane this series can get.
3 kills per minute was already so very high, but we can only expect more aggression coming from CFU's side. The question is, how are they going to angle themselves this time after trying to punish Zyve during these team fights? Couldn't find it.
They try to kind of break down the framework of Bigetron Beta, and then realizes that, man, Zyve, the core is too strong. Let's see if they shift the focus, because I would want to see them try to get Xing a lead, because that game was all about detective, but unfortunately didn't work out.
I think, you know, they're on the right track, you know, slow down the enemy jungler, and then after that, bleed that lead over. Taking away the jungle camps is actually super important for CFU Gaming, because that's all the extra gold they funnel into Zyve.
Yeah, and both teams showing respect in the second draft phase, right? No Natan. CFU says no more Zyve Natan. And Bigetron Beta, even though they won that game, they realized that that Ling was a big problem.
Detective plays Hayabusa. He's just like, hey.
Is it time to bring a Hellcurt?
Hey, even better, even better. Honestly, Hellcurt is not that bad if they did decide to give the Natan away. But then again, it is pretty difficult overall, because now that's going to be 3 gold lane committed bans.
Is it going to be a Roger ban? Because Detective can't play that Roger. It's a Roger ban.
4 gold lane bans here. You
Pick
can
the Claude.
pick up the Claude at this point, right? Give it to him. Give it to Xing.
Please, give him the Claude. Give him a better matchup. Give him the Claude and force Zyve to play carry.
I mean, he can still technically play carry if he wants to, because technically carry is more lane dominant than Claude, assuming that they take Master Assassin.
Chip went through.
Chip, that's a good point. Oh, CFU. It's the fact that it's CFU who's getting the chip. Can you imagine what this is going to look like?
I think I get Loyi, huh? Loyi Claude?
I think it's going to be Loyi.
Bigetron Beta is going to take Loyi for sure.
Loyi Fred?
Huh?
Armis? Okay, I mean, sure, I guess. Wait for it, wait for it.
Fredrin? I'm not looking at the API because that thing is leaking, leaking the draft.
It's leaking the draft so far.
Is it Fredrin?
It's got to be Fredrin, right? They always lean towards Fredrin. I don't think I mean, they can go for the Boxia if they want to, if they're expecting Claude on the side of CFU Gaming.
Nah, okay, so they do go for the box, yeah.
Okay, in anticipation. I think it's fine at the end of the day. I do think that CFU is very happy to get the Loyi as well as the chip. If they get Claude on top of it all, they've got enough AoE damage to cut through the temp HP. They can scale it to the later stages of the game, and you never really know where CFU is coming from.
So with Loyi has been shown, let's see if this is going to be a Claude. Because I think Detective, if he wants to play Assassin, we might be actually... They take the Fredrin, okay, so they're not revealing any gold laners.
I think that's fine. I think it's
Can
okay.
you imagine if they ban both Claude and Carry if Bigetron Beta doesn't pick one of them?
That'd be a bit wild.
Wow.
Yuzong gets locked in for the side of Bigetron Beta, and now we might actually get that. You might actually get a 6 committed gold lane ban.
Or Bigetron Beta double down, they make it 8.
They make it 8. What else is there to ban? What else
Brody
are they worried about?
Beatrix.
Oh, that's true. That's
we
true.
go back down to the basics. You know, Hanabi, Leslie, Mia, Layla, Ixia, Bruno. Ixia ain't too bad, I guess.
I mean, if you do get rid of everything else, then maybe Ixia could potentially come for Bigetron Beta, and a little less for CFU. Xborg gets banned out here. That's kind of interesting.
Want to protect the Nether Realm and the front lines. I mean, they already have a lot of CFU already have a lot of PU. So Angela banned out. So still paying respects to Bigetron Beta's Enchanter playstyle.
Yeah, I'm thinking of a couple of things. Number one, I'm thinking that CFU game and thinking about Terizla to deal with the Faramis, to be able to kind of corral them together. They're expecting Bigetron Beta to actually play for team fights, except for Yuzong, who's going to do his own thing until the engage is over. Is there anything else that they need to worry about? I don't think so. Maybe a Grok. Oh, no. Sorry, the Carmilla.
Carmilla, right? Carmilla jungle. Well, I want to say Carmilla jungle, but there's a Fredrin already. Dam was banned out. That could indicate that they are going to take the Claude, because, you know, Vengeance user.
Yeah, Vengeance users across the board.
Ban Claude? Oh, they can't ban Claude now.
Yeah.
It's too late.
It's a little tough. I mean, they can if they want to, but then that means carry is going to be up. It really doesn't matter at that point. CC is something that they might want to think about. Looks like it's going to be the Matilda still. don't think Bigetron Beta would have wanted it anyways at this point because they're worried about this chip.
Yep. Zive does get his clock. So far, 100% win rate from the Open Finals up to this point. CFU Gaming, it's time to review. They're gonna go for the Masha. Wow, Masha carry. So Masha XP lane.
Hey man, good luck, Zive.
I mean, just straight up, this is the dream lineup, right? Like if bans do not exist, this is what you expect.
Yeah, this is quite nerve-wracking here. This is quite nerve-wracking. It can go either side because CFU have to play the map. They just kind of don't have the choice, right? Bigetron Beta, if they find any lead in this game and start deathballing, I think it's going to be tough for CFU Gaming to actually recover, even if they do like split push across the map with the Masha and things like that.
Man, the fact that both teams were drafting at such a fast pace, right, shows that they really have a super clear idea on what to go for. CFU Gaming not diverting from, not moving away from kind of the aggressive style. In fact, feels like they're amping it up. Now I have ways to send the Masha straight into the clock.
I mean, they don't have the death ball if they don't want to. They can technically split the map up any way they want to logistically, right? They can diversion one way, and then afterwards they can start calling in for the chip shortcut, or if somebody dies and they come back to life, they can do it again. And there's just so many different ways that CFU Gaming can actually play it. We'll see whether the mix-ups are going to be enough against Bigetron Beta, though.
Yeah, CFU Gaming trying to just confuse Bigetron Beta thus far. Well, they have a chance to bring it to Game 3, but they gotta win this one. Bigetron Beta, one game away from making Challenge Finals and history in SPS. This time CFU will be on blue side, Bigetron Beta on red.
They're gonna have mirrored starts here, both on their orange buff. They're gonna end up on opposite sides. Detective will end up towards EXP, and we will expect to see Baxia down by Zive in the gold lane. For the time being, they just have to play patient, right? I want to see how CFU is going to set up the very first engagement in the match, though.
So the timing that they always go for is 1.5 minutes. We can go in, get an invade, get a kill, then we can instantly get our Roma to hit 4. It's not going to be easy, this game, especially not against the Yuzong.
Yeah, River Crab getting highly contested by everyone. OP could leave at any point of time, notices the presence of Finn, decides to stick around as he watches him walk into the lane bush.
And both XP lane, and this is just a static lane. No one wants to push it. Oh, Z, he's already moving down. Finn needs to dash away. Lin shows up. OP takes the brunt of the damage, has to flicker away from the Earth Shatter.
I think, does he want to stick around any longer here? I don't think there's a gank angle. There could be a gank angle on the top side, and OP decides to be a part of this. They have no, I mean, Bigetron Beta, they've got no information. They know that Detective is here, but they don't know that OP is here as well.
And Wadu is going to open up the bush just to get Narashi in range, but Narashi has a Furious Dive. They're going to commit anyways. OP tanks up the aggro, and this could be first blood. Energy Eruption is there. Wadu will get it.
They're so low.
Lich's going to arrive. Can he at least get one trade? Detective, the gray health, not enough. Wadu is going to get pulled back, but no finisher, so it is a trade.
Really unlucky. Wadu probably would have loved to have his level 4 there to get in front of Lynch and then chunk him out for as hard as he can. Detective dying there, not the best, but at the very least, CFU Gaming, they don't really care about this very first turtle. Not everybody is level 4.
At least they get Wadu ahead, somewhat. Zive is going to 1v1 Zing, but no, forced to retreat. OP did arrive.
Oh. Zive opted to go for sprint in this game. I guess he doesn't want to get...
Doesn't want to get chased down by Wadu, I suppose.
I guess, but even so, Wadu can keep up with him pretty quickly. We'll see whether or not it's going to make a difference. I think it might actually make the difference, especially if he goes for a flank angle onto Zive with the BMI as well.
Especially, I mean, Zing is going to struggle a lot. Trying to, how are they going to catch Zive, in fact? They don't really have a lockdown for him.
I mean, they're just hoping that Masha is like so ridiculously strong that he 2-taps him before the fight begins.
Kind of a huge gamble. An investment.
It's quite the investment, right? Because Detective keeps on going up to this top side to find basically nothing at this point. Every single rotation. Now he's going to head to the bottom side and maybe something can happen here, but we're hoping that OP finds the initial engagement with the shortcut to kind of, you know, slow down the pace of Bigetron Beta scaling.
Yeah, Wadu, he's just going to forego his tier 2 boots. He's going to commit. He has a Fury Hammer. Probably going for... What do you believe? Heptasis? Could be. But at least for Lynch, he is ahead in experience, level ahead of Detective.
Has to take the time here. I don't think this is a dive angle just yet, especially since that Primal Wrath is quite obnoxious to deal with.
Yeah, not gonna go for it. They don't have a big enough wave.
Honestly, if they wanted to dive, they probably could have traded for it. But like with the timing so close to the turtle, 13 seconds left, it's best if they don't, right? Because Lynch, he's already a level ahead of Detective. He's been farming this entire time, making sure that he can screen for the bottom side of the map. And once the screen is clear,
oh, it is the shortcut. I don't think they can take out Narashi. OP tanked up the damage. Bigetron Beta, they also take the portal, and they found Detective. That is the best target. Detective doesn't even get to use the ult.
Takes it late. Doesn't matter. Ooh, wait.
They might find more. Z, he's gonna be gone on NetherRealm. Keeps Bigetron Beta healthy and safe. Z flickers. OP tanks out the aggro and Wadu around the corner, but Lynch gets the turtle. OP might now go down. Wadu can't be a part of that fight.
Yeah, he could try, but honestly, it doesn't really matter at this point. The fact that they lost their jungler because he walked through the shortcut portal just a little late, just a little unlucky, is all I can say.
It continues to snowball. And now they, Bigetron Beta can bring Zyve to the mid lane, let him get 2 waves. Still, I mean, under 1,000 goal advantage, but Finn, okay. The OP, actually his flicker was used, but still. He went to clear out the wave. Zing can't really commit to that. OP now in danger, gets the shield. And they have Detective around, shortcut put down, Lynch getting turned on. Damage is not enough from CFU. Detective's missing that ult.
No, Z does not have enough mana at all. He doesn't have the cooldowns to sustain this type of aggression. I think let's see if you have to take a full reset here. If not, it's just not worth their time. Detective and Z are just wasting their time if they go for these engagements without having that full reset. Again!
Where are they going this time?
Bottom side.
Bottom side, okay, they found Finn. Primal Wrath, Finn's gonna retreat. This is a bad fight for CFU, but they're sure as hell gonna try. Zype is gonna use the BMI away, NetherRealm pop. Zing still committing to the fight, but Lynch is just too durable. Finn can continue. Earthshadow misses.
Z does have the Enchanted Talisman, so mana is not a problem anymore, but he's got no life, so he can't really walk up. He doesn't want to walk up anyways, but still, we need to see a full reset here. We need to see OP kind of get a shortcut that's worth taking the fight against Bigetron Beta.
The worst, I think, is for Detective, right? He's been kind of pulled along for all these rides, but so far not getting much in return. I guess the good news is that CFU Gaming, they're not far behind.
Yeah, they aren't far at all. A single fight could make this, could honestly turn the game on its head entirely, but we're hoping that Wadu is able to scale up a little bit faster. He's got to play the Heptases. This way, sorry. Whether or not he wants to finish the Sea Halberd is the question. I'm thinking whether or not he can greed out for a POD at this point, but it's too early to tell.
The Detective's gonna find Finn. Can they burst him down before the Primal Wrath comes out? It seems like that's not possible. OP, he's gonna pull in that shortcut. Wadu on top of Finn. Finn flickers away. But the backline of CFU Gaming gets slowly slaughtered. Wadu wants to join his team, but the Petrify keeps the carry in place. And it's gonna be Narashi with a double kill. Detective Leslie, big one! And Wadu collects the kill onto Zyve. Flickers for 2. Still, CFU Gaming, the lost war.
He can get Lynch. Wait, no, Wadu, turn around, get Lynch, no! He's gonna get chased out by Narashi.
Oh, the shot ready to you. Bleeds him out. It's a shutdown.
This is not a good look. This is not a good look. See, I mean, Z is trying his best to try and participate in these fights, but honestly,
what? Did that splash connect?
I think the splash connected, and I think unfortunately Lynch took the other color and accidentally rolled into his friend. Unintentional, but hey, it works out. CFU will take anything.
But now they're, the lead for Bigetron Beta is starting to be apparent. 3,000 ahead. Zing has to be very careful. OP hasn't been able to really make use of that shortcut too much. He's been able to bring Wadu in, but Wadu him alone is not enough.
Yeah, I think, and unfortunately, I think Bigetron Beta are splitting the fight in half, right? Because of the mobility of this Claude, that BMI gives him access into the backline to people like Z, to people like Zing as well, who he can blazing duet down earlier on in this game before the Winds of Nature start taking place.
I'm surprised that Z is still deathless amongst all this chaos. Definitely a slower paced game, by CFU standard. Wadu, he's working towards the BOD, so shouldn't be too far away from it.
Well, he needs to scale fast though, but the problem is that clearing waves for him is such a struggle. TB down into the lane just to make sure that this tier 1 falls down, but Bigetron Beta really good reads.
So that's BOD for Wadu. He's probably going to go for second one if he can. The NetherRealm is starting to pose a problem also because Wadu has to wait it out before he commits to the fight. And in that time frame, Bigetron Beta can easily whittle down kind of the members of CFU.
I think the most ideal situation is if Wadu is using the Thunderclap specifically on Dan QT first, force Bigetron Beta to commit onto him, back away, reset, and then wait for OP to drop down the shortcut to get him back into the fight.
So they used to divert it to the bot side. They had the shortcut to bring the rest of the team in for this contest, but OP is gonna now call for reinforcements. Finn gets taunted. Wadu comes right through. Tries to look for one tap, finds Dan QT. NetherRealm is gone, but OP falls first. Dive with the sprint to the back. Zing cannot shake him off, but Zing survived long enough for an even trade.
Oh, beautiful even trade, but Dan QT, thanks to his farmer's passive, he's going to be back up. I think this is a full reset from both of these sides. Wow, the backline engaged from both Zyve as well as the Rashi looked beautiful, but Detective played it well. He peeled perfectly and even locked down Zyve.
But that could have gone so much worse. The fact that Zing survived with that health for so long, incredible.
I mean, look at that. Oh, great, beautiful hit. And he even taps down Zyve with the Appraiser's Wrath. Z now with the Holy Crystal. This is going to be an important fight from both of these teams. 7-10 current score.
CFU Gaming definitely feeling better about that because they just shrunk the goal lead of Bigetron Beta to half of what it was. Detective is taking a lot of damage, so he has to be very careful.
He can't sustain this, but he...
Oh, is that play? Wow. They want the Rashi. He wants to get the Black Dragon form off, but he can't get it. The knockup is there. Zyve with the Blazing Duet. Z is just melting. As Detective falls, OP is also going to go down. The aggression didn't pay off.
Yeah, Bigetron Beta just more well connected here. That this Farmer's ult is really throwing a spanner into the plans of CFU Gaming. Every time they want to get their primary target, they get one. But as soon as the NetherRealm is out, everybody walks away scot-free.
There's just no point attempting to take this Lord, to steal it. CFU Gaming would just have to be on the defense.
They're going to take their time with this because so far, I don't think that CFU Gaming understand that they're getting outscaled very hard here. Dan QT is quite ahead of Z at this point in time. 3 items already complete, and that's not even... Oh, wait, Zyve, he already has the Winds of Nature, so he doesn't mind jumping the backline again.
Yeah, and there's no one from CFU Gaming that can control him, right? The moment, if OP and Detective were not there, it's just this clock can just run free. The sprint is paying off big time.
Yeah, and I think that unfortunately Wadu has not been able to get as many successful one-taps as we would like to see from Amasha at this stage of the game, especially since the BOD is complete.
Well, they do get Finn, but Finn is safe. Detective needs to start peeling away. Not much of his teammate can help him though. Appraiser's Wrath just keeps him safe for now.
Can't really do too much about this, right? Like Lynch, he's just basically manhandling Detective for the time being, while Zyve is easily just melting away these structures. Bigetron Beta cutting off supply routes here with the help of Lord Empowered minions.
Lich just got the immortality, so 2 lives. If you add on NetherRealm, that's 3. At least CFU Gaming protects the inhibitor, but Wadu has to start backing off right now. They're looking for him. Zyve, Lynch, Wadu, able to juke it out. That guy is coming, he jumps over the wall to find Zyve. That's Winds of Nature. Zyve Blazing Duet commits everything. Able to survive with the help of the NetherRealm as well. So CFU Gaming baited into a bad fight, losing 2.
Oh, OP so far away. At this point, I think that OP, he probably could have waited a little bit more until his flicker was up and then maybe get the shortcut into the back line to wait out the NetherRealm. He was just so deep in that fight, no way to fall back.
At least they know no Winds of Nature for Zyve. Not sure how much it matters. Most important thing is to defend the inhibitor. We're sure they will be successful in doing so. Man, Zyve has the most assists out of everyone on his team.
He has. He's been hiding behind Detective the entirety of this game, right? He has been finding the traditional front-to-back angles that we're expecting from Bigetron Beta, because now they have to play a completely separate way of threatening the backline rather than taking the traditional front-to-back. Now that they have Narashi, who continues to be finding these excellent backline dives.
Narashi will be working towards his immortality. Also, Zyve completing his items. It's Malefic Raw. You look at the goal advantage, most of it is only Masha is ahead, but it's the least of Bigetron Beta's concern. I think he's working towards the second BOD. Just got the Malefic Raw.
So far, so good for the teams, but at the same time, it's about setting up the situation. A majority of the members of Bigetron Beta are going to be a lot stronger than CFU, but it's not a checkmate angle just yet. It's a 6K lead, but no missing inhibitors from the side of CFU. Bigetron Beta, I think Bigetron Beta are going to do what they are good at doing, which is like, hey, you can have as much pressure as you want on the opposite side of the map, but as long as we have position over this Lord and we don't get flanked, it's generally going to be okay. Oh!
Wait, Obi commits for that? That's another round out. Blazing Duet also uses Run Detective, finds out deep in enemy lines, and Rashi finds the backline with a Petrify. He's gonna start melting. Maybe this is the right call. They lose Detective, but Xing is going ballistic. Finn flickers with the Primal Wrath form. He is also a damage dealer. Triple kill for Finn. And Bigetron Beta have found endgame.
Oh, well played, and now they're looking to end this game as quickly as possible. Yeah, that they've got a wave. It's perfectly set up. That's GG, well played. 20 kills for Bigetron Beta.
History made. First time ever in SPS since the first season. Bigetron Beta, the first team to qualify from Open Finals all the way to Challenge Finals. Congratulations to the MDL team of Bigetron. The Troopers, the robots, rejoicing in this win.
They played well. They played well this game, and CFU just got completely shut off with so many macro tools. Unfortunately, CFU Gaming at the very end just did not have the goal, despite canceling out the Blazing Duet, despite forcing Zyve out of position. Xing just could not handle the raw damage from both Finn as well as Dan QT.
Basically, it's just sensory overload for both teams, but CFU Gaming, they tried the same tricks over and over again. At every single step of the way, they just kept trying, but there's only so many times you can bang your head against the wall before your skull bleeds. And fortunately for CFU, it's the lower bracket for them.
Yeah, it's a lower bracket for them, unfortunately. They have an opportunity to actually qualify for the LCQ, our last chance qualifiers, where we're looking for 2 teams to actually join the rest in the challenge finals itself. But congratulations to Bigetron Beta, 2-0, well done.
Yeah, and that means there is a chance we see a rematch between CFU and Liquid Philippines.
Ah, yes. That's going to be a fun one. That's always going to be a fun one. Who knows, man? Maybe it could be RSG. It could be RSG.
Well, that internet will explode. It's already it's already in flames. It's already in flames. Would that mean the teams have 1 week to prep for that? But as fate ordained for Bigetron Beta, they have outlasted the tidal wave. Let's take a look at the stats of game number 2, because this one is more of a landslide for BTRB.
Oh, absolutely. They really had a slow, honestly, quite a slow and steady pace from both CFU and as well as BTRB, right? Both of them scaled up at about the exact same time, but as soon as the 12-minute mark hit, you see that these small leads that BTR Beta were finding in these team fights really started to add up.
And it kind of feels like you are playing kind of the Kung Fu simulation, right? Like game 1, CFU, they're just constantly beating at BTRB, and Bigetron Beta barely able to edge out. But game 2, they figure out that, hey, CFU, they'll land an uppercut first, followed by a left jab, and they just parried everything.
They played it well, right? And there is nothing I can really criticize about Bigetron Beta, because they expected a couple of movements coming in from CFU, especially the set play that they do with the early aggression. With the early aggression, they made sure that Detective was not able to steal early camps away. And after that first turtle, it became kind of difficult for him to keep on showing up through these lanes.
Even the Hall of Fame says a lot. Bigetron Beta, you have Lynch, of course, as the Man of Steel, but Zyve, he takes every single other title. Gold Miner, Carnage, Selfless, 14 assists on the clock. He has 17 out of 20, he was in 17 out of the 20 takedowns his team had.
Yeah, he had. He's basically funneled for everything. BTR, Beta, don't stray away from the strategy, but it's good to see that Zyve actually has really good chemistry with all of the members of BTRB. I thought that maybe at least in this particular style, where you have to dive the backline, that he's not paying attention to Narashi, he's not paying attention to Finn, but honestly, he has been jumping it at the perfect time. When you see the Petrified Lamp from Narashi, you know something big is gonna happen.
And I think it also speaks to CFU only having like one effective way to shut down the Claude, and that's Wadu with his thunderclap, right? If you don't catch him with any crowd control, it's basically impossible to control Zyve.
Yep, and I think, you know, Wadu, he tried his best, but it just goes to show that, like, Zyve's positioning is immaculate, especially with the sprint as well. I wouldn't think it would have made a difference, but looking at the way these fights go, you see Wadu gutting out for it, and he creates so much space with the sprint and makes him choose, stay by the BMI or chase me with the sprint.
Just leading this Masha on a wild chase. The graph, this one is a bit more straightforward. Bigetron Beta having the lead that just keeps on ballooning.
It's just a deeper and deeper ravine. I think this is a much better adaptation for Bigetron Beta, especially after the 10-minute mark. You could see how much blood was spilt during the 10-minute mark.
Yeah.
It's just a collection of crosses right there.
But at least for game 2, you know, both teams are just very straightforward with what they want, right? Drafting phase very fast and just sticking to their identity. But this time, the Bigetron Beta's MVP is going to be Lynch, 4-0 and 12 on the Bucks here.
Yep. I mean, throughout this game, Lynch, he is just an absolute stalwart hero here. Just taking his time. He really is just taking his time in the jungle, because when he's starting to peel for targets, he's looking for that front line, but at the same time, he's posturing himself to threaten the back, forcing them into angles that Bigetron Beta can capitalize on.
Even in that sequence, if Zai didn't get hit by the Appraiser's Wrap, he would have 100% ran away with the sprint. Even then, CFU Gaming kept on trying same set plays, but every single time it just gets more and more risky, right? The payoff gets worse and worse.
They just couldn't get a unpunished fight, right? Because these angles are so aggressive. CFU, I'm surprised they even went for this initial gank, right? And Bigetron Beta, they read it. They saw the movements of CFU moving up towards mid and then disappeared. They can only show up topside because they're the only person. Narashi was the only person who was there by himself. So they learned a lot from game number 1, understanding that if they show an isolated target, there's a very good chance that CFU is going to take the bait.
This was CSU's best chance, OP with the preemptive engage, and it looked good at the start, right? Because Jing was just absolutely tearing through the hell bars, but the Faramir Ghostbusters completely splashing amongst the members of CFU to really end it.
Yeah. Just almost one-shotting carry in that fight. But once again, congratulations to Bigetron Beta, qualified to the Challenge Finals. Hopefully their bigger brothers are going to see them there in Jakarta, but good luck to Bigetron Beta for the next stage.
Even more pressure on Bigetron Alpha in that lower bracket run, so just wish them best of luck. But again, history has been made. Bigetron Beta is the first ever team to qualify all the way from Open Finals to the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, no, it's an exciting time to live in, considering the way that Bigetron Beta actually plays. It really is going to ask the rest of the international teams playing, hey, whether or not this funnel strategy is the way to go. Are they just ahead of the meta, or have they just invested too many points in this particular style of gameplay?
And maybe it begs the question, is Bigetron Beta going to be the team that really bridges the gap between, you know, MDL and MPL, right? At least pull it closer instead of having us kind of getting used to the stereotype of, oh, there's a huge gap. Maybe Bigetron Beta is going to be the tip of the spear for this project. But of course, gotta vote for play of the day. We have 3 big plays, one from AudiTZ, from Rebellion, Esports, one from Moreno, from Bigetron Alpha, and one from Joem from Rebellion also.
Yeah.
And from Smart Omega.
From Smart Omega. I mean, man, these play... SPS, we've been seeing some pretty crazy plays, and this time around, we're not seeing 2 CFUs. We already saw AudiTZ's, but Moreno is one as well, especially reading in to the Smart Omega. Notice this, the back line, and you can just see that Moreno, he's like, hell nah! Flank, say no more. Catches too. We have to show it off. We have to pull it off screen because it was so violent. Not suitable for kids.
Yeah, straight up zoomed in onto Moreno. You only see water, nothing else.
Yeah. Man, you blink and you miss it.
You blink and you miss it. And of course, Joem with this just Straight up, a straight up lunatic with this play. Just identifying the right conditions, right? No one can stop him, unstoppable. And just as you think, just when you think he has done enough, then he makes this play.
Yep, isolated 1v1 and then says, hey, I got a Rose Gold Meteor. I can do this, and just powers through the damage. Perfect spacing.
It's great play. So, guys, cast your vote. I mean, yesterday's play of the day was by Bornzy with like 56% of the votes. Let's see if this one is going to be a bit harder for everyone to cast their votes, because they all look pretty good.
Yeah, they're all looking pretty good. But let's recap what has happened here today in day number 3 of the SPS, starting with Group A at the very least, just to kind of understand where we're currently at. Because right now, after these games, we've seen that our very first team to qualify for the Challenge Finals was EVOS Holy. But now, we have to see whether the lower bracket run is going to be good for KGE Evil or EVOS Holy.
Yeah, and even after winning the final bracket of the lower bracket, you don't secure your slot yet, right? You only go to last chance qualifiers. That's why the lower bracket is such a arduous gauntlet. Let's take a look at Group B as well, because it's quite a storyline there, with YRG being the first team of that group to qualify for Challenge Finals, leaving RQ Hoshi, RSG Singapore, and Falcons in the lower bracket.
Yeah, YRG unfortunately denying Falcons the opportunity to actually make history of their own. They would have been the first team to make it to the Challenge Finals if it wasn't for darn BTR Beta and YRG. But that means that RQ Hoshi and RSG SG will have to face off, and the winner takes on Falcons for the LCQ.
And only 4 teams can make it to the LCQ. Let's take a look at Group C as well. Because for Group C is BTR Beta making history, qualifying to Challenge Finals all the way from Open Finals, and it's RSG Malaysia to take on Liquid Philippines in the lower bracket, and winner will face off against CFU.
Yeah, this is going to be a very deadly group, and we might actually get to see the rematch of TLPH versus CFU, considering that RSGMY's game against Bigetron Beta did not go in their favor, and TLPH against CFU, that was quite the game yesterday.
Quite the slugfest, but if TLPH was watching the series, they probably would have learned a thing or two about how to stop CFU. Of course, it's all for the last chance qualifier slots. Last one is going to be Group D. And for Group D, no one has qualified for Challenge Finals yet, but Rebellion Esports and Smart Omega, one of them will make it through soon.
Yep, and that's only happening next week. We also have to conclude the lower bracket of MV versus Bigetron Alpha to see who makes it one step closer to the last chance qualifiers. Because even when you make it to the last chance qualifiers, those 4 teams, only 2 of them get an opportunity for the Challenge Finals.
Absolutely. Just what a tough format. But of course, the action does not end, not even close to being at the conclusion. We'll take a look at next week's schedule, because it's only going to heat up. We're going to start with Group D, Rebellion Esports against Smart Omega. That's the upper bracket match, followed by King Empire Esports against Evo, then RQ Hoshi against RG Singapore, finish by RSG Malaysia against Team Liquid Philippines.
Yep, we're already going to see some of our favorite teams getting eliminated when that day comes. Oh boy.
Wow.
So many big names as well. Some you don't even expect to be here, but for the most part of it, those who didn't make it to MSE are really hungry to do well here at the SPS.
While losing 3 teams on the first day of next week.
Hey man, that's just the Global StarCraft League bracket. That's just the way the format works. You have to perform.
That GSL only feels good if you're winning. If you're losing in GSL, oh boy, better get your mentor ready, because the journey gets like twice as long.
Yeah, no, that's the beauty of it all. That's why we go for the Swiss formats. That's why we go for the GSL formats for the Open Finals and Challenge season accordingly, just to make sure that we are grinding our way to have some of the sharpest teams for you guys during the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, second chance are only given to those who truly deserves it. But you know, you guys deserve to be able to watch your favorite teams play in front of you, and that means you can spend just 3 ringgit or 10,000 IDR to get yourself a ticket to Jakarta for the Challenge Finals. You can buy it using the QR code or scan the link, or key in the link esl.gg/MLBBTIX-EN.
And don't forget about the early birds. The first 1,000 people to purchase these tickets per day of the SPS will win at least up to prizes of worth 65k worth of IDR. And that's the thing, right? I don't like the fact that they put 65k plus, because we don't know the exact number. It could be even higher than that.
Now, there is a chance you might be the lucky one to get the grand prize.
Ooh.
First, 1,000, and there's not much population in the world, just 7 billion, man. So you can be the first 1,000.
So, if you are planning on coming to Jakarta, please pick up these tickets while you still can. Zipper's family is still being held hostage, and I don't know whether they're going to hold them throughout the entirety of the week. I didn't ask for details.
I mean, take your leaves, skip school. Those are temporary. Challenge finals is forever. So today, it's been quite the eventful one. We've seen history being made. We've seen teams really stick to their identity. CFU, Bigetron, they all made the splash. Smart Omega showing us that they have overcome their demons.
And hopefully we're going to see a little bit more of that next week, where some of these teams have at least a bit of time to really polish up on their newfound knowledge, but at the very least have cleaner execution.
Some teams have failed, some teams have found success, but the journey continues for those who are still on that road. This is it for us for this week. My name is Husky alongside Gideon Q. We'll see you guys next week for more Snapdragon Pro Series MLB reaction. Good night.
the players are ready. Here we go!
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Was hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Savage love, just till I had enough of us. I'm good, babe, I'm on my own. This ain't a phase, just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance, yeah. Know you got carried away, ooh, you made me to say it. You've been messing with greatness, faces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck on your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have fell for me. Take back your take it back. You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back the one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough of us.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big dude, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah, give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Chipped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big Tom status and it's us for the take. And we eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet.